Chapter 1070. Yang Yi said, Brother Lin, why don't I understand what you're trying to say? You don't understand? Lin Jingfeng spoke ferociously. You don't understand? You're telling me that you don't understand now? Good, good. Let me ask you why I gave all of you things? Wasn't it because you wanted to be friends with us? Yang Yi continued, didn't you say that I would be looking down on you if I refused? I had no other choice. After all, how could I look down on you? Be friends with you? Lin Jingfeng started laughing out of extreme rage. Just take a look at yourself in a mirror. What right does a pauper like you have to become friends with me? I fucking gave all of that to you because of your younger sister. You took it all, yet you're saying that you intend to leave and disregard everything that happened? Do you think that I'm a monkey that you can play with as you like? So you didn't want to be friends with me? Yang Yi chuckled. Then what do you intend to do now? Lin Jingfeng laughed savagely. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'll make it clear right now. I've taken a liking to your younger sister. So what should we do about that? And Nanjing suddenly said, You should ask me that question. You. Lin Jingfeng gazed at her and said, Woman, don't think too highly of yourself. I've seen many women like you. They just act proud and cold, but their hearts. Suddenly, his voice stopped abruptly because a hand was wrapped around his throat. It was Yang Yi. Elder Lin's expression changed drastically, and he shot towards Yang Yi. However, a spear instantly arrived in front of him. The old man was shocked and slapped his palm forward. Bang! An explosion resounded while Elder Lin was blasted over 500 m away. He glanced at his right hand after he stopped his figure, and he noticed that his right palm and even his entire right arm had cracked apart. Elder Lin was shocked. The expressions of the others in the surroundings changed when they saw Nanjing blast Elder Lin back with a single strike. Even though it wasn't rare for half-saints to do that to saints in the Central Divine Prefecture, it was still very terrifying. She's really strong. The gray-robed old man behind the beautiful woman spoke in a low voice. There was another middle-aged man standing behind the old man, and it was Yu Qing. Indeed. The beautiful woman nodded lightly, and then she gazed at Yang Yi. His strength isn't bad as well, the gray-robed old man said. His speed isn't bad, but I don't know about the rest. She replied, Let's continue watching. Yang Yi held Lin Jingfeng by the throat, and Lin Jingfeng's eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected that he would actually not even have the ability to fight back before Yang Yi restrained him. That fellow was putting on a show of weakness from the beginning? That was the one thought which appeared in Lin Jingfeng's mind. Yang Yi chuckled. I'm a very reasonable person. You intentionally came over to strike a conversation with her as soon as we got on the shuttle, and you should have died then, because you had ill intent. However, you were very sensible and hurriedly apologized. So, I couldn't help but spare you. In the end, you apologized repeatedly, gave us successive gifts to become friends with me, and even said that I would be looking down on you if I refused. I had no choice but to just accept them. Yang Yi paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point. Now, you're telling me that you had no intention of becoming friends with me. In other words, you want to be enemies with me. I never show mercy to my enemies. How dare you? Meanwhile, Elder Lin roared furiously, Yi Yang, my young master is an outer court disciple of the Double Happiness sect. If you kill him... He stopped talking at this point because Yang Yi's grip was growing tighter. Elder Lin was horrified and was about to attack. However, a few figures shot over from afar, and it didn't take long for a middle-aged man and 3 old men to arrive here. The middle-aged man gazed at Yang Yi and said, Let him go. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man. Why? The middle-aged man just looked at Yang Yi and said, I'll repeat myself again. Let him go. Meanwhile, Xiwu Shan walked over to Yang Yi's side and said, He's probably one of the city's guards. He can be considered to be maintaining order in the city. Or he should be described as the one who specializes in dealing with those who refuse to pay the entrance fee or cause trouble in the city. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pressed down slightly. Crack. Lin Jingfeng's head slanted to the side, and he was dead. No. Elder Lin's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he shot towards Yang Yi. But it only took a moment for a ray of light from a spear to blast him back. This time, it wasn't just a few cracks, His entire hand was gone. Yang Yi released his grip slightly, and Lin Jingfeng's corpse instantly dropped to the ground. Yang Yi gazed at the middle-aged man and smiled. I did as you said and let him go. The middle-aged man took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. In the end, he glanced at Nanjing. He clenched his fists but didn't attack in the end. Yang Yi disregarded the middle-aged man and gazed at Nanjing. Don't hold back. Kill him. Hiss. As soon as Yang Yi spoke, Elder Lin's head was separated from his body. The spectators in the surroundings revealed fear in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. After all, a saint had been killed just like that, and had even been killed with such ease. All their gazes held fear and curiosity as they gazed at Nanjing. Yang Yi stretched out his hand and gestured. Lin Jingfeng's spatial ring flew to him. Yang Yi glanced at its contents before a slight arc curled up on the corners of his lips, because there actually were 200 violet crystals in the spatial ring. Yang Yi put it away, and then he gazed at Xiwu Shun. Let's go. Xiwu Shun glanced at the middle-aged man who stood not too far away, and then he nodded and started walking forward. The middle-aged man clenched his fists. A long time passed before he glanced at one of the people by his side. Notify Lord Qian Sha. That person quickly nodded and left. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man by the beautiful woman's side shook his head. His strength isn't bad, but his character is bad. He's brave yet doesn't use his mind, and the way he deals with things is terrible. Eldest young miss, there's no need to pay attention to such a person. Even if you recruit him into our merchant group, it would be more disadvantageous than beneficial. The beautiful woman shook her head slightly. Did you notice his eyes? The old man was slightly stunned. Eldest young miss, please enlighten me. She said. It was cold. His eyes were very cold. It was indifference towards life. Obviously, he has killed many, and lives are no different than grass to him. Besides that, there was no fear in his eyes. Even if his friend told him about the identity of that middle-aged man's group, he still killed that fellow without the slightest hesitation. That shows that he's very confident in his strength, or he's very confident in the power which stands behind him. I side with the former. The gray-robed old man asked, Why? She replied, Based on the information we gathered, he has never used a cloud shuttle in Cloud City. That proves that he really is from Pine Prefecture. Even the strongest power in Pine Prefecture, Sky Divine Hall, is nothing in the Central Divine Prefecture. So, it's impossible for his confidence to come from Sky Divine Hall. Besides that, you say he's brave but doesn't use his mind? Have you forgotten what happened on our shuttle? The old man was speechless. Meanwhile, Yu Qing suddenly spoke. Eldest young miss, Sky Capital City won't let the matter rest. Should we step forward and mediate? She shook her head. Let's see the full extent of his value. Yang Yes group of three headed towards the south under Xiwu Shan's lead. Xiwu Shan said, We might have some trouble to deal with. Yang Yi asked, Are you afraid? Xiwu Shan shook his head. Am not that cowardly? Yang Yi asked, What do you think that fellow would have done if I didn't kill him? Xiwu Shan pondered deeply for a short while and said, There are two possibilities. The one sees that he would have attacked right away, and the two NDIS that he would exercise forbearance and look for an opportunity to act against us. Yang Yi said, So, it's impossible to avoid a battle with them, right? Xiwu Shan pondered deeply for a long time before he nodded. Yang Yi stopped walking and said, There's naturally a reason why your father made you go with me. Today, I'll give you your first lesson. When we can't avoid fighting with someone, then it's best to act first. If you don't, then they will. At that time, you'll be in the passive position. Besides that, an enemy in front of you isn't terrifying. It's the enemies hiding behind you who are terrifying. So, if you have the strength, it's best to kill your enemies right away and prevent them from becoming enemies who hide behind you while thinking about ways to kill you at all times. Xiwu Shan laughed bitterly. There's a high chance of dying if I act like that. Then work hard on becoming strong. Yang Yi continued. That's the only way to act as you please to a certain extent. As for exercising forbearance, I don't know if others like to do that, but I don't. Because once you do that for long, you'll become a coward. Just fight if you don't like it. That's the way I live. Xiwu Shan took a deep breath, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, He'll be a madman with you from now on. Just remember to please bury me if I die." Yang Yi was speechless. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a huge teleportation platform. Shiwu Shen pointed at a blue circle at the edge of it. "That's the teleportation formation which leads to White Deer Dimension. Let's go." As he spoke, he withdrew 15 violet crystals and passed them to an old man who stood below the platform. The old man received the violet crystals, and then he nodded. "Go on up." All three of them walked into the blue circle, and then a ray of blue light instantly enveloped them. However, it didn't take long for the blue light to vanish. "We can't leave anymore," Shiwu Shen continued. "The teleportation formation has been shut off." Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. "Aren't all of you looking down on the guards of my sky capital city by leaving just like that?" Chapter 1071. A red-clothed man who held a saber in his hand was walking towards Yang Yes Group while accompanied by 4 other middle-aged men. The red-clothed man's saber was being dragged against the ground, and it caused sparks to spray as he walked. The expressions of many in the surroundings changed drastically when they saw the red-clothed man, and their eyes were filled with fear. The red-clothed man stopped and glanced at the surroundings. "Are all of you still not going to fuck off?" Their expressions changed slightly, but none of them dared to talk back and just vanished on the spot. The red-clothed man chuckled and gazed at Yang Yi. "My name is Qian Sha, and I've come here just for your group. Do you know why I'm here?" Yang Yi nodded. "I know a little." Qian Sha smiled. "It's really normal for a few to die from causing trouble in this city. If they die, it was because their strength was insufficient, and it can't be blamed on anyone. But I heard that you are very arrogant, and you didn't respect us guards at all. Is that so?" Yang Yi grinned. "There's no need for all that crap. Just be frank and tell me what you want, so that I know how I should deal with you. Men should be a little straightforward, don't you think so too?" Qian Sha gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he smiled. "All right, since you want to be straightforward, then I will. You've violated the rules of the city, and you should be killed and tossed out of the city. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I've decided to spare all of you. But while you can avoid death, you can't avoid punishment. Each of you must pay 100 violet crystals, and then kneel down and apologize to my brothers. Then I'll let bygones be bygones, all right?" Qian Sha shrugged when he spoke up to this point. To be honest, in being merciful for the first time, Yang Yi chuckled. "How about we do this? All of you give me 100 violet crystals each, and then I'll let all of you leave. All right?" Qian Sha scratched his ear and said, "I didn't hear you clearly. Can you repeat that again?" Suddenly, Yang Yi vanished on the spot. Qian Sha's expression changed drastically, and he swung his saber swiftly. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Qian Sha's figure was blasted flying. A moment later, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of Qian Sha, and then he stomped his foot down against Qian Sha's stomach. A mouthful of blood sprayed out from the latter's mouth as he crashed to the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook while the ground in an area of a few hundred kilometers cracked apart. The other guards were astounded, and they were about to attack. However, a terrifying aura suddenly locked onto them, and it smashed down upon them like a mountain. Not to mention moving, even breathing was quite difficult for them. And Nanjing spoke indifferently. "All of you just have to stand still." Cold sweat instantly started flowing from all of them. "He's really strong." The gray-robed old man had a solemn expression on his face as he spoke in a low voice at a corner in the city. "Qian Sha is a high-rank half-saint, and he has even fought saints in the past. His strength can be said to be almost completely gained from his own hard work. However, he didn't even have the ability to fight back." The beautiful woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. Moreover, he merely relied on pure physical strength and speed. He hasn't even displayed his true strength. Needless to say, he's really not bad. The gray-robed old man shook his head. "He's still a little rash." She spoke indifferently. "We just have to watch, and we'll know if he really was rash." Qian Sha had just intended to stand up when a foot stomped down on his chest, and he fell right back to the ground. Yang Yi looked down at Qian Sha and said, "Do I have to repeat myself? Who are you?" Qian Sha stared fixedly at Yang Yi. This fellow before him was a half-saint just like him, but this fellow's strength was something he absolutely couldn't compare to. He knew that he was in trouble. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "You and your other friends come to a total of 500 violet crystals. Pay and live, die if you don't. So, do you have it or not?" "I don't." Qian Sha stared fixedly at Yang Yi, while his gaze was surprisingly calm. Yang Yi nodded, and then he suddenly raised his right foot and stomped it down towards Qian Sha's head. Qian Sha's pupils constricted to the size of needles. Suddenly, a blast of energy tore through the air and instantly struck Yang Yi's right foot, causing it to move off target a little and stomp down on the ground right beside Qian Sha's head. Bang! The ground there instantly collapsed. Qian Sha's countenance turned ghastly pale, while cold sweat seeped out incessantly from his face. However, his gaze was still fearless, and he didn't beg for mercy. "That subordinate of mine has a bad temper. I hope you can forgive him if he has offended you in any way." Meanwhile, a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe walked over slowly while accompanied by over a dozen guards in golden armor. He walked over to Yang Yi before he glanced at Qian Sha, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and flicked a spatial ring to Yang Yi. "There are 500 violet crystals in there. Please do accept it as our apology." Yang Yi moved his leg away and took the spatial ring. He smiled. "You're too kind. It was just a small matter." The middle-aged man glanced at Yang Yi and smiled. "I'm the Grand Commander of Sky Capital City, Shirtian. May I know your name?" Yang Yi replied, "Yi Yang." Shirtian nodded. "It seems like you're heading to White Deer Dimension?" Yang Yi nodded. "Indeed. Why?" Shirtian asked, "Are you going to watch the competition in White Deer Academy?" Yang Yi was surprised. "Others can watch the competition?" "Of course." Shirtian smiled. "As a diamond rank power, it usually invites other friendly powers to watch the competition it holds. Of course, ordinary people are allowed to watch as well, but they have to pay with violet crystals." Yang Yi nodded. "So that's how it is." Shirtian continued. "This year's competition is extremely interesting." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Shirtian glanced at Yang Yi with surprise. "Brother Yi, have you not heart?" Yang Yi shook his head. "I haven't." Shirtian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "The competition in White Deer Academy has always been held between the Law faction, the Scholarly faction, and Ocean of Clouds Academy from Pine Prefecture. However, Ocean of Clouds Academy is usually only there for show. But it's different this time, and it's much more interesting. Because the current dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy, I think his name is Yang." "Yang," Shuushin suddenly said. "Yang Yi?" "Right, Yang Yi." Shirtian glanced at Shuushin and continued. "I heard that he boasted about annihilating all the participants from the Law faction. Haha. Now, countless people throughout our central divine prefecture are waiting for his arrival. Because all of us want to see exactly what ability that fellow from the Pine Prefecture, Yang Yi, possesses to actually boast about crushing the Law faction." The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "Fortunately, I didn't use my real name, or I would really be famous now." He just never imagined that the Law faction would actually spread the fact that he intended to challenge them. What's their true intention? Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, Shirtian continued, "Right. The Scholarly faction seems to be not participating in the competition because of that fellow, Yang Yi. In other words, it's a one-on-one battle between the Law faction and Ocean of Clouds Academy." Yang Yi nodded. He didn't want to waste any more time here and immediately said, since it was only a misunderstanding, and that misunderstanding has been resolved. "Farewell." Yang Yi turned around with the intention of leaving. "Wait a moment." Meanwhile, Shirtian suddenly stopped Yang Yi. "There's a little problem with the teleportation formation because it was stopped by force earlier. It'll take another 4 hours to repair. So, you'll have to stay for a while." Yang Yi gazed at Shuushin. Shuushin walked over to the formation, and a short while passed before he turned around and nodded to Yang Yi. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since that's the case, we'll stay for a while. We're in no rush anyway." Shirtian asked, "Why don't you rest in my estate?" Yang Yi replied, "There's no need for that." Shirtian nodded. "Then please do as you please. They'll be taking my leave." He led the others away once he finished speaking. There was something off about his reaction. Shiwushin spoke in a low voice once Shirtian left. I feel like he's buying time. Yang Yi spoke indifferently. He better let me leave peacefully, otherwise I'll make him beg me to leave. Shiwushin suddenly said, Actually, after watching you, I suddenly realized how foolish I was. And Nanjing suddenly added, You were always a fool. Shiwushin's face darkened. Yang Yi glanced at Nanjing and felt quite amused as he said, What do you mean? Shiwushin puckered his lips and said, In the past, I went through all sorts of hardships like killing demon beasts, completing assignments, and risking my life to obtain violet crystals. But even then, I only got a few dozen in a month. You, on the other hand, got a few hundred in just a day here in the Central Divine Prefecture. Alas, robbing is much more promising. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Commander, sure, why? Qian Sha was puzzled. Fool, just look at their strengths. Do you think they are ordinary people? Shirtian's face was gloomy. Not to mention you. Even I am no match for them. If I didn't hand over those 500 violet crystals, then you would be fucking dead by now. Qian Sha, I'm not trying to insult you, but can you use your brains a little? They just killed 2 people that weren't related to you at all. If they are dead, then they are dead. Why did you go looking for trouble with them? Are you tired of living? They disregarded us. I couldn't swallow such an insult. Qian Sha spoke in a low voice. Commander, sure, you aren't really going to let them leave, right? That was 500 violet crystals. Let them leave? Shirtian spoke ferociously. We'll make them give me 2 times the number of violet crystals they took. Summon the elite guards and the other 3 grand commanders. We're going to make a show of strength today, right? There's no need to notify the city governor about this. He's entertaining guests from the Thousand Crane sect. Don't disturb him. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man suddenly asked, What about their identities? Don't worry, they aren't from our Central Divine Prefecture. Shirtian continued, They know nothing about the Central Divine Prefecture. Obviously, they aren't from here. Moreover, that black-robed man knows Yang Yi. That proves that they are definitely from Pine Prefecture. Since they are from Pine Prefecture, why should we fear them? There isn't even a single diamond rank power there. Qian Sha said, So that was why Commander Shi talked with them. Why else? Shirtian spoke coldly. Learn from that. You have to use your brain when you do things. Qian Sha said, I understand. 15 minutes later. Bang, bang, bang. The ground where Yang Yes group resided had suddenly started to tremble violently. It didn't take long for almost 1,000 people to appear within their fields of vision. The group was led by Shirtian, and there were 3 other middle-aged men by Shirtian's side. Besides Shirtian and the 3 middle-aged men who were saints, the rest were high-rank half-saints. Yang Yi smiled. What's the meaning of this? Shirtian smiled. They'll just get straight to the point. 1,000 violet crystals and sever your own arms. Then I'll allow all of you to leave. All right? Yang Yi glanced at Shirtian and nodded. I won't be leaving today without 2,000 violet crystals. Chapter 1072. 2,000 violet crystals? Shirtian roared with laughter, and he laughed for quite some time before a fierce expression suddenly arose on his face. Don't kill them. I want them to regret being born. As soon as he gave the order, the army behind him instantly charged at Yang Yes group. Hiss. Meanwhile, a ray of black light flashed, and then a spear pierced through the chests of over a dozen guards. Shirtian and the others' expressions changed, and their gazes descended onto the person who launched the attack. It was Shiwushin. Yang Yi glanced at Shiwushin with surprise. The latter shrugged. Actually, I'm quite strong. You just never gave me the chance to prove it. Yang Yi nodded and pointed at Shirtian and the other 3 saints. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. I'll leave the 4 of them to you. Shiwushin raised his hands. Big brother, I take back what I said. You're courting death. Meanwhile, Shirtian roared furiously and charged at Yang Yes group with the other 3 middle-aged men. Besides that, the army of around 1,000 high-rank half-saints followed behind them. Bang! A ray of golden light flashed, and then one of the saints by Shirtion's side was blasted flying. A moment later, and Nanjing suddenly appeared in front of that saint, and she swung her leg right at him. Her kick was beyond swift, and that saint wasn't even able to react before it struck his chest. Bang! A muffled bang resounded. That saint crashed down to the ground, and his fate was unknown. A moment later, and Nanjing appeared in front of another saint. Just like the saint before him, they merely exchanged 2 blows before he was blasted flying as well, and he flew over 5,000 kilometers away. After dealing with 2 saints in an instant, and Nanjing gazed at the black-robed middle-aged man by Shirtion's side. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted, and he was just about to attack when a spear tore through the air like a golden streak. It instantly arrived before him. The black-robed man was shocked and hurriedly waved his hands, causing the space around him to become fortified and form a thick spatial wall. Bang! The spear slammed against the spatial wall, and it instantly cracked apart before the spear pierced through the black-robed middle-aged man's chest. The black-robed middle-aged man's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. In an instant later, the color in his eyes had dimmed, and countless strands of spirit energy surged out from within him. A saint had fallen. In less than 20 breaths of time, 2 saints had suffered miserable defeat, and 1 had been killed. Everyone here gazed at Nanjing, and even Shirtion had done the same. At this moment, Shirtion's body was trembling, and Nanjing waved her right hand and Sky Split flew back into her grasp. After that, she turned around, walked over to Yang Ye's side, and fell silent. Yang Yi glanced at her, and there was a trace of shock in his eyes. He knew she was very strong, but he hadn't expected her to be that strong, because even he couldn't have done it any better. Fortunately, Nanjing was on his side, and she was going with him to White Deer Academy. Xu Wuxin glanced at Nanjing, and the corners of his mouth twitched while he unconsciously took a few steps back. Even though he knew that Nanjing was very strong, he hadn't expected her to be that strong. I really should avoid offending her in the future, Xu Wuxin decided in his heart. He hadn't forgotten how Nanjing had asked him to fight her in single combat. Now, he felt very lucky that he hadn't agreed, or he would have been crushed before he even realized it. The beautiful woman and the others from Cloud Merchant Group had solemn expressions on their faces, and their gazes were on Nanjing. The gray-robed old man behind the beautiful woman spoke solemnly. Eldest young miss, her strength is probably sufficient to be ranked on the martial rankings. The martial rankings? Yu Qing's pupils constricted when he heard the old man. The martial rankings was the ranking which was held in the highest regard within the Central Divine Prefecture. Anyone capable of being ranked on there was absolutely a genius amongst geniuses. The beautiful woman nodded lightly. She is strong indeed. As for whether she can be ranked on the martial rankings, it's too early to say for sure. At the very least, the strength she has revealed until now isn't sufficient for that. Of course, I'm most curious about that man called Yi Yang, because he's clearly the leader of the group. The gray-robed old man said, his speed and strength aren't bad. He has clearly cultivated his body. Only his true physical strength and ability is still a mystery. She replied, we'll find out soon. Yang Yi gazed at Shirtion and smiled. Do you know why you're still alive? Shirtion and the others behind him had very unsightly expressions on their faces. The situation had been turned around in an instant. At this moment, they realized that numbers were nothing. Shirtion took a deep breath. I admit defeat. As he spoke, his right hand, which was beneath his sleeve, moved slightly as he crushed a talisman. Yang Yi said, I don't like talking nonsense. Do you have 2,000 violet crystals or not? Shirtion clenched his fists, and quite some time passed before he shook his head. I don't. Yang Yi nodded. Sky Split suddenly left Nanjing's grasp, and it transformed into a ray of golden light which instantly appeared in front of Shirtion. Shirtion's pupils constricted, and he naturally didn't choose to stand there and wait for death to arrive. He withdrew a huge saber, and he swung it with both hands. Clang! The clear and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded, and then his saber exploded into pieces while the powerful force of the collision blasted him flying. head just fallen to the ground when a ray of golden light instantly arrived before him. Shirtion was horrified. Suddenly, a huge palm tore through space, and it was clenched into a fist before slamming itself against Skysplit. Bang! Skysplit was pushed slightly off target, and it passed by Shirtion's head and stabbed into the ground. And Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She waved her right hand and summoned Skysplit back. She was about to attack again when Yang stopped her. Meanwhile, an old man in luxurious robes appeared in front of Shirtion, a mid-rank saint. The old man paid no attention to Shirtion, and his gaze just descended onto a Nanjing. A short while passed before he gazed at Yang Yi. I'm the deputy city governor of Sky Capital City, Mo Yun. How about we just forget what happened today? Yang Yi pointed at Shirtion and said, That's what he said earlier, but I'm sure you've seen the outcome of that. I've only noticed my subordinates being killed or injured. Mo Yun looked Yang Yi in the eyes and said, Either leave or be thrown out of the city on your backs. What's your choice? Bang! A pair of black wings appeared behind Yang Yi. His figure shot forward explosively and instantly arrived before Mo Yun, and then he slammed his fist towards Mo Yun. The others behind Mo Yun were instantly blasted, flying by the powerful force contained within the punch. Mo Yun's eyes narrowed as he slowly clenched his right fist. A moment later, the space before him suddenly warped, and it caused Yang Yi's fist to start warping as well. But Yang Yi suddenly twisted his fist a moment later, and the warped space instantly collapsed. The fist faced no further obstruction and arrived before Mo Yun. The corners of Mo Yun's eyes twitched slightly while a trace of seriousness could be seen in his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly and circulated his profound energy before pouring it into his right arm, and then he slammed his fist against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded as the space around them instantly exploded apart. Mo Yun was forced back repeatedly by the powerful force of the collision, and he moved over 30 m back. Meanwhile, not only did Yang Yi's figure show no signs of being pushed back, Yang Yi even pressed forward and slammed his fist at Mo Yun again. Bang! Mo Yun was blasted back again, but Yang Yi appeared in front of him again just a moment later. Just like that, Mo Yun was blasted over 500 m back in just a few breaths of time, and he didn't even have the ability to fight back. Shirtion and the others were astounded. After all, Mo Yun was the deputy city governor and a mid-rank saint. However, he didn't even have the ability to fight back when facing that man called Yi Yang. Who is he? This question hadn't just appeared in Shirtion and the others' minds. Even the others from Cloud Merchant Group had solemn expressions on their faces. He's probably a body cultivator. The gray-robed old man behind the beautiful woman spoke solemnly. His body has already attained the divine valor realm. I never expected that such a genius would have actually come from Pine Prefecture. The beautiful woman's gaze was on Yang Yi as well, and she remained silent for a short while before she crushed a talisman. The gray-robed old man was slightly puzzled. Eldest young miss? She spoke solemnly. Investigate him again. Bang! Yang Yi slammed his fist against Mo Yun's stomach, and a mouthful of blood sprayed from the latter before he crashed against the ground. Yang Yi was about to charge forward when a voice suddenly resounded. Stop! As soon as the voice resounded, an old man and 10 women in moon-white robes appeared here. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then he glanced at one of the women behind him. Elder Lin Yuan, please forgive me for this scene. They'll personally send you to White Deer Mountain Range once I'm done with the matters here. The woman called Lin Yuan glanced at Yang Yi and said, There's no need for that, City Governor Chun. We'll leave right now. Suddenly, Yang Yi obstructed Lin Yuan and the others' path. Lin Yuan frowned slightly while a wisp of detest flashed through her eyes. Fuck off. However, Yang Yi paid no attention to her at all. His gaze was on a woman by Lin Yuan's side, and his hand was trembling from excitement and joy. Yushi, it's you? It was none other than Xiao Yushi. Yang Yi hadn't expected that he would have actually encountered her here, and his feelings at this moment were simply indescribable. Xiao Yushi's beautiful brows were pressed together as she said, You know me? Yang Yi was stunned. You're my wife. How could I not know you? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Xiao Yushi suddenly drew her sword and swung it, and a ray of saber energy instantly struck Yang Yi. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted over 20 m away. Moreover, a gash that was a few dozen centimeters long had appeared on his chest. Yang Yi was stunned as he gazed at the injury on his chest. Chapter 1073. Nanjing's eyes narrowed slightly. Sky Split started to spin in her grasp, but she didn't attack. Your wife. Lin Yin's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and then she said, How dare you speak like that to a member of my Thousand Cranes sect? Yang Yi paid no attention to Lin Yuan, and he just gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, Yushi, do you really not recognize me? You really are my wife. You. A wisp of detest flashed through her eyes, and she drew her saber and slashed once more. A strand of saber energy shot forward and instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi, but it was blasted apart by a spear. And Nanjing appeared before Yang Yi with Sky Split in her grasp, and she said, She really doesn't remember you anymore. Yang Yi's face fell, and his gaze shot towards Lin Yuan. She and I really are. I've seen many Hove come to strike up a conversation with her, but it's the first time I've seen someone do it like you. Lin Yuan interrupted him and said, I'm afraid I would dirty my hands by killing you. Yushi, let's go. She led Xiao Yushi and the others to the teleportation formation which had just been repaired, and it didn't take long for a ray of blue light to surge out and flicker before they instantly vanished on the spot. Yang Yi was about to chase after them when City Governor Chen suddenly obstructed Yang Yi's path, and he said, I don't know who you are, but I have to say that you really are brave. You even dared to speak like that to a disciple from the Thousand Cranes sect. You. Fuck off. Yang Yi roared furiously and slammed his fist forward. An energy fist flashed forward and shot at City Governor Chen. The latter grunted coldly and slapped his right hand forward, and Yang Yi's attack was instantly dispersed. However, Yang Yi had already arrived on the teleportation platform, but it didn't move at all. City Governor Chen had his hands behind his back as he spoke indifferently. If I let you go just like that, then wouldn't my subordinates have died for nothing? Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he gazed at City Governor Chen. You don't want to let me leave, right? Then I won't. As soon as he finished speaking, the Herculean appeared in his grasp, and then the sword wings on his back flapped. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot while a string of afterimages appeared here. City Governor Chen's expression had instantly changed at the exact same instant that Yang Yi's figure had vanished. Because Yang Yi's speed was too swift, it was swift to the point that even he was merely able to faintly sense Yang Yi's movements. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then City Governor Chen moved backwards repeatedly and only stopped after had been pushed almost 1 kilometer back. Moreover, there was a round shield in his hand, and a part of it had sunk in severely. City Governor Chen's figure had just stopped when a spear tore through the air and instantly stabbed against the shield. An explosion resounded again while the shield instantly exploded into bits. Moreover, the powerful aftershock of the collision blasted him back again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him, and then the Herculean sword slammed down towards his head. At this moment, a terrifying aura instantly locked onto him, causing him to be unable to dodge this attack at all. City Governor Chen was astounded. Obviously, he hadn't expected Yang Yi's strength to be so terrifying to the point he was completely suppressed. He didn't have the time to think about anything else, and a terrifying aura instantly surged out from within him before he slapped his right palm against Yang Yi's Herculean sword. A ray of white light surged out along with his palm and instantly enveloped both him and Yang Yi at the same time. Bang! The white light dispersed, and then City Governor Chen's figure was blasted away. At the same moment that his figure had just been blasted away, a spear tore through the sky, instantly pierced through his shoulder, and nailed him on a building in the distance. Shirtian and the others were flabbergasted. As for the group from Cloud Merchant Group, they were stunned as well. After all, City Governor Chen was a mid-rank saint. However, had been defeated by them without even being able to fight back. The gray-robed old man behind the beautiful woman spoke in a slightly bitter voice. Such strength. Even I would probably be no match for their joint forces. Yu Qing spoke solemnly. They are no ordinary people. The beautiful woman didn't speak. She was just sizing up Yang Yi and in Nanjing incessantly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flashed over to City Governor Chun. 2,000 violet crystals. Do you have them? Who are you? City Governor Chun stared fixedly at Yang Yi. You're not from Pine Prefecture at all. It's impossible for Pine Prefecture to possess someone as strong as you. Yang Yi suddenly slammed his fist against City Governor Chen's stomach, causing a mouthful of blood to spray from his mouth. Next, Yang Yi grabbed the latter's clothes before slamming his figure against the ground. Bang! The entire area instantly cracked apart. City Governor Chen was just about to stand up when Yang Yi appeared in front of him, and then the Herculean sword was pressed against the center of his forehead. I'll ask you one last time. Do you have 2,000 violet crystals? City Governor Chen stared fixedly at Yang Yi. I do, but do you dare to take them? Yang Yi said, Give them to me. City Governor Chen took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he looked at Shi Tian. The latter hesitated for a moment before he turned around and left. It didn't take long for Shi Tian to return, and he flicked a spatial ring to Yang Yi. Yang Yi glanced at its contents, and there were exactly 2,000 violet crystals there. Meanwhile, a voice resounded from the side. I wouldn't take it if I were you. Yang Yi turned around and saw the beautiful woman's group of 3 walking over slowly. She gazed at him and said, The relationship between the powers in Sky Capital City is complicated. Even though he's the city governor, he's just a puppet who was pushed up to this position by some powers. The income of the city doesn't belong to him, it belongs to those powers. If he dies, then those powers would just get someone else to be the city governor. Because it isn't necessary for them to offend 3 formidable experts of unknown origin. But if you take that spatial ring, then they will definitely not let the matter rest. Yang Yi replied to her with a question. Then what do you think I should do? She was slightly stunned because she had never thought about that. Now that Yang Yi had asked her about it, she was slightly stunned. Because Yang Yi couldn't just give up these violet crystals that had gained, right? Yang Yi put the spatial ring away. Do you know which powers are supporting the city governor? They'll just deal with them in one go. You can't. She shook her head. It isn't something that can be resolved by just killing them. The relationships between them are complicated, and there are even more powers standing behind them. Moreover, there are even powers standing behind the powers that support them. In the end, you'll notice that there might even be diamond rank powers amongst them. To be honest, it isn't really realistic for you to fight a diamond rank power with your current strength. It is quite troublesome. Yang Yi nodded. I don't have time to waste here. As he spoke, he gazed at City Governor Chun and said, Do you have even more violet crystals? No. As soon as City Governor Chan answered him, Yang Yi waved the Herculean sword slightly, and a fountain of blood sprayed out from City Governor Chen's throat. His eyes were opened wide, and they were filled with disbelief. As for Shi Tian, Mo Yun, and the others, they were first shocked when they witnessed this scene, and then all of their figures fled towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly stomped her right foot against the ground and vanished on the spot. In less than 5 breaths of time, Shed returned here, and there were 3 heads not too far away from here. They belonged to Mo Yun, Shi Tian, and Qian Sha. You've got the violet crystals you wanted. The beautiful woman spoke in a low voice. Since you took their violet crystals, then why go to such extremes? I didn't say that I would spare them once they gave those violet crystals to me. Yang Yi chuckled. Besides that, this is how the world works. Everyone has to pay for their actions, right? She replied. You're just causing trouble for yourself. Yang Yi asked, Would they not cause trouble for me if I spared them? She gazed at him for a short while, and then she turned around and gazed at Yu Qing. The latter hurriedly nodded and left. Farewell? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and intended to leave. He didn't really like interacting with merchants because they like to manipulate others psychologically, and he just happened to hate that. Those women from before were from the Thousand Crane sect, and the Thousand Crane sect is a diamond rank power. The woman who led the group was Lin Yuan, an elder of the Thousand Crane sect. She's a mid-rank saint, but her strength far surpasses City Governor Chun. As for that woman by her side, if I'm not wrong, then she should be the most renowned disciple of Thousand Crane sect in recent years, Xiao Yushi? She fell silent once she spoke up to this point. Yang Yi stopped, and then he turned around and looked at her. I want to know everything about her. They'll be extremely grateful if you can provide me with such information. The beautiful woman said, answer a question of mine. Yang Yi replied, go on. She stared fixedly at him and said, are you Yang Yi? Yang Yi and the other's expression changed. Obviously, they hadn't expected her to actually ask that question. A short while passed before Yang Yi said, yes, it really is you. She continued, an expert from Pine Prefecture that possesses such formidable strength. Of course, the main reason was your name. Yi Yang. Yi Yang. If it's flipped around, wouldn't it be Yang Yi? Her gaze descended onto Yang Yi again when she spoke up to this point, and she sized up Yang Yi for a moment before she spoke, as expected of the one who spoke about crushing the law faction. You're extraordinary indeed. Yang Yi said, it's your turn to answer me. I don't know the specifics. All I know is that she suddenly appeared in the Thousand Crane sect a few years ago. The reason I know that is because she refused a proposal from an expert ranked at the 35th position on the martial rankings, Mo Yuntian. Mo Yuntian is an expert on the martial rankings, so countless women admire him, yet she refused decisively. It was because of Mo Yuntian that the world came to know about her existence. Right? Mo Yuntian is a student of White Deer Academy's law faction. The beautiful woman continued slowly, even though Thousand Crane sect is a diamond rank power, not one of its disciples have been able to put their name on the martial rankings. The Thousand Crane sect has probably sent her there with their group in order to bring them together. Because every genius on the martial rankings will definitely become an extraordinary expert, and every single power is willing to make friends with and even draw over such a person. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, she's my wife. The beautiful woman glanced at Yang Yi, but her eyes clearly showed that she didn't believe him. Meanwhile, Xu Wushan walked over to Yang Yi and shook his head. To be honest, your method of pursuing women is quite lousy. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Chapter 1074. It didn't matter whether it was the beautiful woman or Xu Wushan. None of them believed Yang Yi, especially Xu Wushan. He was very well aware that Yang Yi was from Pine Prefecture and had never been to the Central Divine Prefecture, but Xiao Yushi was from the Central Divine Prefecture. So, he felt that Yang Yi had taken a liking to her. Yang Yi shook his head and didn't explain. Let's go. Why head to White Deer Dimension right now? Meanwhile, the beautiful woman spoke. According to my knowledge, there are still 10 days before the competition begins, right? I need to find out the reason. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Xiao Yushi didn't recognize him, so he had to figure out why. Then that's even more reason for you not to go. She continued, they are probably in White Deer Academy now. As part of the invited guests, they have definitely entered the academy. Do you think that you can sneak into White Deer Academy? Even if you can, she doesn't recognize you now, right? Yang Yi gazed at the beautiful women. You believe that she's my wife? She shook her head slightly. I don't. But there's no reason for you to lie to me. Yang Yi rolled his eyes because that didn't make any difference. She said, my cloud merchant group isn't bad when it comes to information. If you're not in a rush, you can stay in the city for now, and I'll help you compile the information you need. All right? Yang Yi didn't answer her but replied with a question instead. Why are you helping me? She smiled. Because you're Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head. I don't understand what you mean. Because your name has a huge commercial value. She continued. I think we can work together in many aspects, and it's beneficial to both of us. Moreover, I can even provide a huge amount of help to you. What do I have to do in return? Asked Yang Yi. He didn't believe that anything in this world would be done for free. She replied, nothing for now. Yang Yi glanced at her and said, can you help me look for a person? She should be in the Central Divine Prefecture as well. I can. She nodded. Let's go rest at my Cloud Merchant Group's branch for now. Don't worry, I've sent someone to deal with the matters in the city, so there won't be any trouble. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. Even though he really wanted to know what had happened to Xiao Yushi, he knew that he couldn't be impatient. Everything else didn't really matter to him, but the main problem was that Xiao Yushi was hostile towards him, and that was the most troublesome aspect. Moreover, besides Xiao Yushi, he still had to find Ding Xiaoyao. But it was undoubtedly almost impossible for him to find her on his own in the central divine prefecture that was countless times larger than Pine Prefecture. He had to rely on others. Cloud Merchant Group's branch in Sky Capital City. And Nanjing and Yang Yi were alone in a room. She asked, "Are you worried about her?" Yang Yi nodded. The way she looked at me was very unfamiliar, extremely unfamiliar. She really didn't recognize me. It wasn't fake. And Nanjing spoke in a low voice. Something has definitely happened to her. Yang Yi took a deep breath and walked over to Nanjing. He stretched out his hands and held her arms lightly as he spoke softly. You know, I sometimes feel that I'm truly a failure, because I haven't been able to protect the people I should have protected in my life. Moreover, I frequently allow them to be injured. When I saw the state you were in at Sky Divine Hall, I truly hated myself. I really did. And Nanjing lowered her head slightly. We're all too weak. Yang Yi nodded. We are too weak indeed. His current strength was more than enough to deal with ordinary saints. But if he encountered some of the true experts amongst saints, like the patriarch of the Dragon Clan, Cheong Chi, or Lady, he wouldn't even have the ability to fight back. Moreover, regardless of whether it was Heaven's gravestone or the Sword Spirit, they were external forces and not his own strength. As for the Cheong Chi, it was even worse, because using that fellow would be no different than bringing his enemies down with him. Besides those 3 trump cards, he had nothing else. And Nanjing suddenly asked, "What did you rely on to defeat Lu Qianxiao that day?" Yang Yi replied in a low voice, "The Brink Laws." And Nanjing was quite puzzled. The Brink Laws? Yang Yi nodded and explained. A long time passed before he and Nanjing said, "That law of yours is much stronger than Lu Qianxiao's laws of instinct." Yang Yi said, "It's much stronger indeed. Even my decay laws are probably inferior to the Brink Laws. The decay law's strength is practically fixed, but the Brink Laws isn't. It grows stronger along with my own strength." And Nanjing suddenly said, "Can it only be used on physical strength?" Yang Yi was slightly stunned. "What do you mean?" She didn't answer him but said something else. "Come, release your sword intent." Even though Yang Yi was puzzled, he still did it. He immediately released his void rank sword intent, and then a strand of terrifying intent surged out from within in Nanjing. As soon as it appeared, Yang Yi's sword intent was instantly pushed back into his body. "You." Yang Yi gazed at her with shock. He hadn't expected that Nanjing's intent was actually so terrifying to the point that even his void rank sword intent was pushed back into him with such ease. That was simply like the void rank slaughter intent that he possessed after utilizing Heaven's gravestone. And Nanjing said, "My intent is a fusion of battle intent, spear intent, fist intent, and 3 other intents. The fusion of 6 intents has allowed the strength of my intent to far surpass other intents. Now, when I use fist intent, it's actually fist intent formed from the fusion of 6 types of different intents. If I use my spear, it would be enhanced by spear intent that's a fusion of 6 intents. Do you understand what I mean?" Yang Yi asked. "You're saying that the Brink Laws can be used on other things?" She nodded in response. "Right." Yang Yi's eyes flickered with excitement. Since strength could be condensed to the brink and released, then why couldn't the same be done to sword intent? Yang Yi noticed that a door had been opened to him, a door in the path of the sword Dao. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "I'm going into closed-door cultivation." And Nanjing nodded. "You can give it a try, but don't force it if you really can't do it. We're heading to White Deer Academy in 10 days. Yang Yi nodded. "Don't worry, I know my limits. Right? You can try to learn the Brink Laws as well. It'll definitely be able to increase your strength immensely." She shook her head. "My body isn't strong enough. It can't endure my strength at all. If I were to condense my strength like you do, then I'll be the first to die." Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, "Right?" He still remembered what happened when he first started to learn the Brink Laws. At that time, his strength had been fully converged on his fist, and he felt like he was about to explode apart. Moreover, he was completely exhausted once he released that energy. His body had already surpassed the bodies of saints then, yet such a situation had still occurred. So, if a Nanjing were to try, then her body would definitely be unable to endure it. The Brink laws didn't just require peak control over strength, it required a body capable of enduring the condensed energy. Yang Yi felt that it was quite a pity because if Nanjing could grasp the Brink laws, then the results would definitely be extremely terrifying. As if she knew what he was thinking, and Nanjing spoke softly, I have my own inheritance, and once I gain thorough mastery of them, they won't be inferior to the Brink laws at all. After all, Lu Qianxiao would have died at my hands if it wasn't for Lu Qianyun. Yang Yi nodded. I'm going to be cultivating behind closed doors. Wait for me. And Nanjing nodded. The beautiful woman from Cloud Merchant Group made arrangements for Yang Yi upon his request and got him a cultivation room. Yang Yi stood silently within the cultivation room for a very long time, and then his void-rank sword intent surged out from within him. Once it surged out of him, he started to slowly feel his sword intent before trying to condense it in the end. Of course, his sword intent couldn't be seen with the eye, and he could only sense its presence. His sword intent started to slowly condense under his control. Bang! Suddenly, an explosion resounded, and Yang Yi's figure was blasted away. At the same time, the entire room collapsed into pieces. Around 4 hours passed before Yang Yi crawled up from the ground, and his face was extremely pale while his mind still felt dizzy. Head naturally failed. Head failed to control it well when his sword intent had been condensed to a certain level, causing it to explode before him and blast him away. Moreover, the backlash from such an explosion was reflected directly on his spirit and soul. It was truly a terrible feeling. Yang Yi rested for around another hour before he got a new cultivation room and continued his cultivation. This time, he didn't dare to act so rashly as he had before this. He activated his sword domain before he started to release his sword intent, and his eyes instantly lit up after he condensed the sword intent within his sword domain for a while. Because he noticed that his senses were over 10 times stronger while within the scope of his sword domain. To put it in simpler terms, he was even able to clearly sense the slightest change in his sword intent while it was within the scope of his sword domain. 10 times. What was that like? It meant that so long as he cultivated sword techniques or other techniques while within the scope of his sword domain, it would be at least 10 times easier than it would have been outside his sword domain. The sword domain. It had always been something that he felt was quite useless, but it turned out to be so terrifying. Of course, it hadn't been so terrifying in the past, and it was probably the rise in his cultivation that had made it so terrifying now. At this moment, Yang Yi couldn't help but call himself stupid, because had always been thinking about how to use the sword domain as a means of attack, but had never thought about its other abilities. He had used it to copy laws in the past, but how could there be so many laws for him to copy? No matter what, Yang Yi was overjoyed by this discovery, because he noticed that the sword domain wasn't useless anymore, and it was even more terrifying than had ever imagined. Now that he knew how to use the sword domain, his cultivation of any technique would be practically instantaneous. Chapter 1075. Sword intent was something that couldn't be seen yet could be sensed. As he sensed the sword intent around him, Yang Yi started to control it slowly and condense it. Even though his sword domain was there to suppress his sword intent, he still didn't dare act carelessly, because if he condensed it to the point that his sword domain couldn't endure it, then he would be courting death. Because his mind was highly concentrated, cold sweat gradually appeared on Yang Yi's face, and there were even some threads of blood in his eyes. Even though he had the sword domain's assistance, he noticed that condensing sword intent really wasn't a simple task. Sword intent was unlike physical strength. It didn't just test his control, it tested his mental strength and soul as well. Fortunately, both of them were immensely improved while he was within the scope of his sword domain, and coupled with the fact that had brought his strength to the brink before, it was progressing very smoothly for now. The space in an area of 30 m around Yang Yi gradually started to tremble while more and more sweat appeared on Yang Yi's face. Time passed by slowly. The space around Yang Yi was still trembling, but it was only in an area of around 24 m now. After that, even though the trembling space around Yang Yi was growing smaller and smaller, the time he used to accomplish that grew longer and longer. For example, Head used 2 hours to shrink it down from 30 m to 24 m, but it took an entire 6 hours to shrink it down to 21 m. Moreover, it took 20 hours to shrink it down from 21 m to 18 m. Even though it was taking longer and longer, Yang Yi was growing more and more excited. Because while his sword intent was being condensed incessantly, he noticed that its might was growing even more terrifying. That was a very understandable result. It was like a piece of scrap. If it was struck incessantly, tempered, and condensed, then it would become a sword in the end. At that time, while it would still be a piece of iron, its strength would be completely different. So, his act of condensing his sword intent right now was like a form of tempering to it. He was condensing it like a madman right now. Yang Yi noticed a problem during this process, and it was that while Head comprehended sword intent, Head never truly understood it. What was the essence of sword intent? Where did its strength come from? He wasn't able to answer such questions in the past. At this moment, he had to sense such ethereal sword intent within his sword domain, and then understand and control it for the sake of attaining Brink's sword intent. Under such circumstances, he gradually gained some understanding of his sword intent. Sword intent was a form of intent, but such a description was quite general. Simply speaking, it was a type of will that was comprehended with the sword as its foundation. Will was like the aura. When one was in a superior position like that of an emperor, one would definitely possess an imposing aura of his own from having control of the lives of countless beings. Will and aura were almost the same. It couldn't be seen, but it really did exist, and it could even materialize when it arrived at a certain level. Sword intent, especially void rank sword intent, wasn't just material. During the process of condensing it, Yang Yi noticed why his void rank slaughter intent was stronger than his sword intent. It was none other than because his void rank slaughter intent was much more condensed than his sword intent. Now, he was bringing his sword intent to the brink, so the first thing he had to do was condense it. Day after day passed by, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the space around Yang Yi had calmed down completely, but Yang Yi's face had an extremely solemn expression on it. The Herculean sword was in his grasp, and it was trembling right now, because the sword intent around him had been condensed onto the Herculean sword. At this moment, his sword intent had arrived at its brink. How terrifying was it in such a state? In any case, Yang Yi felt that his sword domain was starting to become unstable. If he executed death by a thought right now, then its strength would probably increase by at least 50 times while enhanced by his void rank sword intent that was at its brink. It would truly kill in an instant. In the past, he only dared to utilize the brink laws once because his body would suffer injuries from it, and he needed quite a few days to recover. Yet now, he could do it twice. One was the brink of strength, and the other was the brink of sword intent. The former required a powerful body, and it exhausted all his physical strength once he utilized it. As for the latter, it exhausted his mental strength and the strength of his soul. As for which was strong, it depended on his body. If his body was stronger, then the brink of his physical strength would be stronger. But if his sword intent was stronger, then the brink of his sword intent would be stronger. Of course, if he released his void rank slaughter intent and brought both intents to the brink, then it would definitely far surpass his physical strength's brink. If he were to add the brink of both intents to Heavenrend, then its strength. Yang Yi didn't dare think further, nor did he dare to put it into action, because based on his current strength, he would definitely cripple himself by doing that. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he started to disperse the brink sword intent on the Herculean sword. If it was in the past, he would naturally be unable to accomplish that. But he had the sword domain to suppress it, so it wasn't a problem now. After he dispersed it, Yang Yi started to condense his sword intent again. Firstly, he wasn't skilled at bringing his sword intent to the brink, and had used quite a few days to bring it to the brink. If he accomplished it at such a speed in battle, then what was the point of it? His enemy would have killed him a long time ago. Secondly, as he ceaselessly condensed his sword intent, he noticed that his sword intent seemed to be undergoing a transformation. This discovery made Yang Yi feel overjoyed. Regardless of whether it was the sword's spirit or heaven's gravestone, they were external sources of strength. But his void rank sword intent and physical strength were his own. He was truly strong when they were strong. Just like that, Yang Yi started condensing his sword intent like a madman, and then he dispersed it, condensed it once more. 2 days later, Sky Capital City, the teleportation platform. Suddenly, a ray of dazzling blue light erupted from the teleportation formation, and then 3 men appeared there. They wore cloud-white robed, and there was a small character on their chests. The man who led the group glanced at the surroundings, and then he gazed at the young man on his left, Brother Lin. Go find out the name and whereabouts of that fellow who offended our future sister-in-law. Even though our big brother disdains to deal with such people, we as his younger brothers can't just allow our future sister-in-law to be taken advantage of, right? The young man called Brother Lin chuckled. Brother Tanfeng, do you think our big brother and sister-in-law, Xiao Yushi, will really be united? What nonsense is that? Tanfeng scolded with a smile on his face. Our big brother is on the martial rankings. To be a little blunt and disrespectful, sister-in-law Xiao Yushi is lucky that our big brother fancies her. Even though she has refused him in the past, I believe that so long as she gets to know him for some time, then she'll definitely submit before him. Tanfeng grinned at this point. See, the Thousand Cranes sect sent her in the group that came to watch our academy's competition. What does that mean? It means that the Thousand Cranes sect wants her to be united with our big brother as well. So, she can't escape being our sister-in-law. I presume that they'll be united once the matter with Ocean of Clouds Academy is resolved. Ocean of Clouds Academy? There was a wisp of disdain in Brother Lin's eyes. I really don't understand why they agreed to that fellow. Young Yes request. Isn't it easier to just send someone to crush such a trash academy? Tanfeng shook his head. We naturally don't care about such nobodies. The reason we agreed to their request seems to be because of an agreement between our higher-ups and the scholarly faction. All right, let's not waste our time on this. Quickly go find out where they are so that we can leave once we're done. That's not a problem. Brother Lin chuckled and vanished on the spot. Cloud Merchant Group's branch in Sky Capital City. Because the competition in White Deer Academy was about starting soon, Yang Yi and Nanjing and even Shiwu Shun were cultivating madly. In a hall, the gray-robed old man stood before the beautiful woman as he spoke in a low voice. Eldest young miss, are you really going to do that? She remained silent for a long time before she nodded. There's no gain without risk. If we win the gamble, then it won't just bring endless benefits to us. They'll be able to become a manager as well. But if you lose the gamble, then you'll definitely lose all your authority and never be given any position again. The gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. It might even affect the patriarch. The beautiful woman closed her eyes and remained silent. The gray-robed old man continued, their strength is not bad indeed, but there are all sorts of experts hidden within White Deer Academy. Most importantly, the law faction has 2 monstrous geniuses on the martial rankings. Can they rival those 2 geniuses? At the very least, based on the strength they've revealed until now, I think they are still quite weak when compared to those experts on the martial rankings. The woman still remained silent. The old man was about to say something else when his expression suddenly changed slightly, and he turned around to look out of the hall. Someone is here, and they're here with ill intent. She opened her eyes and said, Come, let's go have a look. Both of them had just left the hall when they saw Tanfeng's group of 3, and the beautiful woman immediately frowned. White Deer Academy. Have they already found out about Yang Yi and the others' identities? Tanfeng's gaze descended onto the beautiful woman, and he chuckled. I never expected it to be someone beautiful like you. I like women like you. Ha ha ha. Let's get down to business. Is that fellow called Yi Yang here? The old man stepped forward and spoke in a low voice. Mind your manners. Tanfeng spoke coldly. My law faction has never cared about its manners when doing things. Then allow me to teach you a little. The old man's figure shot towards them. Tanfeng laughed coldly, and then he transformed into a ray of light that slammed against the old man. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then the old man moved backwards repeatedly. He was only able to stop himself when he arrived before the wall, and his right palm was gone. A mid-rank saint? Tanfeng played with the white dagger which had suddenly appeared in his grasp and said, How weak! You used medicinal pills to get where you are, right? The old man's face fell. He was about to attack, but he suddenly stopped and looked towards the distance. Yang Yi was walking over slowly from there. Yang Yi gazed at Tan Feng. "You're looking for me?" Tan Feng gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "You're Yi Yang?" Yang Yi nodded. Tan Feng asked, "You're the one who offended my sister-in-law?" Yang Yi was puzzled. "Your sister-in-law?" Tan Feng replied, "The Thousand Crane Sex Xiao Yushi is my sister-in-law." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed. "Who's your older brother?" Mo Yuntian. A slight smile curled up on the corners of Tan Feng's mouth. "Who does he think he is?" Yang Yi's voice resounded. Chapter 1076. Who does he think he is? The corners of the old man and beautiful woman's eyes twitched when they heard Yang Yi. After all, Mo Yuntian was an expert on the martial rankings. What was being on the martial rankings like? There were billions in the Central Divine Prefecture, but only 50 could ascend the martial rankings. It could be said that only extraordinary geniuses amongst geniuses could be ranked on the martial rankings. Such geniuses would definitely become an extraordinary expert in the future. The facts proved that it really was the case, because many of the top-rate experts in the Central Divine Prefecture were once ranked on the martial rankings. Moreover, while there were many diamond rank powers in the Central Divine Prefecture, very few amongst them possessed disciples who were able to be ranked on the rankings. Just like White Deer Academy. It was called the number 1 academy of the Central Divine Prefecture, but merely 3 of its geniuses were able to ascend the martial rankings. That clearly showed how terrifying it was. At this moment, Yang Yi had actually insulted Mo Yuntian Hood ascended the rankings, so the beautiful woman and the others really wanted to know what Yang Yi thought of Mo Yuntian. Tan Feng and the others instantly revealed gloomy expressions when they heard Yang Yi, and a short while passed before Tan Feng said, "You?" He was about to speak, but Yang Yi had already vanished on the spot. At this moment, Tan Feng's expression changed violently, and he swiftly waved his dagger forward. A ray of cold light flashed, but it vanished just a moment later, and then a fist arrived before him. Crack! The powerful force within the fist instantly caused the space around Tan Feng to crack apart. A wisp of astonishment flashed through his eyes. Had never imagined that Yang Yi's strength was actually at such a level. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and the profound energy within him surged into the dagger before he swung it swiftly. Clang! Bang! The dagger broke, and then blood sprayed from Tan Feng's mouth while his figure was blasted flying. Had been defeated with a single punch. The gray-robed old man and the beautiful woman were stunned. Even though Tan Feng was a high-rank half-saint, his strength was absolutely sufficient to crush saints. After all, the geniuses fostered by a diamond rank power like White Crane Academy couldn't be judged based on convention. All of them possessed the best resources and the best techniques, and they had countless formidable teachers. They received the best. However, it was such a genius that had been defeated with just a single punch. The others who'd come here with Tan Feng were stunned. They'd never imagined that Tan Feng would have actually been defeated just like that. After all, Tan Feng was ranked in the top 20 of the law faction. Who is he? Tan Feng was slightly stunned. Indeed, he was stunned by Yang Yi's blow. He was very confident in his own ability, and unless he encountered one of those saints who had never relied on external forces to attain the saint realm, he didn't take ordinary saints seriously at all. However, had actually been defeated by a single punch from a half-saint. Yang Yi was about to launch another attack when the beautiful woman suddenly spoke. "Young Master Yi, can you give me some face?" Yang Yi stopped and looked at her. She said, "They are students from White Deer Academy, and they are inner court students at the very least. My merchant group will probably face some trouble if they die here." Yang Yi shrugged. He was about to say something when the old man by the beautiful woman's side suddenly cried out involuntarily, "Young Master Yi, watch out." Tan Feng appeared behind Yang Yi at the same instant that the old man had finished speaking, and a dagger pressed against Yang Yi's neck. At the same time, Tan Feng's ferocious voice resounded from behind Yang Yi, "You fucking..." However, he hadn't even finished speaking when his figure was blasted flying. Everyone here was stunned. It was especially so for the old man. His eyes were filled with astonishment because only he had seen what happened clearly. It was exactly because he'd seen it that he was extremely shocked. Yang Yi and Tanfeng had attacked at the exact same time that Tanfeng spoke. However, Yang Yi was completely unharmed when Tanfeng's dagger swiped at his throat. Is he even human? Yang Yi turned around to gaze at Tanfeng, and the latter was spitting out blood incessantly. His stomach had sunken down completely, and the force of Yang Yi's fist had caused all his internal organs to crack apart. Yang Yi's figure flashed towards Tanfeng. Meanwhile, the other two from White Deer Academy suddenly obstructed Yang Yi's path. Brother Lin said, "We were rash and reckless in this matter. I hope that perhaps nothing would have happened if you said that earlier. But now? Ha ha ha." The two of them were instantly blasted flying once Yang Yi finished speaking, and their figures exploded into countless bits in midair. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had arrived in front of Tanfeng, and then he stomped his foot down towards Tanfeng's head. The Law Faction. In Yang Yi's opinion, the Law Faction was his enemy, because he was very clearly aware that the Law Faction would definitely annihilate Ocean of Clouds Academy and City if he died. Moreover, he was sure that the Law Faction would definitely not show him any mercy during the competition in White Deer Academy. Since it was like that, why should he show any mercy? 1 or 100 deaths didn't make a difference to him. In any case, he would be killing them, so why not kill all of them? Bang! Yang Yi's foot didn't hit its target because Tanfeng had vanished on the spot, and the space beneath his foot instantly collapsed. Yang Yi looked up into the sky, and he saw a huge palm tear through space and claw at him. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground, and he shot into the sky like a cannonball and collided with the huge palm. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the palm exploded into pieces. Yang Yi descended to the ground. At this moment, an old man in luxurious robes had appeared around 30 m away from him. The old man glanced at Yang Yi, and then tossed Tanfeng on the ground before he said, "As a student of the Law Faction, you actually sought help from the Academy, and your enemy is merely a half-saint. What an accomplishment!" Tanfeng was livid, but he didn't dare to talk back. The old man paid no further attention to Tanfeng, and he gazed at Yang Yi instead. "You actually dared to kill members of my White Deer Academy. You're quite brave indeed. I hope your strength is on par with your courage." He was about to attack at this point, but the beautiful woman suddenly said, "Senior, this matter. You can just shut your mouth." The old man interrupted her and spoke coldly. "I don't want to listen to your nonsense. All I know is that he killed students of my White Deer Academy, and they even were students of my Law Faction. As for the two of you, I'll spare your lives out of consideration for Cloud Merchant Group. But don't let me see any of you in Sky Capital City again. Otherwise, I won't give face to anyone." The woman and old man's faces fell. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. "While I was still in Pine Prefecture, I heard how arrogant your Law Faction is. Now that I've witnessed it for myself, it really is true." Pine Prefecture? The old man sized up Yang Yi for a long time, and then he spoke in a low voice. "Your body is comparable to a saint, and you are from Pine Prefecture. You're Yang Yi." Tanfeng was stunned when he heard this, and he gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Yang Yi was slightly stunned as well, and then he said, "How did you know? It really is you." The old man continued, "I never expected that you would already be in the Central Divine Prefecture. You're quite brave, and you have a little strength as well. No wonder you dare to boast like that. However, you'll realize how laughable and ignorant you are. I won't kill you today. They'll see you in my academy in 2 days." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's figure flashed as he intended to leave. Suddenly, a ray of light flashed, and then Tanfeng's head suddenly flew up into the air while he followed the old man. The old man stopped moving, and his face was gloomy. Yang Yi smiled. "Go back and tell those so-called geniuses of your Law Faction to wait for me. If it wasn't for certain reasons, I would have killed you already." The old man gazed gloomily at Yang Yi. "But it's fine. I can let you live 2 more days." The old man vanished on the spot once he finished speaking. The beautiful woman spoke softly. "Are you confident?" Yang Yi naturally knew what she was talking about, and he immediately shook his head. Both the woman and the gray-robed old man were stunned, and she said, You aren't confident?" Yang Yi replied, I've met one of the members of the law faction, and his strength was really not bad. Moreover, he was only ranked at the 15th position within the law faction. So, I can imagine how strong the other students ranked higher than him are. She spoke solemnly. To be honest, if this is the extent of your strength, then it's far from sufficient. Yang Yi grinned and didn't say anything. He really wasn't confident in winning the competition. After all, White Deer Academy couldn't be compared to Ocean of Clouds Academy. There definitely were many geniuses amongst them who surpassed Lu Qianxiao or were much more terrifying than him. However, Yang Yi had no other choice. Not to mention geniuses on par with Lu Qianxiao, he would still head to White Deer Academy to participate in the competition even if he had to face an emperor. Because if he didn't, then the battlefield would be moved to Ocean of Cloud City, but if he came here, then the battlefield would be in White Deer Academy. Ocean of Clouds Academy and City really couldn't endure any more battles. The beautiful woman suddenly said, Right? I gained some information about that other woman you asked me search for, Ding Xiaoyao. Yang Yi gazed at her. Do you have her whereabouts? She shook her head. I only know that she once appeared in a rival city. A rival city? Yang Yi frowned. That city which every single person from the lower dimensions would arrive at? She nodded in response. Your friend is from the lower dimensions? Yang Yi nodded. She glanced at Yang Yi, remained silent for a long time, and then said, Xiao Yushi might be from the lower dimensions as well. Yang Yi replied, She always was. The beautiful woman blurted out, You're from there as well? Yang Yi glanced at her and nodded. So that's why. She nodded. I understand now. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, numerous sounds of laughter resounded in the sky. Where's Yang Yi? Where's that fellow Yang Yi who said that he would crush our law faction? Come on. Quickly come out here and let us meet you. As soon as that voice finished resounded, over a dozen rays of light shot down from the sky. Rumble. The entire branch of Cloud Merchant Group was instantly obliterated. At the same time, countless shrill cries resounded throughout the area. Chapter 1077. Only 5 people remained on the ruins of Cloud Merchant Group's branch here, and it was Yang Yes group of 3, the beautiful woman, and the gray-robed old man. Besides them, everyone within the entire branch had been buried beneath the rubble. There had been a few thousand people in the branch before this. Yang Yi hadn't expected this, and neither had the old man and beautiful woman. They hadn't expected the students of White Deer Academy to attack Cloud Merchant Group's branch and even launch such a lethal attack. Yang Yi slowly clenched his fists, and he looked up towards the source of the voice. Over 20 cultivators in gray-robed had appeared not too far away from him. There were men and women amongst them, and there was a small character embroidered on their clothes. You're Yang Yi? The young man who led the group and held an iron rod in his hand sized up Yang Yi, and then chuckled. Did you slam your head against a wall when you were young? Brother Lin Yu, why do you say so? The person who spoke these words was a man standing by the young man with the iron rod, and he was holding a dagger instead. If he hadn't slammed his head against a wall, then would he boast about crushing our law faction? The man called Lin Yu roared with laughter. I think that he might have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Ha ha ha. TSK. So that fellow is Yang Yi. He doesn't seem special at all. Why did he dare to boast like that? I really don't understand. Hey, Yang Yi, can you tell me why you dared to say something like that? Did you really slam your head against a wall? Ha ha ha. I think that there's no need to wait 2 more days. We can just deal with him today. What do all of you think? That's a good idea. Right, let's allow him to speak his last words. Otherwise, people would say that we of the law faction are inhumane. Yang Yi glanced at them and remained silent for a while before he spoke. Am your target? So why kill the members of Cloud Merchant Group? Yang Yi wasn't a kind-hearted person, but he didn't like dragging others down. The members of Cloud Merchant Group? Lin Yu glanced at Yang Yi and feigned surprise. Oh my! I never expected that there would be others here. Oh my! I'm so sorry. We were too excited when we heard that you were here, so we accidentally used too much force. Alas, we really didn't do it on purpose. If you don't like it, then come hit us. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Come hit us. Ha ha ha. I've wanted to have a spar with you for a long time. Come. I can't restrain myself any longer. Come and beat us up with all your might. I can't fucking take these idiots anymore. Shiwu Shan stomped his right foot against the ground and shot forward. Don't leave a single one of them alive. We'll start today with 20 heads. Yang Yes' voice was still resounding through the air when he vanished on the spot. He was already within the group when he appeared once more, and then a figure was blasted away. A ray of light flashed through the air, and the head of that student from White Deer Academy was instantly separated from his body. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Kill. A vicious glow flashed through Lin Yes' eyes when he saw Yang Yi and Shiwu Shan attack them, and he was about to attack. However, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then a spar instantly appeared before him. Lin Yu was shocked and didn't dare act carelessly at all. He swiftly swung his iron rod down. Bang! The iron rod instantly cracked apart while the powerful force of the collision blasted him flying. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind him. Lin Yes' pupils constricted, and it was the last expression in his eyes because a fist had smashed against his back. Bang! Lin Yes' figure exploded into pieces, and countless pieces of flesh and innards rained down from the sky. The other students from the law faction were horrified when they witnessed this scene. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they knew that they'd underestimated their enemies, and they'd even severely underestimated their enemies. Moreover, around 5 or 6 out of their group of 20 had already been killed in just a few breaths of time. When they faced Yang Yes' group, and especially when they faced Yang Yi and Nanjing, many of them didn't even have the ability to fight back. At this moment, the over a dozen students who still remained were filled with fear and intended to retreat. Retreat! One of them suddenly shouted. However, had only just shouted when a spear pierced through his chest, and his figure stiffened before crashing down from the sky. Kill whoever flees first. Yang Yes' voice resounded, and then he pressed his index and middle finger together before swinging it forward. A ray of sword energy shot out from the tip of his finger, and then the head of a student who was almost 1 kilometer away instantly flew up into the air. It wasn't mere sword energy, it was even enhanced by void rank sword intent. Moreover, his void rank sword intent was a few times stronger than what it had been. It was a slaughter. It was an absolute slaughter. The students of White Deer Academy were like helpless sheep before the joint forces of Yang Yes group, and it caused the gray-robed old man and beautiful woman to be stunned on the spot. A short while passed before the gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and he gulped before he said, "Are they too strong? Or are those students too weak? They should be just outer court students." She spoke solemnly, however. They shouldn't be slaughtered just like that. Her voice clearly carried shock in it. The beautiful woman remained silent for a moment before a wisp of resolve flashed through her eyes. "Give the order for all the branches under my management to accept bets. The winning rate for those who bet on White Deer Academy will be 100 to number 10 to 1. As for Ocean of Clouds Academy, ITLLB 101. Eldest young miss. You." The gray-robed old man's eyes were filled with shock. Such odds represented that the beautiful woman felt that Yang Yes group had a very good chance to win. Of course, he was truly shocked by the fact that they would be finished if they lost this gamble. He didn't even have to give it a moment's thought to realize that countless people would bet on White Deer Academy once betting was allowed. At that time, if Yang Yes group were to lose, they would truly be finished, and it might even shake the foundation of her clan. The beautiful woman took a deep breath and said, "Our ancestor once said that the cowardly die of hunger, and the brave have too much. There is no reward without risk. I am willing to bet with my future on the line." The gray-robed old man hesitated for a moment, and then he nodded. "Then let's go all out. I'll give the orders." She nodded, and then she looked up into the sky. At this moment, only 3 students from White Deer Academy remained. They didn't choose to flee because they noticed that their speed couldn't compare to Yang Yes attacks. Anyone who fled would be the first to die. In less than 10 minutes, only 3 from their group of 20 remained. Hiss! Bang! 2 figures were blasted flying. One had a hole pierced through his chest, and the other lost his head. Just like that, only a female student from White Deer Academy remained here. She was around the age of 20, and she was holding a sword tightly with both hands. Even though she seemed to be very firm and strong on the outside, her trembling sword betrayed her. I can't do something like ruthlessly crushing a beauty. Shi Wuxian shook his head and moved aside. Do you think she would have shown mercy if you lost? Yang Yi glanced at Shi Wuxian and was about to attack. However, the space in the sky suddenly trembled, and then the old man in luxurious robes hood just left a while ago had appeared here once more. A ferocious expression instantly appeared on his face when he saw what had happened here. Yang Yi, you're courting death. The old man was about to attack, but Yang Yi suddenly shot forward and slammed his fist towards the old man. Meanwhile, Nanjing didn't stand by idly, and she tossed Sky Split at the old man at the same time that Yang Yi had attacked. Sky Split instantly arrived before the old man, and it was even slightly faster than Yang Yi. The old man was astounded. Even he felt his heart palpitate before the energy contained within the spear. He didn't dare collide directly with it and intended to dodge it. However, two terrifying waves of intent suddenly pressed down upon him. The old man was horrified. Bang! Sky Split slammed against the old man's chest and blasted him flying. However, Sky Split wasn't able to pierce through the old man because a ray of golden light had surged out from him at the critical moment. That golden light had stopped Sky Split. Meanwhile, the old man had just heaved a sigh of relief when his pupils suddenly constricted and his hairs stood on end. At the same time, he swiftly turned around and slapped his palm forward. Bang! As soon as his palm moved forward, a fist instantly arrived before it and slammed against it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded as the old man's figure flew backwards. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly appeared behind him, and her spear swept against his back. Bang! The old man's eyes opened wide as his figure crashed down to the ground, and his fate was unknown. Yang Yi was just about to launch another attack when the space high above him suddenly split apart, and then a huge palm stretched out from within the crack and slapped down towards him. Is White Deer Academy filled with such shameless people? If one fails, a group comes. If a group fails, then the old comes. If the old fails, then an even older one comes? As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. He sheathed an intense sword within it before swiftly drawing it. 80 overlapped heaven rends. Oem! A sword howl shot up into the sky as a beam of sword energy tore through the air and smashed against the huge palm. A moment of silence ensued before the palm exploded into bits. Yang Yi, my law faction underestimated you a little. A voice resounded in the sky. Yang Yi paid no attention to the voice, and he just turned around to look at the old man who was lying there on the ground. He flicked a strand of sword energy over, and the old man's head was instantly separated from his body. Yang Yi turned around and looked at Shi Wuxian. String up their heads. How can we go empty-handed to White Deer Academy? We'll give them a great gift. Chapter 1078. Shi Wuxian's expression changed when he heard Yang Yi. Isn't that a little too overbearing? That's exactly what I want. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. He wasn't a fool, so he naturally wouldn't do something meaningless. There was no chance of reconciliation between him and the law faction, and even if he wanted to, he would only be asking for insult by suggesting it. Besides that, the law faction's strength far surpassed Ocean of Clouds Academy, so it would have no chance of surviving if they went to war with the law faction. Under such circumstances, he had to get help. Who was that help? It was naturally the scholarly faction. The scholarly faction was at odds with the law faction, so the only way to resist the law faction was to join forces with the scholarly faction. But Ocean of Clouds Academy was weak, so was it qualified to join forces with the scholarly faction? It wasn't. Now, he was creating that qualification. Shang Yunqi was from the scholarly faction, so Ocean of Clouds Academy was a branch of the scholarly faction in the eyes of the scholarly faction. That was exactly why it had been constantly protecting Ocean of Clouds Academy throughout these years. So, killing members of the law faction could be considered as an internal matter of White Deer Academy in the end. Thus, It would only infuriate the law faction and not the scholarly faction. It was even to the extent that he believed many in the scholarly faction would be happy to see the law faction suffer. In short, the stronger he was, the greater value he had, and the greater the chances that the scholarly faction would protect both him and Ocean of Clouds Academy. This was how the world was. If you were worth it, then others would naturally invest in you. Whether reality was cruel or not depended on one's own ability. Shu Shin glanced at Yang Yi and said, I feel like I'm growing bolder and bolder while I'm by your side. He turned around and walked away as he spoke, and it didn't take long for him to string up the 20 heads. Law faction, aren't you very ruthless? Let's see who's the most ruthless now. Yang Yi didn't choose to fly, and he just left Shiwu Shun and in Nanjing through the streets towards the teleportation formation. Eldest young miss. He's a madman. The gray-robed old man's voice was trembling slightly, because not only had Yang Yi killed the members of the law faction, he was even doing such a thing. He clearly intended to infuriate the entire law faction. Moreover, no one in history had even humiliated the law faction like this. The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi's vanishing figure for a long time, and then she said, Elder Qi, send someone to Pine Prefecture and gather every single bit of information about him. We know too little about him. The gray-robed old man nodded lightly. They'll get it done well. But are you really going to accept those bets? She spoke solemnly. Yes, the sooner the better. As for the funds, I can gather 100,000 violet crystals. But that's probably far from sufficient. Send a message to my younger sister and father and tell them that I need their help. Since we can't use the group's funds, then we'll use our own. If we win, Father will be able to maintain his position as the president for another 20 years at least. Elder Qi hesitated. But if we lose, there's no reward without risk. She continued, give 500 extreme-grade energy stones each as compensation to the family of all the deceased. Moreover, all the branches under my management are to reject the students from White Deer Academy. Besides that, notify my father about what happened here and ask him to hold a meeting with the elders. Tell him to pressure White Deer Academy, and it's best if they decide to fully ban students of White Deer Academy from our Cloud Merchant Group. They'll do it right away. Elder Qi turned around and left. The woman gazed at the direction Yang Yi had left towards, and she spoke softly, if you win, my family will prosper, and he'll give you a great gift in return. And Nanjing walked by Yang Yi's side without a shred of emotion on her face. As for Shiwu Shen, who was on Yang Yi's right, the corners of his mouth were twitching incessantly because he was dragging 20 heads along with him. All along the way, countless gazes were sizing him up incessantly, and it made him feel absolutely uncomfortable. Suddenly, someone in the surrounding crowd shouted, Those are students from White Deer Academy. Clamorous noise immediately swept through the surroundings. After that, another person's voice resounded. It really is students of White Deer Academy. The one's head belongs to an outer court disciple called Tan Feng. I know him because we participated in White Deer Academy's recruitment test together. Why has he been beheaded? That three-eared head belongs to Ming Jian. I've been to White Deer Dimension in the past, and I met him there. Why has he? All of them seem to be from White Deer Academy's law faction. Astounded voices resounded incessantly throughout the surroundings, and it didn't take long for their gazes to descend onto Yang Yi. Who exactly are those fellows? They actually dare to insult the law faction like this? Are they tired of living? Fool. Since they dared to do that, they naturally have something to rely on. I just wonder which power they are from. The Nether Pavilion? The Martial Sect? The Devil Path? The Evil Faction? Those powers do possess the strength to look down on White Deer Academy, but they don't seem to be from any of those powers. Are they members of the four great clans? Why guess blindly? They clearly seem like they are heading to White Deer Dimension. Wouldn't we be able to find out if we follow them? Let's go. Just like that, more and more were following behind Yang Yi's group. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to reach the teleportation platform. This time, they didn't encounter any problems. It didn't take long after they walked into the teleportation formation for a ray of blue light to surge out from the formation and envelop them. In an instant, they vanished from the platform. White Deer Dimension. White Deer Dimension was an independent dimension that the experts of White Deer Academy had established. It was as huge as Pine Prefecture, and a few billion lived here. Besides a few diamond rank powers, most diamond rank powers established their own independent dimension and then allowed countless people to live there. The objective behind this was naturally to foster geniuses. Everyone's sect and clan needed talented individuals, and it needed an unending supply of talented individuals to guarantee its prosperity and avoid falling into decline. So, besides fighting for resources, the various powers throughout the Radiant Dimension fought for talented individuals. If they were to fight for such talented individuals in the Central Divine Prefecture, then it would definitely throw the entire prefecture into chaos. So, many diamond rank powers established their own independent dimensions and fostered their own geniuses. In that way, they could avoid fighting others for these geniuses, and it made the people who lived here have a sense of belonging. After quite some time passed, Yang Yi slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, he was on a teleportation platform, and a city stood before him. White Deer City. It belongs to White Deer Academy. Shiwushan said, "We have to pass through that city and Ascension Mountain to get to White Deer Academy." Ascension Mountain is a path of trials, and it's used as a test by White Deer Academy. Any resident of White Deer Dimension that passes through Ascension Mountain has a chance to join White Deer Academy. It can be said that it's a path for the residents of White Deer Dimension to ascend, because their destiny would be changed if they are able to pass through it. Yang Yi glanced at Shiwushan and said, "You know quite a bit about White Deer Academy, huh?" Shiwushan shook his head. "Since I decided to come here with you, how could I not make any preparations? Right? That city is covered by a formation that was set up by an emperor. Even saints can't fly in the city. Actually, I should say that it's impossible to fly throughout White Deer Dimension. So, we have no choice but to walk there." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Let go and take a look at the so-called geniuses of the Law faction." Yang Yi had just finished speaking when a few figures suddenly shot out from the city. They were extremely swift, and it only took them 2 breaths of time to traverse 3 kilometers and arrive before Yang Yi's group. There were 3 men and 2 women in the group. Moreover, one of the women was that exact same woman that Yang Yi and the others hadn't killed at Sky Capital City earlier. The 5 of them glanced at Yang Yi's group, and then their gazes descended onto the string that Shiwushan was holding. Their gazes moved along the string to the area behind Shiwushan, and their faces turned gloomy when they saw the 20 bloody heads that were tied to it. The man who led the group gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You're Yang Yi, right? Needless to say, we really did underestimate you. We didn't just underestimate your strength, we underestimated your courage as well." Yang Yi gazed at the man and said, "And you'll pay for what you've done." The man stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, "My Law faction has sent experts to Pine Prefecture. Don't worry, we won't attack Ocean of Clouds Academy and City before you die. However, we'll make all of them accompany you once you're dead. What do you think? We're kind to you, right? Ha ha ha. We'll be waiting for you in the academy." He intended to leave after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Yang Yi's voice resounded abruptly. "Did I say you can leave?" Yang Yi had just finished speaking when Sky Split suddenly left in Nanjing's grasp. It transformed into a ray of light that instantly stabbed into the man's chest, and then it took his figure flying and nailed him against the walls of White Deer City. The man's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. Had never imagined that he would die just like that from speaking a few words. Shiwushan shook his head. "That's what you get for trying to put on a show of strength. Now you're dead, huh?" The other 4 were shocked, and they were about to flee. However, Yang Yi and Nanjing took a step forward simultaneously, and then 2 waves of terrifying intent surged out from within them and enveloped the other 4 students. One of the women in their group immediately slumped down to the ground beneath the pressure from these 2 types of intent. Meanwhile, a few rays of light flashed. Hiss, 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 hiss. Their heads were instantly severed from their bodies and rolled off to the side. Yang Yi gazed at Shiwushan. "String them up." Shiwushan glanced at Yang Yi and said, "Both of you are crazy." He started to string their heads up while he spoke. Yang Yi paid no attention to Shiwushan, and he just looked up towards the sky for a moment before he said, "White Deer Academy. Yang Yi am here. His voice was enhanced by profound energy, so it swept towards the surroundings like a thunderclap. A moment of silence ensued. Swish, swish, swish. Countless rays of light appeared in the sky, and they shot through the sky and flashed towards Yang Yi's group. Even if they were very far away, Yang Yi and the others could still sense their formidable auras with absolute clarity. They're coming at us for real now. Shiwu Shun had a solemn expression on his face. Chapter 1079. It didn't take long for a few hundred cultivators in gray robes to arrive outside the city. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto the saber-wielding man who led the group. Because he was a saint, an innate saint, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. They're finally getting serious? Right. If they continue sending outer court students like the students from before, then wouldn't the law faction's higher-ups be fools? You're Yang Yi? The man who held a saber in his hand gazed at Yang Yi. Imzwashang, the head student of the outer court. Yang Yi asked, one of the students from your outer court said that your law faction has sent its forces to Pine Prefecture. I'd like to know if that's true? Is it? Zwashang continued, but we've summoned them back. Since my law faction has agreed to compete with your Ocean of Clouds Academy, it would naturally not go back on its word. Of course, we won't spare Ocean of Clouds Academy and City if you die. So, it's in your best interest to keep yourself alive. But it seems like you don't have the ability to do so. Yang Yi glanced at Zwashang and the others. Are all of you going to come at us at once? Or will you fight us one-on-one? Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Who does he think he is? Zwashang, don't waste your breath on him and just kill him. If you don't, then I will. That's the best joke I've ever heard. They intend to fight all of us by themselves? Who does he think he is? An expert ranked in the top 10 of the martial rankings? How laughable. There's no need to wait 2 days. Let's deal with him right now. If we don't make him pay for killing members of our outer court, then those fellows from the scholarly faction would probably ridicule us. Kill him. Countless students behind Zwashang started shouting. However, Zwashang remained silent. He was sizing up Yang Yi and in Nanjing incessantly. At his level of strength, he was able to instinctively sense people or things that were a threat to him. At this moment, Yang Yi and in Nanjing felt extremely dangerous to him. He knew that the information which came from Pine Prefecture wasn't accurate. Yang Yi wasn't weak, and he was extremely strong instead. Yang Yi chuckled and took a step forward. Didn't you law faction speak about killing me? Didn't it want to show me how powerful it is? Come on. Let me see exactly what sort of trash fills the law faction. How could they endure what Yang Yi had said? They immediately disregarded Zwashang and charged at Yang Yi like madmen. Jinger, keep that fellow busy. As soon as he spoke, and Nanjing stomped her right foot against the ground and shot forward. Zwashang's eyes narrowed slightly, and then a wisp of ferocity flashed through them as he swung the saber in his grasp. Clang! The spear and saber collided, and an explosion rumbled like a thunderclap. After that, Zwashang took around 10 steps back while Nanjing didn't move at all. Moreover, Nanjing had even charged forward again while he moved backwards, and she appeared in front of him. A ferocious expression instantly covered Zwashang's face. Bring it on! As soon as he spoke, he shot forward and entered into combat with Nanjing. Meanwhile, a cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he watched the other outer court students charge towards him, and then a blue sword chest appeared on his back. Oem! A moment later, a sword howl shot into the air, and it seemed like it would tear the world apart. After that, over 3,000 rays of light shot out from the sword chest and entered the group of outer court students. Hiss! 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 Sword energy suffused the surroundings while countless rays of light formed crosses that flashed through the air. Not to mention cultivators, even space was sliced apart with ease before these rays of light. In an instant, countless shrill cries resounded within world erase. However, there were still some students charging out of the slaughter formation and towards Yang Yi. Shiwu Shin tightened his grip on his spear, and then his figure shot forward and attacked them. Yang Yi paid no attention to them and continued controlling the saint-rank swords to kill everything before him. In less than 3 breaths of time, over 100 had died. Stop! Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from the sky, and then an old man appeared here. The old man waved his right hand, and the saint-rank swords instantly froze on the spot before all of them exploded into pieces. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness arose within them. The old man was a high-rank saint at the very least, and he was no ordinary high-rank saint. The old man glanced coldly at Yang Yi, and then he slapped his palm towards the other side. And Nanjing's expression instantly changed while she fought Wushang, and her spear which was stabbing towards Wushang suddenly turned and stabbed towards her right. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Sky Split shook, and Nanjing was blasted backwards. She moved almost 1 kilometer back before she could finally stop herself. Yang Ye's face fell, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. A moment later, an intense sword condensed within his grasp, and then he sheathed it and drew it swiftly. OM! A ray of sword energy shot forward. It was 70 overlapped heaven rings. The old man's face fell when he saw Yang Yi draw his sword, and then a wisp of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw that ray of sword energy. You have some ability indeed, but you overestimate your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man stretched his right hand forward and made a grabbing motion. In an instant, Yang Ye's sword energy exploded into pieces. However, the powerful force within it pushed the old man around 10 steps back. Suddenly, a Nanjing appeared in front of the old man, and then she stabbed Sky Split forward. The old man's eyes narrowed slightly while a wisp of gloominess flashed within them. Fuck off! He slapped his palm forward at the exact same moment that he finished speaking. Bang! Sky Split shook violently while a Nanjing was blasted over 30 m back. On the other hand, the old man's palm had cracked apart slightly, and blood was seeping out of the cracks. You're courting death. The old man's face instantly turned fierce when he saw himself getting injured, and he was about to attack. But his eyes suddenly opened wide because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared behind him, and then a sword arrived at his nape. The old man's reaction wasn't slow. His figure moved slightly to the side and avoided the tip of the sword, and then he launched a backhand slap at Yang Ye's stomach. Yang Yi took around 10 steps back, and then he shot forward again. Meanwhile, the sword in his grasp had been exchanged for the Herculean sword, and he swung it down at the old man. This swing caused the space around the old man to split apart. A wisp of shock flashed through the old man's eyes. His body is that terrifying? He was actually fine from taking a palm of mine directly? The contempt in the old man's eyes faded slightly, and it was replaced with slight seriousness. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he twisted his palms and slapped them upwards. In an instant, 2 waves of energy surged out from his palms and slammed against Yang Ye's sword. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded throughout the surroundings, and then the space there instantly collapsed but took less than a breath to be restored. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing were locked in combat with the old man. Their movements were too swift to the point that besides Wushang, no one else could see their battle clearly. All they saw was 3 blurry shadows floating about, and then space cracked, collapsed, and recovered from time to time. At this moment, shock filled the eyes of all the students from White Deer Academy's outer court. Because the old man was an instructor of the outer court, and he was a high-rank saint. Moreover, he was one who hadn't relied on any external forces to attain his current cultivation. So not to mention in White Deer Academy, he was a first-rate figure even in the outside world. But at this moment, Yang Yi and Nanjing were actually able to fight him equally. What did that mean? It meant that Yang Yi and Nanjing's strength far surpassed them. It meant that Yang Yi and Nanjing hadn't come to White Deer Academy to give their lives away. They actually possessed sufficient strength. Bang! Space instantly collapsed, and then Yang Yi and Nanjing and the old man split apart. At this moment, the old man had an extremely fierce expression on his face, and there were injuries from both a sword and spear on him. He hadn't expected that had actually been publicly injured by 2 ants at the half-saint realm. Since both of you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. The old man roared furiously and was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword, and a beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath towards the old man. It was 80 overlapped heaven rins. Moreover, they'd been enhanced by void rank sword intent. The sword energy tore through the air and arrived before the old man. The old man's face turned grim because the strength of the sword energy was much greater than before. He didn't dare act carelessly, and he waved his hands and made the spirit energy in the surroundings surge into him. After that, he slapped both his palms towards Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the ground and space here instantly cracked apart, and then the old man was blasted backwards. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared behind the old man and slammed his fist towards the old man's back. The old man's pupils constricted when he noticed the fist behind him, and he forcefully twisted his figure and slammed his fist against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! Their fists collided, and the old man was blasted back again. Meanwhile, Nanjing appeared behind him, and then she stabbed Skysplit forward. It was swift like a bolt of lightning, and coupled with the fact that the old man was being pushed back by the force of Yang Yi's punch, he wasn't able to dodge at all. However, he forcefully twisted his body and caused the spear which was about to stab his heart to stab his left shoulder instead. Bang! The old man's figure flew forward along with Skysplit stuck in his shoulder. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked the old man's stomach. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from the old man's mouth as he crashed against the ground, causing the entire area to quake. Once Yang Yi descended to the ground, his figure flashed over to the old man, and then he stomped his foot down towards the old man's head. Suddenly, the space above them was torn open, and then a ray of light shot out from there and struck Yang Yi's chest. Bang! Yang Yi was blasted flying, and Nanjing's expression changed slightly. Her figure flashed and appeared behind Yang Yi, and then she stretched out her hand to stop him from flying further. However, the force of the attack had been so strong that both of them were still pushed around 30 m back before they finally stopped moving. Yang Yi wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth, and then he looked up towards the sky and spoke fiercely. What? Can't accept defeat? His voice had been enhanced by profound energy, and it rumbled like a thunderclap through White Deer Dimension. Chapter 1080. My law faction can naturally accept defeat. A voice resounded from the sky. It can? Yang Yi roared with laughter. The voice resounded once more. What are you laughing for? I'm laughing about how laughable that was. Yang Yi looked up at the sky and spoke fiercely. Your law faction can accept defeat? Don't you think that's laughable? Since I arrived at the Central Divine Prefecture, your law faction has been ceaselessly coming and looking for trouble with me. First it was the young, but when the young failed, you used numbers. When numbers failed, the old came instead. When even the old failed, even older fellows came in their place. Is that what you consider as being able to accept defeat? Do you have any shame? Do all of you have any shame? How presumptuous! The voice reverberated like a thunderclap, and even space shook before it. It was a shocking scene. Presumptuous? Yang Yi chuckled. Your law faction has a bunch of high-ranked saints, while my Ocean of Clouds Academy has nothing. We really can't afford to offend you. Why don't we just cancel the competition? My Ocean of Clouds Academy will just admit defeat, all right? Your law faction will be considered the winner. I'm serious, you're the winner. Let's not waste more time, all right? As soon as they heard Yang Yi, unsightly expressions instantly arose on the faces of all the students from the law faction. The outer court instructor had quite the unsightly expression on his face as well, but it was mostly gloominess which covered his face. If that expert from the inner court hadn't lent him a hand just now, then he would have almost died. Suffering such humiliation before the students of the outer court was definitely the worst humiliation Head suffered in his lifetime. Most importantly, he could dream of maintaining his position as outer court instructor after this incident. A long time passed before the void in the sky resounded again. My law faction is naturally able to accept defeat, but you seem to have forgotten that our competition is in 2 days, right? Since it's in 2 days, then why have you killed the students of my law faction? Do you know that if it wasn't for the competition, I would have killed you by now? You should be grateful. I finally found someone more shameless than you. Shi Wuxian shook his head. Yang Yi laughed coldly and said, So you know it's in 2 days? Then I really don't understand why your law faction students came here to kill me today. All right, we're enemies, so there's nothing wrong with coming to kill me. But what I want to say is that can you send stronger students? Stop wasting my time with trash, all right? The outer court students were furious when they heard Yang Yi. Yang Yi, what are you getting cocky about? This is White Deer Academy and not a remote backland like Pine Prefecture. Don't even think about being complacent because you have some strength. My law faction has plenty of people who can deal with you. How laughable. I've never seen such an ignorant and arrogant person. Yang Yi, who do you think you are? Do you think that you're on the martial rankings? Not to mention the martial rankings. You're even inferior to our head student. You aren't even a saint after cultivating for so long. So what right do you have to be so complacent? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? People from a lousy place like Pine Prefecture act just like nouveau riches. They're absolutely ignorant. They think they're invincible because they have some strength. How laughable and sad. Yang Yi chuckled. He took 2 steps forward and gazed at them as he said, All of you aren't trash? Then why don't you step forward and fight me? All of their expressions turned unsightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, If you don't dare to fight me in single combat, then how about all of you fight us together? We only have 3 on our side. 3 against all of you. Do you dare or not? This time, even Zhuashang's expression was quite unsightly. He wasn't very sure how strong Yang Yi was, but he was very well aware of Nanjing's strength. Even though he was a realm higher than in Nanjing, he wasn't confident at defeating her at all. While they'd only fought for a moment earlier, he was very well aware how terrifying she was. Once he was locked in battle, the others of the outer court would only be slaughtered by Yang Yi and Shi Wuxian. If that instructor hadn't acted earlier, then the outer court students would have been annihilated by now. What? Cat got your tongues? Yang Yi glanced at them and said, All of you aren't trash, right? Come prove it. Yang Yi suddenly started laughing at this point. Actually, all of you don't have to be scared at all. Because even if you're trash, you still have instructors, elders, and various others who are stronger standing behind you. Would all of you even die while you have their protection? You won't. All of you will be completely fine while they are there for you, right? Anyone with a little bit of pride would be unable to endure being insulted to their face. So, one of the students immediately howled furiously, They'll fucking fight you to the death. As soon as he finished speaking, he charged towards Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through Yang Yi's eyes, and then he vanished on the spot. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a figure moved backwards repeatedly. It wasn't that student but Yang Yi. Yang Yi finally stopped after being pushed back almost 300 m, and there was a palm print on his chest. A Nanjing appeared by Yang Yi's side, and there was undisguised killing intent in her eyes. I can't stand the sight of this any longer. Suddenly, an old man in a line robe and sandals appeared here. He looked up to the sky and said, Hey, old geezers from the law faction, did all of you send invitations far and wide so that the powers of the Central Divine Prefecture can watch all of you bully juniors? Of course, that has nothing to do with me. But if you invited us here to watch you bully juniors, then I'm going back to my sect. A moment of silence ensued, and then the voice resounded again. Outer court students, return to the academy. No one is allowed to leave the academy without orders. Yang Yi, my law faction won't bully you. If you have the ability, then feel free to kill them 2 days from now. But don't worry, you definitely won't have the chance. Let's go. Zhuashang glanced at Yang Yi's group, and then he turned around and left. The other outer court students hurriedly followed after him. Thank you, senior. Yang Yi cupped his fists to the old man. The old man sized up Yang Yi and in Nanjing, and then he said, I have to say, it's difficult to imagine how both of you are from Pine Prefecture. Both of you aren't bad. He suddenly gazed at Shi Wuxian at this point, and his gaze stopped on Shi Wuxian for a moment before he said, You're not really bad as well. Shi Wuxian glanced at the old man and remained silent. Meanwhile, the old man continued, Unfortunately, all of you won't live for long. Yang Yi frowned. What do you mean? The old man glanced at him and said, The Law faction invited countless people to watch the competition. Why did they do that? I don't know their true objective. However, I know that they will absolutely not allow the three of you to win, and they will absolutely not allow the three of you to survive. Otherwise, wouldn't they be bringing humiliation to themselves? Yang Yi fell silent. Actually, Head thought of that when he found out that the Law faction had invited many to watch the competition, but he had no other choice. No matter how dangerous it was, he still had to come. Actually, White Deer Academy is bringing about its own demise. The old man shook his head. White Deer Academy was absolutely brilliant all those years ago, but because of an internal split and internal strife, it has been in a constant decline. All right, that's enough of nonsense. The old man's figure shook slightly and vanished on the spot. Once the old man left, Yang Yi and the others fell silent. A short while passed before Yang Yi gazed at Shu Shen. Actually, it really isn't necessary for you to join in. Shu Shen laughed bitterly. You don't really think that I'm a burden, right? Don't worry, you don't have to care about me if we really get into a battle. I'll deal with everything myself. Yang Yi shook his head and spoke seriously. To be honest, even I'm not confident in our chances in the battles we're about to face. I'm sure you heard the old man. Those fellows might disregard the rules when dealing with us. Shu Shen pondered deeply for a short while and said, The blood of White Deer Academy's students are already on my hands. Now, I have no choice but to stay with you until the end. Otherwise, they'll probably make up an excuse to kill me as soon as I leave. Yang Yi gazed at Shu Shen for a short while before he said, I don't know why your father made you come with me, but since we're a group now, then let's work together properly. Shu Shen looked Yang Yi in the eyes. Don't worry, I hold no ill intent towards you. I can swear on my soul. Yang Yi replied, I don't think that you would. I just feel like you might really die if you continue staying by my side. Shu Shen chuckled. Do you know? I used to be like a coward in the Central Divine Prefecture. I didn't dare to do this and that. Why? Because I was afraid. I was afraid of causing trouble. It was truly a life full of grievance. Even though I'm always filled with anxiety while I'm with you, at least it's not a grieving. Yang Yi nodded. Don't worry, they'll definitely bury you if you die. Shu Shen was speechless. Suddenly, a figure shot out from White Deer City, and it didn't take long for the figure to arrive in front of Yang Yi's group. Fang Yun. Yang Yi was slightly surprised when he saw the figure's appearance, because it was Fang Yun from the scholarly faction whom had met at Ocean of Cloud City that day. Fang Yun gazed at Yang Yi. You really came? Yang Yi replied, What else? Fang Yun took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi. Come with me to the city. Yang Yi nodded, and their group entered the city by Fang Yun's side. Fang Yun led them to a pavilion called the Immortal Cloud Residence. Two white-robed men immediately greeted them when they entered the pavilion. One of them asked, He's Yang Yi? Fang Yun nodded. Let's forget about sleeping tonight and stand on guard. Both of them glanced at Yang Yi, nodded, and then walked out. Yang Yi noticed that over 100 people had suddenly appeared all around the pavilion, and their auras were extremely thick. They were clearly not weaklings. Fang Yun turned around to gaze at Yang Yi. Rest at ease and recuperate in the next 2 days. No one will disturb you. He turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. Yang Yi asked, Is the group from Thousand Crane sect in the city, or are they in the academy? Fang Yun stopped and said, They are in Incense Pavilion to the south of the city. Do you know them? Yang Yi nodded. Fang Yun glanced at Yang Yi, and then he turned around and left. Shu Shen spoke solemnly. Something is really off about White Deer Academy. Something huge is definitely about to happen. Yang Yi nodded. Head noticed that the atmosphere was slightly off as well. A short while passed before he shook his head and said, Let's not concern ourselves with that. Just recuperate well. We have a difficult battle ahead. And Nanjing and Shu Shen nodded. Late at night, Yang Yi left Immortal Cloud Residence. Everything went smoothly with the sword domain and laws of darkness to conceal himself, and he didn't alarm anyone. Yang Yi arrived at Incense Pavilion, and he swept the surroundings with his divine sense. It didn't take long for him to vanish on the spot. In a room within Incense Pavilion, Xiao Yushi was seated cross-legged on the bed with her eyes closed. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and there was another person in her room. She was about to attack when that person suddenly said, "There's a mole below your chest. Besides that, there's a small scar a few centimeters beneath your stomach. It's around the size of an index finger. You cut yourself when you lost concentration while cultivating, and you didn't remove it to remind yourself that you can't be careless in the future. As for your inner thigh, there's—" "Shut up," Xiao Yushi suddenly shouted furiously, and her eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Chapter 1081. Xiao Yushi stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and there was a sheathed saber in her grasp. Yang Yi gazed at her in silence. They just gazed at each other for a while before Xiao Yushi spoke solemnly. "Who are you?" Yang Yi replied, "You're my wife. So who do you think I am? Do you want to die?" Xiao Yushi's eyes narrowed slightly. Yang Yi took a deep breath, walked over to Xiao Yushi, and said, "Do you remember the past?" She gazed at him for a long time and said, "I don't." A wisp of pain flashed through Yang Yi's eyes. "Something definitely happened to you. Yushi, I'm sorry. I really shouldn't have let you leave that day." Swish. Xiao Yushi's saber suddenly left its sheath, and then a saber was pressed against Yang Yi's throat. She gazed coldly at him and said, "Let me repeat it again. I don't know you." Yang Yi looked her straight in the eyes. "Then tell me why I know all those secrets about you." Xiao Yushi's eyes had killing intent in them. "That's exactly what I want to know. Since you don't remember the past, then allow me to tell you. You were my wife." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, Xiao Yushi suddenly swung her saber. Clang! Yang Yi took a few steps back, and there was a red mark on his throat. A wisp of shock flashed through her eyes when she saw that her saber hadn't been able to pierce through Yang Yi's skin. Obviously, she hadn't expected his physical defenses to actually be that strong. Yang Yi touched the red mark on his throat and said, "I never imagined that you would try to kill me one day. But I don't blame you. Don't worry, it'll help you recover your memories." "I'm afraid you won't have the chance to do that." Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi recognized that voice because it belonged to that elder from before, Lin Yuan. Yang Yi walked out of the room. Lin Yuan was looking coldly at him, and there were 3 other women by her side. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, "Your boldness exceeds my expectations. I never expected you to chase us all the way here." Yang Yi said, "Can we talk properly? Are you even worthy?" Lin Yuan spoke with disdain. "Let me tell you that someone is already pursuing Yushi, and that's Mo Yuntian. Do you know who Mo Yuntian is? He's a peerless genius who's ranked at the 35th position on the martial rankings. What about you? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to pursue Yushi? Can you know your own limitations?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm very happy that you are so protective of her, but this is between us, so can you let us deal with it ourselves? Yushi's business is my Thousand Crane Sect's business." Lin Yuan spoke coldly, "She'll belong to Mo Yuntian soon. No one can change that." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't really like hearing what you just said." "So what?" Lin Yuan spoke with disdain. "A mere half-saint like you? Elder Lin." Suddenly, Xiao Yushi interrupted Lin Yuan and said, "This is between us. Let us deal with it ourselves." Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then he slowly relaxed his hand. "Yushi." Lin Yan's face fell. "I don't know who he is, and I don't want to know. All I want to tell you is that the union between you and Mo Yuntian isn't just related to you. It's related to our Thousand Crane Sect as well. Besides that, young Master Mo is passionate about you. So wouldn't he be hurt if he finds out that you were with another man?" "He would be hurt?" Yang Yi chuckled. "What the fuck does this have to do with him? I don't know where you're getting such confidence from to speak so arrogantly." Lin Yuan gazed at Yang Yi and said, "But you must realize that you're weaker than an ant when compared to him." Meanwhile, Lin Yuan suddenly gazed at Lin Yuan. "Elder Lin, I told you that this is between us. Do I not have the right to deal with my own personal matters?" Lin Yuan glanced at her and grunted coldly. "I hope you have some self-respect." She glanced coldly at Yang Yi before leading the 3 women away with her. Once Lin Yuan left, Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Yushi and said, "If it were in the past, you would have swung your saber at her for speaking like that to me." Xiao Yushi said, "I really don't recognize you." That's because you lose your memories. Yang Yi continued. Once I'm done here at White Deer Academy, they'll find a way to recover your memories. Besides that, you don't seem to be being treated well in that Thousand Crane sect. Xiao Yushi replied, That's my own business. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of her when he appeared again. Xiao Yushi was about to retaliate when Yang Yi's hands suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. In an instant, she was unable to move a muscle. Yang Yi gazed at her and said, Yushi, remember that your business is my business. I know that it's pointless to say this to you. However, you must remember that I'll always be there for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi released her and vanished on the spot. After he left Incense Pavilion, Yang Yi hadn't even gone far when a figure suddenly obstructed his path. It was none other than Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spoke coldly, I should have killed you in Sky Capital City. Yang Yi glanced at her, paid no attention to her, and walked around her. Meanwhile, her figure obstructed his path again. Don't. Her voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her. Lin Yuyan's expression changed slightly, and she was just about to attack. However, a terrifying wave of intent suddenly pressed down upon her, causing her figure to stiffen momentarily, and it was exactly that moment which allowed a palm to strike her right cheek. Slap. A resounding slap resounded through the silent night sky. Lin Yuan was blasted flying, but she hadn't gone far when Yang Yi appeared in front of her again, and Lin Yuan was still stunned as another slap struck her face. Slap. Lin Yuan was blasted flying again, and her figure finally stopped after flying almost 1 kilometer away. But she had only just stopped when Yang Yi suddenly appeared in front of her again. This time, she wasn't stunned as she had been, and she swiftly slapped her palm at Yang Yi when he appeared in front of her. Yang Yi didn't dodge it and allowed her palm to strike his chest. Bang! Her palm instantly shook upon striking Yang Yi's chest, but Yang Yi didn't move at all. Lin Yuan was astounded. Even though she had attacked in a hurry and hadn't been able to use her full strength, it wasn't weak to the extent of causing no harm. Is this fellow a dragon? Meanwhile, at the instant that she was stunned, Yang Yi raised his hand and slapped her again. Pooh! A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth as her figure was blasted flying again. In the end, she crashed heavily against the ground. She was just about to stand up when Yang Yi appeared in front of her again, and then he stomped her stomach, causing another mouthful of blood to spray from her mouth. Lin Yuan gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment. A saint like me is actually being crushed by a half-saint? Yang Yi looked down at Lin Yuan, and then he raised his right hand again. Lin Yuyan's expression changed, and she instinctively moved her head to the side. However, after waiting for a short while, Yang Yi's palm still hadn't struck her at all. A short while passed before she turned her head again to look at Yang Yi, and she spoke furiously, How dare you play tricks on me? Slap. Yang Yi slapped her again. You say I'm playing tricks on you if I don't hit you. Since it's like that, then I have no choice but to slap you so that you don't say I'm playing tricks on you. Pooh. Another mouthful of blood sprayed out from her mouth. No one knew if it was because of her injury or anger. Yang Yi looked down at her and said, I wanted to talk properly with you, but you seem to be unwilling. So, can we talk properly now? Lin Yuan stared fixedly at Yang Yi in silence. Can we? Yang Yi suddenly howled furiously. Lin Yuyan's delicate figure trembled as she gazed at the ferocious expression on Yang Yi's face, and she instinctively nodded. Isn't that better? Yang Yi continued, I intended to speak nicely to you, but you just had to refuse and force me to use such methods against you. All right, it's fine so long as you like it. Now, let me ask you a few questions. I hope you'll answer them truthfully. If you dare to lie to me, then I'll tear off your clothes and hang you outside the city gates. Right? They'll keep you alive, but you might want to die by then. Lin Yuyan's expression changed drastically, and there was terror in her eyes. Yang Yi asked, How did Xiao Yushi get to Thousand Crane sect? Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before she said, It was Martial Aunt Ding Lin who brought her. As for everything else, I know nothing. Yang Yi asked, Why has she lost her memories? Lin Yuan shook her head. Martial Aunt Ding Lin should know the reason. You can ask her. Yang Yi fell silent. He knew that Lin Yuan was probably not lying, and she didn't dare to do so as well. Ding Lin? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. I have no choice but to look for her if I want to find out why Yushi has lost her memories. Yang Yi lowered his head to gaze at Lin Yuan again. In the future, let Yushi deal with her own business, and don't be a busybody anymore. Understand? She just gazed silently at him. Did you hear me? Yang Ye's voice grew slightly louder, and Lin Yuan hurriedly nodded. Yang Yi slapped Lin Yuan's swollen face lightly, and then he turned around and looked towards the side. They'll give you face. As he spoke, Yang Yi released Lin Yuan and left. Xiao Yushi would definitely be put in a bad situation if he killed Lin Yuan. The important matter at hand for him was to deal with the matters at White Deer Academy. Once Yang Yi left, Xiao Yushi appeared in front of Lin Yuan, and she glanced at Lin Yuan before turning around and leaving. Lin Yuan stretched out her hand to touch her swollen face, and she had a furious expression on her face while resentment filled her eyes. No matter who you are, they'll definitely. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared in front of her, and he gazed at her and said, You'll definitely what? Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. Chapter 1082. Lin Yuan's face was absolutely unsightly right now. Meanwhile, Xiao Yushi, who was about to leave, had stopped, and she turned around to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to lightly slap Lin Yuan's left cheek, which was still normal, and he smiled. Actually, it's very normal for you to want to take revenge on me. Even I would do the same. Don't act like that. People might think that I'm bullying you. At this moment, Lin Yuan's delicate figure was trembling slightly while her face was pale. Coupled with her swollen right cheek, she really seemed absolutely pitiable. Yang Yi gazed at Lin Yuan and shook his head. In the past, saints were so high and mighty to me. But once I gained sufficient strength, I noticed that they are no different from ordinary people. They have emotions and fear death. Yang Yi turned around to look at Xiao Yushi at this point. Will you be affected by her death? I will. Xiao Yushi answered without the slightest hesitation. If it was in the past, you would have said no. Yang Yi turned around and walked away once he finished speaking. But he stopped once more after just taking 2 steps forward, and then he turned around to gaze at Lin Yuan. If I find out that you interfered in her freedom again, then he'll definitely strip you and hang you on the city walls. Right? You'll be alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi glanced at the sky while a slight smile arose on the corners of his mouth, and then he vanished beneath the veil of night. Who is he? Lin Yuan gazed at Xiao Yushi once Yang Yi left. She was no fool. Someone who could render her completely helpless, while only at the half-saint realm, was absolutely not an ordinary person. I don't know him. Xiao Yushi glanced at Lin Yuan and said, It's best if you don't offend him, because I think that he wasn't joking just now. Xiao Yushi left once she finished speaking. Lin Yuan clenched her fist as she stood there, and then she closed her eyes slightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Immortal Cloud Residence. Actually, if it was possible, he wanted to just kill Lin Yuan, because he didn't even have to think about it to know that she would definitely take revenge in the future. However, Xiao Yushi would definitely be in trouble if he killed Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan wasn't the only one who'd seen him with Xiao Yushi, and White Deer Academy wouldn't let him kill her either. He hadn't concealed his aura earlier, and had noticed that someone was watching him. But he paid no attention to that person because that person held no ill intent towards him. However, he knew that person would have definitely interfered if he tried to kill Lin Yuan. After all, it was White Deer Academy's territory, so where would it put its face if a member of the Thousand Cranes sect died here? Of course, if he really intended to kill Lin Yuan under such circumstances, then even the experts of White Deer Academy would have definitely been unable to stop him. However, was it necessary? That expert who was hiding in the shadows held no ill intent towards him, so it was clearly a member of the scholarly faction. It would truly be quite foolish to get in the scholarly faction's bad books for Lin Yuan. After all, in Yang Ye's opinion, killing Lin Yuan was something he could do any time. Yang Yi sat cross-legged on his bed, breathed in lightly, and then closed his eyes and recalled everything which had occurred today. The outer court instructor he fought with in Nanjing today was a saint, a high-rank saint, and that gray-robed old man from Cloud Merchant Group was a high-rank saint as well. But the gap between their strengths was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. What did that prove? It proved that realms of cultivation weren't the only standard to judge a person's strength by. The simplest example was a Nanjing and himself. They were only high-rank half-saints, but their strengths weren't even the slightest bit weaker to high-rank saints. Why? There were many reasons like combat techniques, intent, combat instinct, strength of the physical body, and various other factors. To put it in simpler terms, a person's strength couldn't be judged solely by the person's cultivation, it had to be judged based on every other aspect. This made him constantly remember to never underestimate someone at a lower realm of cultivation, just like Nether Maiden. She'd been an entire realm of cultivation lower than him at that time, yet her strength wasn't weaker to him at all. There was absolutely no lack of such geniuses in the Central Divine Prefecture, but had just never encountered them yet. However, he knew that he would be encountering them soon. Yang Yi remained silent on the bed for a long time, and then a golden fruit appeared in his grasp. It was an adamantium fruit. While he was in that world filled with savages, Yang Yi remembered how Shui Wanyang had said that the adamantium fruits were extremely beneficial to demon beasts but harmful to humans, because the physical bodies of humans couldn't endure the energy within adamantium fruits. Forcefully consuming them would be equivalent to exhausting the potential of the body, and even someone who possessed the physical body of a saint would definitely be unable to live for long after consuming it. He hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. His body wasn't inferior to a demon beast, so the side effects of the adamantium fruit probably didn't apply to him. The reason Head thought of the adamantium fruits was mainly because the backlash from absorbing stellar energy wasn't very effective at improving his body any longer. His body was clearly extremely important to him, because regardless of whether it was the Brink Laws or Heavenrend, they required a strong body. If he didn't possess his physical strength, then his overall strength would definitely drop by a few levels. So, Head decided to try consuming the adamantium fruits. After all, he had over 100 of them. As soon as he swallowed it, Yang Yi immediately felt like a ball of flames had appeared within him, and his entire body was hot. However, there wasn't any other effect besides that. It doesn't work? Yang Yi frowned. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide because blazing flames had actually arisen from him. That wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt like his meridians and bones were burning. It felt exactly like how it was when he used the Nether Ghost Flame to temper his body all those years ago. The difference was that the flames were much more terrifying than the Nether Ghost Flame. However, it still wasn't as painful as the backlash from absorbing stellar energy. Yang Yi gradually noticed that his body, meridians, and even bones seemed to be undergoing a transformation. Yang Yi was overjoyed by this discovery, because it proved that the adamantium fruit worked on him. However, only around an hour had passed before the flames on him had gradually dispersed, and the feeling of undergoing a transformation gradually vanished as well. Yang Yi frowned, and then he pondered deeply for a brief moment before swallowing another fruit. Just like that, whenever the effects of the previous fruit vanished, Yang Yi would immediately swallow another. In the blink of an eye, dawn had arrived, but he didn't stop there and continued his consumption of adamantium fruits. Meanwhile, his clothes had vanished, and his bare skin actually seemed like it was slowly shedding. If a Nanjing and the others were here, they would definitely be flabbergasted, because how terrifying was Yang Yi's physical body. After all, even a saint with a high-grade divine rank blade might not be able to slice off his skin. After around 6 hours passed, the skin on Yang Yi's upper body had fallen off, and it was replaced by a thin layer of light yellow skin. Time passed slowly. The skin on Yang Yi's lower body started to fall off, and he still hadn't stopped consuming the adamantium fruits. In over a day of time, Head consumed over 50 of them. If anyone else were to find out that he was eating adamantium fruits like this, and especially if it were the demon beasts, they would definitely kill him. Because adamantium fruits weren't supposed to be used like that. In the hall, a Nanjing sat on a chair with her eyes closed. Shiwu Shun was pacing up and down incessantly before her, and his face was covered in worry and anxiety. A short while passed before he gazed at a Nanjing and said, "It's only an hour away from dawn. What exactly is that fellow doing? Something better not have happened to him at a time like this, otherwise we would really lose face. And Nanjing opened her eyes and glanced at Xiwu Shen. He's cultivating. Cultivating? Xiwu Shen smacked himself on the forehead. Cultivating at a time like this? At a time like this? Does he realize what we have to do today? We have to fight those fellows from the law faction. Lots of people are going to be watching. We aren't just representing Ocean of Clouds Academy. We're representing Pine Prefecture as well. If we lose face this time, then no one from Pine Prefecture will ever be able to hold their head up high in the other prefectures. And Nanjing said, aren't you and I there to deal with it? The corners of Xiwu Shen's mouth twitched, and a short while passed before he laughed bitterly. Can you ask that fellow to stop cultivating for now? Meanwhile, Fang Yun walked into the hall. He glanced at Nanjing and Xiwu Shen before he said, Where's Yang Yi? Xiwu Shen replied, He's cultivating. Fang Yun frowned. Everyone is waiting for all of you now. And Nanjing pondered deeply for a moment, and then she turned around and went up the stairs. It didn't take long for her to arrive at Yang Ye's room. At this moment, the skin on Yang Ye's lower body was still shedding, and only the skin on his feet hadn't fallen off completely. She gazed at Yang Yi for quite a while before she turned around and left. It didn't take long for her to return to the hall. Xiwu Shen asked, Where's Yang Yi? And Nanjing flipped her palm, and Sky Split appeared in her grasp before she started walking towards the exit. Xiwu Shen was stunned, and then he hurriedly asked, Where are you going? And Nanjing replied, White Deer Academy. Xiwu Shen's face fell, and then he obstructed in Nanjing and said, You're going yourself? What about Yang Yi? He'll be there soon. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked around him and continued towards the exit. Xiwu Shen hesitated for quite some time on the spot, and then he took a deep breath and followed in Nanjing. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly stopped and looked at him. Don't come with me. Xiwu Shen replied, I'm not afraid of death. I'm afraid that you'll be a burden. And Nanjing's figure vanished on the spot once she finished speaking. Xiwu Shen was speechless. Chapter 1083. White Deer Academy. It was situated at the top of a towering mountain. If one looked up from the foot of the mountain, one could faintly see some building hidden between the clouds and mist. At the borders of the peak was countless pillars of water that surged down from above, like the Milky Way raining down from outer space. It was an absolutely magnificent scene. Besides that, there was a practically completely straight stairway at the center of the mountain, and it stretched for around 100 kilometers from the bottom to the top. That's Ascension Stairway. Fang Yun, who stood by in Nanjing's at the foot of the mountain, said, That's the final barrier, and the final test our White Deer Academy placed for the residents of White Deer Dimension. Ascend that stairway, and you'll ascend to the sky. Right? You can't rely on any treasures or profound energy. Of course, you wouldn't be able to anyway, because there's a formation on it, and it'll suppress your profound energy. It's a test of willpower. The path of cultivation is without end. So if one lacks willpower, then how could one become an expert? It's much worse than the tests of my endless devil sect. Xiwu Shen spoke with a solemn expression on his face. Not to mention that the stone stairway was long. It was practically straight, and one couldn't even utilize profound energy to ascend it. So, how could it not be terrifying? The worst was the inability to utilize profound energy. In other words, one would definitely die if one fell on the way up. Fang Yun said, It shouldn't be difficult for the both of you, right? Xiwu Shen puckered his lips and squeezed out a smile. It should not be too much of a problem. Fang Yun nodded. If even you think it isn't a problem, then it shouldn't be a problem for missing at all. Xiwu Shen's face darkened, and he glared at Fang Yun. Brother Fan, you'll have no friends if you speak like that. I was joking. Fang Yun smiled, and then he spoke seriously. Someone in my academy once used less than 100 breaths of time to ascend this stairway. That's the best result in the history of my academy. 100 breaths of time. Xiwu Shen's eyes opened wide. Are you joking? There was a trace of shock in Nanjing's eyes as well. 100 breaths of time? What did that mean? It meant that Head traversed the stairway like he was traversing flat ground. Fang Yun glanced at Xiwu Shen and said, "Do you think I have a reason to joke with you?" Xiwu Shen revealed a solemn expression on his face. Was he from the scholarly faction or the law faction? The scholarly faction, replied Fang Yun. Xiwu Shen immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Fang Yun added, "The Toon Drank used 109 breaths of time, and he's from the law faction. I should mention that he's also the #1 expert in the law faction's younger generation. Perhaps all of you might meet him later. Of course, the precondition is that you're sufficiently strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't pay any attention to all of you." Xiwu Shen's face stiffened. He was about to speak when Nanjing had started walking towards the stairway. Fang Yun seemed to become serious when she walked over. As soon as Nanjing stepped on the one step, the stone stairway seemed as if it had come to life, and it shook slightly before the character appeared in the sky. "It has begun." Fang Yun slowly clenched his fists. At the top of the mountain, there was a huge square before a pavilion, and an enormous arena was situated at the center of that square. On a stone platform behind the arena was two groups of people who were dressed differently. The group on the left wore moon white robes, and the group on the right wore gray robes. Besides that, the guests which the law faction had invited to watch the competition were seated on the stone platform to the right of the arena. When the character appeared in the sky, one of them suddenly said, "Someone is ascending the stairs." Everyone's gazes instantly shot towards the stairway. A black-robed old man on the guest platform suddenly looked at the old man in linen robes seated by his side. "I never expected that your martial sect would have actually come. I truly didn't expect this." The old man in linen robes said, "I never expected that your devil path would be here as well." The black-robed old man glanced at the platform with all the members of White Deer Academy and said, "The competition is just a smokescreen. Their internal strife is probably their true motive." White Deer Academy was so prominent while Xiao Wuqing was still here. At that time, not to mention your martial sect and my devil path, even the Nether Pavilion and the evil faction had to give them face. Yet now, TSK. The old man in linen robes said, "There's no thriving without experiencing decline." The black-robed old man chuckled. "Let's forget about that. In any case, we won't lose anything, and it would even be beneficial to us." The old man in linen robes nodded. The black-robed old man spoke abruptly. "Right? I heard that fellow, Shang Yunxi, from Ocean of Clouds Academy is dead, and it's a fellow called Yang Yi who has come this time?" The old man in linen robes nodded lightly. "I met them on my way here. Only 3 of them came this time. Are they here to give their lives away?" The black-robed old man shook his head. "It's an absolute waste of time. The law faction and scholarly faction should just have their showdown." The old man in linen robes replied, "Those 3 little fellows aren't as weak as you think." "Oh." A trace of interest appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes. "You, Wu Yuan, rarely think highly of anyone. Is there an innate saint amongst them?" "No, there isn't." The old man in linen robes continued, "I don't know what their true strengths are like, but based on the battle they had, they are extraordinary indeed. Especially that little girl with the spear. Unfortunately, I stopped them that day, so I wasn't able to witness her true strength. Now I'm quite interested." The black-robed old man said, "Why don't we make a bet?" "On what?" The linen-robed old man glanced at the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man replied, 50 breaths of time have passed. I bet that the person ascending the stairs will take at least 300 breaths of time. It'll be my win if it takes more than 300 breaths of time, and it's your win if it's below 300 breaths of time. All right?" The linen-robed old man asked, "What are we betting with?" 1,000 violet crystals. Do you dare or not?" The black-robed old man chuckled slyly. After all, one could be considered an outstanding genius by taking 300 breaths of time. He didn't think that such a genius existed in Pine Prefecture. Wu Yuan glanced at the sky, and he noticed that 90 breaths of time had passed now. He pondered deeply for a few breaths of time and said, "It's a deal." "All right. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, the black-robed old man's voice stopped abruptly because the numbers in the sky had stopped. At the same time, A woman appeared at the edge of the stairway. 100 breaths of time. 100 breaths of time. The expressions of everyone here had changed, and it even included the two old men who led the groups from the law faction and scholarly faction. Everyone gazed at the spear-wielding woman in the distance with disbelief in their eyes. The black-robed old man's face had stiffened, and his eyes were filled with shock. Meanwhile, the linen-robed old man had stood up, and his eyes were filled with shock as well. 100 breaths of time. What did that represent? The best result throughout the history of White Deer Academy was 100 breaths of time. Yet Shed actually tied with the best result in the history of White Deer Academy. Meanwhile, the number in the sky returned to 0 and started moving again. Someone else was ascending the stairway. Everyone simultaneously gazed at the stairway. At this moment, absolute silence filled the surroundings. Hanyu, want to bet again? Wu Yuan suddenly gazed at the black-robed old man. The corners of Han Ye's mouth twitched, and then he glanced at Nanjing before waving his right hand. A spatial ring appeared in front of Wu Yuan. I accept my loss. Wu Yuan chuckled as he took the spatial ring, and then he said, Want to continue? Han Yuan grunted coldly and remained silent. Wu Yuan smiled, and then he gazed at the stairway while the interest in his eyes grew stronger. It didn't take long for the timer to arrive at 100 breaths of time, but no one appeared at the top of the stairway. The members of White Deer Academy instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw this, especially the members of the Law faction. After all, if everyone could tie with the best results of White Deer Academy, then it would be a slap to their faces. Because besides Shang Yunx's betrayal, the reason they wanted to destroy Ocean of Clouds Academy was because its existence was an insult to White Deer Academy. Shang Yunxi had constantly led the students of Ocean of Clouds Academy to compete at White Deer Academy to prove that the geniuses from his academy weren't inferior to White Deer Academy. If everyone from Ocean of Clouds Academy could break the record, then where would they put their faces? Or it should be said that they were already on the verge of having nowhere to put their faces. The best result in the history of the Law faction had been 109 breaths of time, but this woman before them had succeeded in 100 breaths of time. Many people amongst the group from the Law faction had gloomy expressions on their faces. Conversely, the members of the scholarly faction gazed at Nanjing with warm gazes and smiles on their faces. As far as they were concerned, Shang Yunxi was from the scholarly faction, so Nanjing was actually from their scholarly faction as well. 200 breaths of time had passed, but there was still no one to be seen. It didn't take long for 300 breaths of time to pass. Han Ye's face became unsightly when no one arrived even after 300 breaths of time had passed. Wu Yuan shrugged. Han Yu, you can't blame me for this. It was you who refused. Han Ye's face grew even more unsightly. When 309 breaths of time passed, a figure finally crawled up from the stairway. It was Shiwushen, of course. After Shiwushen arrived, he laid weakly on the ground and started gasping for breath. Suddenly, the number in the sky started moving again. Someone else was ascending the stairway. However, because of Shiwushen, no one seemed as tense as they had been just now. Hanyu suddenly gazed at Wu Yuan and said, Wu Yuan, do you still want to make a bet? Let's bet 3,000 violet crystals this time. Wu Yuan asked, Do you have 3,000 violet crystals? We'll use other things as collateral, all right? Hanyu temper flared. Do you dare or not? Wu Yuan said, The same as before? Hanyu hesitated for a moment and said, 200 breaths of time. You win if it's less than 200 breaths of time, and I win if it's more than 200 breaths of time. All right? Wu Yuan pondered deeply for a short while and said, All right. Wu Yuan, you have balls. I, Hanyu, admire you. Hanyu roared with laughter. Suddenly, the numbers in the sky stopped abruptly at 61. Everyone here was stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi appeared at the top of the stairway. 61 breaths of time? Everyone here was stunned. Han Ye's eyes were opened wide as he pointed at the green-clothed man, and he seemed like he was frozen on the spot. Wu Yuan was stunned on the spot as well. He simply seemed like he was petrified. How presumptuous of you. You actually dared to cheat in my White Deer Academy? They'll kill you. Suddenly, the old man who led the group from the Law faction roared furiously, and then he slapped his right palm towards Yang Yi from afar. A huge energy palm flashed forward, and it emanated a terrifying aura that could obliterate the world as it smashed down towards Yang Yi. Chapter 1084. After his skin had finished shedding, Yang Yi immediately rushed over because he was afraid that something would happen to Nanjing and Shuushan. However, he hadn't expected someone to attack him as soon as he arrived. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he gazed at the gray-robed old man. Because he was that mysterious old man who'd attacked Yang Yi outside White Deer City that day. Yang Yi hadn't forgotten the old man's aura. He clenched his right fist and swung it forward. Divine Fist of Destruction. The gray-robed old man's attack shook violently before exploding into pieces, and Yang Yi took a few dozen steps back. The pupils of everyone in the surroundings constricted, and it was especially so for the members of White Deer Academy, because they were very well aware how strong the gray-robed old man was. That was exactly why they were shocked. Wu Yuan and Han Yu exchanged glances, and they saw a trace of shock in each other's eyes. As for Lin Yuan, she was completely dumbstruck. She'd been dumbstruck since the moment she saw Yang Yi, because she hadn't imagined that the man who'd humiliated her that day would have actually been Yang Yi who'd come from Pine Prefecture to challenge White Deer Academy. Xiao Yushi had a trace of shock in her eyes as well. Similarly, she hadn't expected that this fellow who called her his wife was actually Yang Yi. The gray-robed old man was instantly stunned when he saw his attack being blasted apart, and it didn't take long for shock to surge into his eyes. Even though Head merely used less than 30% of his strength because he was shocked, it was still not something that a half-saint could resist. It didn't take long for his shock to transform into undisguised, ghastly killing intent. The gray-robed old man was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly gazed at the Law Faction's group and said, "Law Faction, do you have any shame? Do you? Honor is something you fight for with the fist." The gray-robed old man grunted coldly and was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly condensed an intense sword and pointed it at the gray-robed old man. "Are you the one who'll be competing with my Ocean of Clouds Academy today? If you are, then I won't say anything. Let's start the battle right now. The heavens will decide which one of us lives." Interesting. Wu Yuan had a grin on the corners of his mouth. What a temper. Han Yu added, "He really does have a fiery temper. I just wonder what his strength is like." Wu Yuan's gaze descended onto the gray-robed old man. "I'd like to know how thick Luo Sen's skin is." The gray-robed old man called Luo Sen had an extremely gloomy expression on his face. He would naturally not say that he was the one who would be competing with Ocean of Clouds Academy, and it was impossible for him to compete with Yang Yi. What a joke. He was the dignified head elder of the Law Faction. Regardless of whether he won or lost, the world would ridicule him for fighting a half-saint in single combat. Luo San stared fixedly at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, "The reason I attack was because you cheated in my White Deer Academy. Such actions are an insult to my White Deer Academy, and it truly deserves death." "I cheated?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "I don't understand what you're saying. You still intend to keep that act up?" Luo San roared furiously. "Let me ask you a question. Did you come up through that stone stairway?" Yang Yi replied, "Didn't you see that for yourself?" Luo San questioned, "Then why were you able to reach the peak in such a short amount of time?" Yang Yi frowned. He still didn't understand what Luo San was talking about. Meanwhile, Shiwu Shun walked over to him and explained about the stone stairway. As soon as he finished speaking, Shiwu Shun moved close to Yang Yi and spoke softly, "Did you really not cheat?" Yang Yi immediately came to an understanding once he finished listening to Shiwu Shun. He disregarded Shiwu Shun's question, gazed at Luo Shen, and chuckled. "So the time it took me was too short. So you say that I cheated?" Yang Yi suddenly laughed coldly when he spoke up to this point. "How laughable. Not only are the students of your Law Faction useless and take more than 100 breaths of time to ascend those stairs, you can't even stand the sight of others being quicker. Do you have no shame? How presumptuous. You!" Luo San roared furiously. He was just about to say something when Yang Yi suddenly interrupted him and shouted with fury, You are the one who's being presumptuous. Since you think I cheated, why don't I do it again while all of you watch? If I didn't cheat, then you have to admit that your law faction is useless before everyone. Do you dare? If I cheated, then I'll take my own life. Do you dare or not? Luo Sen's face was unsightly to the extreme while terrifying killing intent arose around him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, My Ocean of Clouds Academy is only a minor power. In the end, we're still part of White Deer Academy, and Dean Shang's lifelong dream was to lead Ocean of Cloud Academy's students back to White Deer Academy. However, the law faction refused to allow it, and it even repeatedly sent experts to deal with us in Pine Prefecture. For the sake of protecting the academy, Dean Shang was even forced to detonate himself and take the law faction's experts down with him. Yang Yi paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, Fine. It was because we are weak, and it isn't your fault. Now, I've come here as agreed on behalf of Ocean of Clouds Academy. If I, Yang Yi, lost in a fair fight and was killed, I wouldn't resent you at all. However, your law faction hasn't fought me fairly, and it has been constantly using devious methods to try and kill me. Allow me to tell you that I look down on such actions. I look down on all of you. His voice rumbled like a thunderclap and resounded through the sky. The members of the law faction were exasperated when they heard Yang Yi, and one of their students leaped forward and arrived in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi, didn't you want a fair fight? They'll have a fair fight with you. He was about to attack while he spoke, but a figure suddenly appeared in front of him before he could even attack. After that, he felt extreme pain come from his stomach while blood sprayed from his mouth, and his figure was blasted flying. In the end, he crashed to the ground, and his figure twitched for a while before going completely still. He's been killed in an instant. How dare you? Luo Sen was livid, and he was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly chuckled. See? When the young fail, the old will act. Law faction, are you good for anything? Are you? Allow me to say something. Suddenly, the white-robed old man who led the group from the scholarly faction suddenly stood up and broke his silence. He sized up Yang Yi and nodded slightly to Yang Yi before he gazed at Luo Sen. Brother Luo, I'm sure you're very well aware if that child cheated earlier, and everyone here knows it very well as well. Why continue putting on a scene like a clown? Luo Sen laughed coldly, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and said, I just wanted to provide him with some guidance because he seemed not bad. Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate my kindness. That old fellow is even more thick-skinned than you. Shiwushin puckered his lips while disdain filled his eyes. The white-robed old man nodded. So that's why. I knew you, Luo Sen, were no thick-skinned and shameless person. So how could you have possibly tried to bully the young? Luo Sen's face twitched, and he glanced coldly at the white-robed old man before he said, Yun Xingzi, stop being sarcastic. Didn't he want a fair fight? All right, I'll give him a fair fight. Otherwise, he'll think that my law faction has no one capable. He gazed at Yang Yi at this point and said, Yang Yi, since you've come to participate in my White Deer Academy's competition, then you have to act according to the rules of my White Deer Academy. You have no problem with that, right? Of course not. Yang Yi smiled. In any case, I've already seen you act shamelessly and bully someone younger like me. So it doesn't matter if you act even more shamelessly after this. Luo Sen laughed coldly. According to the rules of my academy, the one round is an elimination round, and it'll continue until one side is annihilated or admits defeat. Do you have any problem with that? Yang Yi replied, None. Luo Sen continued, Since you have no problem, then let's begin. As soon as he spoke, he waved his right hand, and then 10 figures suddenly appeared in the arena. There were 8 men and 2 women amongst them. All of them were saints. 10 saints. How shameless! Shiwushin instantly started cursing. They only had 3 on their side, and all of them were half-saints. But the law faction had sent out 10 students, and all of them were saints. So they were clearly intending to act shamelessly. Shameless? Luo Sen laughed coldly. Your Ocean of Clouds Academy is weak, and so are the 3 of you. Is that our fault? Yang Yi glanced at those saints. Their auras were deep like an ocean. He had no doubt that they were no ordinary saints. But it was obvious because the Law faction was aware of his and in Nanjing's strength. So how could they possibly send weaklings to give their lives away? The Law faction clearly intended to annihilate them in this round of the competition. Yang Yi glanced at the old man from the scholarly faction, and the latter remained silent. Luosen grinned. Yang Yi, it's fine if you're afraid. Our Law faction isn't heartless. You just have to kneel below the arena, kowtow, and admit your mistakes to our Law faction, then we'll allow you to live. All right? There's no need to egg me on. Yang Yi continued. Since you're so desperate to kill us, then bring it on. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi flashed up into the arena. At the same time, and Nanjing and Shiwu Shun followed closely behind him. Good. Luosen laughed coldly. Yang Yi, you're brave. Don't worry, we'll keep your corpse intact. What's with all the crap? Yang Yi looked Luosen in the eyes. Stop wasting time, all right? Fury surged onto Luosen's face as he said, since you're in such a rush to die, I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Luosen waved his right hand, and a ray of dazzling white light erupted on the arena. The white light was like a barrier that covered the arena. At the same time, Yang Yi and the others' fields of vision warped, and it didn't take long for them to appear on a desolate plain. It's a pocket of space used as a battlefield, Shiwushin spoke solemnly, but we're still in the arena, and the others outside can still watch what's going on in here. There's a special formation covering the arena. So, Shiwu Shan hadn't even finished speaking when the 10 saints before them had started charging towards them. Let's fight. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot with a Nanjing. Chapter 1085. Shiwu Shan didn't charge forward with them. He hesitated for a moment on the spot, and then he turned around and shot towards the distance. It didn't take long for him to vanish into the sky. He fled in the face of battle? Everyone outside the arena was stunned by this scene. A short while passed before the members of the Law faction started laughing coldly. That's a so-called elite of Ocean of Clouds Academy? Does it have no one else who's capable? They actually sent such a humiliating piece of trash? How could there be any capable experts from a lousy place like that? But he does know his limitations well. Ha 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 ha. Han Yu and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, and they saw a slight smile in each other's eyes. Han Yu said, that fellow is quite interesting. He knew he would be a burden, so he left right away. Wu Yuan glanced at the forces from White Deer Academy in the distance and said, did you notice? Regardless of whether it's the scholarly faction or the Law faction, none of the comparatively famous geniuses in their younger generation are here. Looks like something really is happening today. We'll know what they intend to do once those 3 kids die. When he spoke up to this point, Han Yu gazed at Wu Yuan and said, want to make another bet? I bet that those 3 kids will definitely die. Wu Yuan raised his head to look at the arena, and then he pondered deeply for a moment before he shook his head. Han Yu chuckled. Looks like you realized as well. They aren't just saints. They've definitely cultivated some sort of combination technique. Not to mention those 2 kids. Even we would probably be unable to deal with their joint forces in a short period. Even though Luo-san is thick-skinned, he is no fool. He didn't underestimate his opponents and send the members of his Law faction to their deaths. Wu Yuan spoke curiously. The scholarly faction clearly intends to protect those 2 kids, so why didn't they stop him? There are only 2 possibilities. Han Yu continued. The first is that they don't care about their fate. The second is that they want to see the limits of those kids' strengths. Wu Yuan nodded. I'd like to see the limit of their strengths as well. In the battlefield, Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face after less than 10 minutes of battle. Because these 10 fellows weren't just saints, every single one of them was extremely strong. Moreover, they were quite terrifying when they worked together, and their cooperation practically had no flaws. Even he who possessed the enlightened sword heart found it to be useless at this moment. The enlightened sword heart could locate flaws, but it depended on the target. Some would cultivate to the point those flaws ceased to exist. As for these 10 saints, every single one of them had flaws and weak points if they were viewed individually. However, When they joined forces both offensively and defensively, every one of their flaws and weak points were instantly offset by each other. So, they had no flaws or weak points any longer. Coupled with the fact that all of them were an entire realm higher than in Nanjing and him, both of them showed signs of being suppressed after a short moment of battle. Or it should be said that if he didn't rely on the advantage he had from the cultivation of his body, then he would have been defeated by now. As for Nanjing, she would also have been defeated by now if it wasn't for her extraordinarily formidable instinct in combat. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he suddenly shouted, "Jinger!" The corners of Nanjing's eyes twitched slightly when she heard him, and then a strand of terrifying intent suddenly surged out from within her. At the same time, void rank sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi as well. The saints from the Law faction immediately felt like countless mountains were pressing down upon them, and it caused them to be unable to work together so smoothly anymore. However, only a moment passed before 10 terrifying auras surged out from within them. It was the imposing aura of saints. Their auras immediately fused together and blocked off Yang Yi and Nanjing's intents. Meanwhile, Yang Yi and Nanjing had escaped the battlefield and appeared around 100 m away. Slash! Yang Yi roared furiously as he held the intense sword within the ancient sheath and drew it swiftly. Oem! A brilliant ray of sword energy shot forward while accompanied by a sword howl, and it was like an extremely dazzling shooting star. It was 90 overlapped heaven rends. At this moment, even space was rippling before it. The expressions of those 10 saints changed, and one of them hurriedly shouted, "Fuse!" As soon as he shouted, all of them formed a straight line, and then a blue circle of light appeared beneath their feet. When Yang Yi's sword energy arrived before them, a blue barrier of light flashed out from within the circle of light, and it obstructed Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the blue barrier of light shook violently, but it didn't crack apart. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from amidst the 10 saints. "Attack!" As soon as it resounded, a ray of blue light suddenly surged out from the circle of blue light below their feet, and it enveloped them. A moment later, a blue pillar of light erupted from within it, and it was so swift that it practically instantly arrived before Yang Yi and Nanjing. A cold glow flashed through Nanjing's eyes as she held tightly onto Sky Split and swiftly stabbed it forward. Bang! Sky Split and the blue pillar of light shook violently, and then the pillar of light started cracking apart a moment later. However, Nanjing's countenance turned slightly pale. Meanwhile, a ray of sword energy struck the pillar of light, and it instantly sliced the cracking pillar of light into two. A huge explosion resounded as a terrifying wave of energy swept out from the point of collision, and it was about to drown Yang Yi and Nanjing beneath it. However, it was obstructed by the intent they released. "Kill!" A voice resounded from amidst the 10 saints again, and then countless beams of blue light surged out from the blue circle of light. They shot towards Yang Yi and Nanjing like a storm. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he waved his sword swiftly. Countless rays of sword energy shot forward and collided against the beams of blue light. Meanwhile, Nanjing's figure flashed and shot towards those 10 saints. Outside the arena, everyone including Luosin and the others from the Law faction had solemn expressions on their faces. After all, 2 half-saints were fighting 10 saints, yet they were fighting them almost equally. At this moment, everyone was shocked, because those 10 saints from the Law faction were no ordinary saints. They were the elites of the Law faction. Moreover, they'd even cultivated formidable combination techniques. It could be said that the 10 of them could even defeat 20 saints who hadn't relied on any external forces to attain the saint realm. Yet now, they were being rivaled by just 2 half-saints. Luosin's face was gloomy, and killing intent flashed within his eyes. Lin Yuan was completely stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Yi's strength to actually be so terrifying. Lin Yuan instantly felt embarrassed when she recalled what Shed said to Yang Yi in the past. Xiao Yushi's gaze was locked on Yang Yi for a while before she started pondering deeply. It didn't take long for her brows to be knit tightly together while traces of pain could be seen in her eyes. Han Yu suddenly asked, "Are they really from Pine Prefecture?" Wu Yuan replied, "If they weren't sucked into this vortex within White Deer Academy, I would have considered taking them to my martial sect. What a pity." Han Yu nodded in agreement indeed. In the pocket of space, the battle between those 10 saints and Yang Yes duo had become heated. They were exchanging blows repeatedly, but they weren't able to harm each other. So they fell into a stalemate. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly, because it would grow more disadvantageous to him and in Nanjing if the battle dragged on. But if he wanted to resolve the battle quickly, then he had to expose some of his trump cards. Yang Yi was very clearly aware that while these 10 saints were very strong, they were absolutely not the strongest experts in the law faction. In other words, there might be even stronger experts waiting for him and in Nanjing in the next rounds. Moreover, it would be quite unwise to expose his trump cards now. But if he didn't, then the stalemate between them would definitely continue. He was confident that he could continue fighting and defeat them in the end, because the moment they revealed a weak point or flaw in their combination would be the moment they won. Right when Yang Yi was hesitant, a ray of red light suddenly shot down from the sky. The red light shot down like a shooting star. Everywhere it passed, space started to ripple, and even Yang Yi was visibly moved by the terrifying aura it contained. An Emperor rank technique? It's an Emperor rank technique at least? At this moment, Yang Yi and the others in the battlefield were stunned, and the others outside the arena were stunned as well. Why has an Emperor rank technique suddenly appeared here? Someone suddenly shouted, "It's that fellow who fled earlier." Everyone else instantly recalled Shiwu Shun who'd fled just now. Many of them had unconsciously forgotten him because the battle between Yang Yes duo and the Law Factions group was too intense, and they hadn't expected that fellow to actually return with a powerful technique. At this moment, the faces of the experts from the Law Faction had become unsightly to the extreme. Bang! The red light shot into the group of 10 saints. In an instant, space trembled violently as countless rays of red light shot out in all directions, causing the formation between the 10 saints to be dispersed. Moreover, one of them was even killed on the spot. As for the rest, they'd been caught off guard. So even if they hadn't been killed on the spot, they suffered extremely heavy injuries. Kill. Yang Yi and in Nanjing would naturally not allow such an opportunity to escape them, and they immediately charged towards those heavily injured saints. "Stop. We admit defeat." Luo Sen's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene, and he hurriedly shouted with rage. At the same time, he waved his right hand, and the scene within the battlefield warped. It didn't take long for Yang Yes group of 3 to appear in the arena, but there were no experts of the Law Faction around them. Luo Sen was stunned upon witnessing this scene, and then he howled with fury, "You killed them." Yang Yi shrugged. "You were too slow. You can't blame me for that, right? You did it on purpose." Luo Sen spoke furiously, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Sen stretched out his right hand and clawed at them. A huge palm flashed forward and clawed at Yang Yes group on the arena. "Old dog, I can't stand you any longer." Yang Yes' furious roar resounded, and then a pillar of blood shot up into the sky and instantly turned the sky blood red. Chapter 1086. As soon as the pillar of blood shot into the sky, a beam of blood-red sword energy carried boundless slaughter intent and void-rank sword intent as it flashed through the air. Countless people hadn't even recovered from their shock when Luo Sen's palm was instantly obliterated, and then it shot through Luo Sen's body. Luo Sen's eyes instantly opened wide as his figure stiffened. As for the beam of sword energy, it hadn't vanished, and it was shooting towards a pavilion in the distance. However, a huge palm tore through space when it was about to strike the pavilion and slammed against the blood-red beam of sword energy. Bang! The beam of blood-red sword energy was blasted apart and dispersed. Meanwhile, the huge palm was waved slightly, and the aftershock from the explosion instantly vanished. It didn't take long for the huge palm to vanish and everything to return to calm. After that, a white-haired old man appeared here. The old man glanced at Luo's senator at this moment. Luo-san was looking at the old man as well, and there was a pleading expression in his eyes. However, the old man shook his head slightly. Bang! Luo-san's body exploded apart, and then countless strands of profound energy surged out like a torrent from within him. A saint had perished. A high-rank saint had perished just like that. Everyone here had solemn expressions on their faces. Even Xing Yunzi from the scholarly faction, Wu Yuan, and Han Yu had solemn expressions on their faces. That attack Yang Yi executed just now was too terrifying. Not to mention Luo-san. Even they might perish if they were caught off guard by it. At this moment, all of their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi, who seemed like a person made of blood. At this moment, Yang Yi was emanating boundless slaughter intent, and it caused the others in the surroundings to feel a chill run down their spines. Especially those with comparatively weaker cultivations, they even couldn't prevent their bodies from shivering. There was a blood-red sword in Yang Yi's left grasp, and it was madly absorbing the blood within Luo-san's body. In Heaven's Gravestone's opinion, the stronger a person was, the tastier that person's blood would be. Yang Yi's eyes were slightly closed, and his entire body was trembling incessantly. And Nanjing was by Yang Yi's side, and her gaze was on the white-haired old man who'd just arrived here. Moreover, Sky Split was spinning at high speeds in her grasp, and she seemed to be vigilant. The white-haired old man glanced at Nanjing before starting to walk towards Yang Yi. Xing Yunzi's eyes narrowed slightly upon witnessing this scene, and then his right hand moved slightly. A talisman exploded apart within his grasp. In next to no time, the white-haired old man arrived 30 m away from Yang Yi. Hiss! The spear in Nanjing's grasp shot forward and instantly arrived before the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man's expression remained unchanged as he stretched out a finger and tapped it lightly against Sky Split. Sky Split instantly shook violently before being bounced back. At the same time, the old man's fingers shook slightly while some almost unnoticeable cracks appeared on it. A wisp of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes, and then he raised his head to look at Nanjing. Your weapon isn't bad, and you're even better. Are you a student of Ocean of Clouds Academy? And Nanjing tightened her grip on Sky Split. At this moment, her hand was trembling. It wasn't that she was afraid. The trembling had been caused by the powerful force contained within Sky Split when she grabbed it earlier. Even though you're not bad, you're still too weak. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, he stretched his right hand forward, and then a powerful aura surged out and instantly enveloped Nanjing. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying strand of intent surged out from within Nanjing, and it blocked off the old man's aura. Fist intent? Not bad, but it still isn't enough. The old man shook his head slightly. Bang! Suddenly, another strand of intent surged out from within Nanjing, and both intents instantly fused together to resist the old man's aura. Battle intent? There was a trace of surprise in the old man's eyes. Bang! 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 The old man had just finished speaking when a few more intents surged out from within Nanjing. All of them fused together to form a completely new intent. Meanwhile, the old man's aura was completely useless against Nanjing. At this moment, everyone here was stunned. Wu Yuan had even stood up while disbelief filled his eyes. Battle intent, fist intent, spear intent. There was shock in the old man's eyes. You actually possess 6 intents, and all of them are at the void rank. Most importantly, you've actually fused all of them into a completely new intent. Good. Very good. I never expected that such a genius like you would have actually appeared in Pine Prefecture. ID intended to show mercy out of consideration for your talent, but based on your expression, I presume you definitely won't submit to my law faction. Since it's like that, then die. The old man was about to act when Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of blood-red light shot out from his eyes and instantly arrived before the old man. The old man's expression remained indifferent as he waved his right hand lightly, and those beams of light were instantly dispersed. An ominous and bloodthirsty sword. You'll be a calamity if you're allowed to live. Die. He was about to attack at this point, but a violet-robed old man suddenly arrived here. The violet-robed old man paid no attention to the white-haired old man, and he went over to Yang Yi instead. And Nanjing was about to attack when the violet-robed old man smiled slightly to her. I have no ill intent towards him. He stretched out his hand and tapped a finger against the center of Yang Yi's forehead, and then a strand of blue, profound energy flowed through the tip of his finger and entered Yang Yi. Bang! Suddenly, a ray of blood-red light surged out from the center of Yang Yi's forehead, and the violet-robed old man's finger was immediately pushed away. Moreover, the old man was even pushed a few steps back. There was a trace of surprise in the violet-robed old man's eyes. What a powerful sword of slaughter. Even I can't suppress it. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly closed his eyes, and then a short while passed before his body started to return to normal. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to completely return to normal, and then he opened his eyes and took a deep breath while a wave of fear still lingered in his heart. Earlier, had been almost unable to suppress the slaughter intent and evil energy within Heaven's gravestone. If his void-rank sword intent hadn't experienced an immense improvement lately, then he wouldn't have dared to utilize Heaven's gravestone at all. Head used his void-rank sword intent to suppress the slaughter intent just now, and that was why he hadn't been completely corrupted by the slaughter intent within Heaven's gravestone. If it was in the past, his void-rank sword intent wouldn't have been able to suppress it at all. But his void-rank sword intent wasn't the same anymore. After condensing it numerous times, he hadn't just learned how to execute Brink's sword intent, it had even allowed his sword intent to undergo a transformation. So, his current void-rank sword intent wasn't inferior to his void-rank slaughter intent at all. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and gazed at the violet-robed old man before him. At the same time, he heaved a slight sigh of relief. Besides, because he truly wanted to kill Luo-san, the reason Head suddenly utilized Heaven's gravestone was because he wanted to prove his worth to the scholarly faction. The scholarly faction hadn't done anything since Luo-san started to bully them. As far as he was concerned, there were two possibilities behind this. The first was that the scholarly faction had given up on Ocean of Clouds Academy, and the second was that it wanted to see his worth. It wanted to know if he was worth it for the scholarly faction to go against the law faction. He didn't dare guarantee that it was the later, but he had to give it a try, because Luo-san clearly intended to act shamelessly until the end. Now, when he saw the violet-robed old man, he knew that it was definitely the latter. After so many years, Shang Yunshi seems to have fostered two pretty good students. The violet-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and nodded lightly. Shang Yunshi was one of my students. He was really not bad at that time. Unfortunately, he was too headstrong, just like you. Yang Yi didn't say anything, nor did he have anything to say. Meanwhile, the white-haired old man spoke abruptly. Su Shirha, you intend to protect them? The violet-robed old man who was called Su Shirha gazed at the white-haired old man. Su Fan, your law faction has gone too far this time. It has gone too far? The white-haired old man called Su Fan chuckled. He killed numerous students of my law faction, and he even just killed the head elder of my law faction. Did you not see all of that? Su Shirha spoke indifferently. You should be very well aware of the reason he killed them. I don't. Su Fan continued. All I do know is that those who kill should pay with their lives. Su Shirha said. We haven't fought for many years. Do you want to spar? Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke. Can I speak a few words? Su Shirha said. Go on. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, there are experts from White Deer Academy and experts from many other powers throughout the Central Divine Prefecture here. I'm sure all of you've witnessed what occurred earlier, and you understand what has happened. Of course, I have no intention to make all of you judge who's right or wrong, because the strength determines the victor. The law faction is much stronger than us, so everything they say is the truth. Yang Yi gazed at Su Fan at this point and continued, my Ocean of Clouds Academy is just a minor power, and it can't endure the trouble that the law faction brings to it. We can't afford to offend the law faction as well. Everyone from the law faction, my Ocean of Clouds Academy will admit defeat in this competition, all right? Because I'm afraid that an emperor might show himself if we continue. Everyone here gazed at the members of the law faction when they heard Yang Yi. Wu Yuan gazed at the members of the law faction as well, and he puckered his lips while a trace of disdain could be seen at the corners of his mouth. The Law faction had been bullying Ocean of Clouds Academy since the very beginning, and such actions shouldn't be from a diamond rank power. If Luosin had annihilated Yang Yi during those few times head attack, then it wouldn't be a big deal at all. But the laughable part was that not only had he failed to bully Yang Yi's group, he had been killed instead. That was a humiliation. The most laughable part was that another old geezer had shown himself to bully Yang Yi's group. At this moment, many students of the Law faction had quite unsightly expressions on their faces, because if news of this were to spread, then the Law faction would truly be humiliated. Meanwhile, Yang Yi continued, "I'm telling the truth. Everyone from the Law faction, please spare my Ocean of Clouds Academy. Even though I, Yang Yi, am confident, I'm not confident to the point of thinking about fighting an emperor in single combat. Honestly, we admit defeat. We can't afford to compete here." The expressions of the experts from the Law faction grew even more unsightly, because Yang Yi's words were like slaps to their faces. Su Fan gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he nodded. "You want a fair fight? Then I'll give you one." As he spoke, he turned around and pulled apart the space before him. After that, he stretched his right hand forward and grabbed. It didn't take long for a man to be grabbed out from within the spatial rift. Jun Hualuo. Sushi's expression changed when he saw this man. It wasn't just Su Shirha. Even Wu Yuan and Han Yes' expressions had changed. Jun Hualuo, an expert ranked at the 39th position on the martial rankings. "Master." The man gazed at Su Fan with bewilderment. Su Fan spoke indifferently. "Deal with these three fellows." Jun Hualuo was slightly stunned, and then he turned around to gaze at Yang Yi's group. He sized them up for a moment before he said, "Don't waste my time. Just come at me as a group." As a group? Chapter 1087. Fight him as a group? Everyone here was stunned. Yang Yi and Nanjing's strengths were obvious for all to see. It could be said that while they were half saints, their strengths weren't inferior to saints. Actually, they should be said to possess strengths which far surpassed saints. But Jun Hualuo had actually asked them to fight him together. Everyone here was first shocked, but they didn't laugh at Jun Hualuo once they recovered from it. Nor did they think that Jun Hualuo was overestimating his strength. The martial rankings. Just those words gave Jun Hualuo the right to be arrogant. There were no weaklings on the martial rankings. That was absolutely no joke. Su Fan, is this really necessary? Su Shirha gazed at Su Fan and said, "It's just a competition between juniors. Yet you've even summoned someone from the martial rankings." Su Fan laughed coldly. "Didn't they want a fair fight? I gave them a fair fight. As for the martial rankings, haha, Hualuo was able to ascend the rankings yet they weren't. Can that be blamed on Hualuo?" Sushi's face became gloomy. Meanwhile, Su Fan added, "Besides that, didn't you hear Hualuo? All three of them can fight him together. In the end, they have the advantage. Of course, it's not a problem if they don't dare to fight him. They just have to kowtow 10,000 times to my Law faction and then sever their own arms. Perhaps he'll consider sparing them then." Su Shirha glanced at Su Fan, and then he gazed at Yang Yi. "There are no weaklings on the martial rankings. Make your own choice." Yang Yi looked Su Shirha in the eyes and said, "We aren't afraid of a battle. What we're afraid of is if some shameless people interfere again later, or if even older and even more shameless fellows interfere. I guarantee that this match will be absolutely fair." Su Shirha gazed at Yang Yi and said, "If you kill him, then I guarantee that even an emperor won't be able to kill you." If Yang Yi's group killed Jun Hualuo, then it represented that their strength was sufficient to be ranked on the martial rankings. After all, Jun Hualuo was a saint, and they were only half saints. Geniuses who could be ranked on the martial rankings were worthy of being protected by the scholarly faction at all costs. Meanwhile, Su Fan laughed coldly. "Don't worry, I will absolutely not interfere in your battle. So long as you have the ability, feel free to kill him. I guarantee that I won't interfere." Yang Yi gazed at Su Fan and said, "Anyone who interferes is a swine, all right?" Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a short while passed before he glanced at Su Shirha. "All right?" Anyone who interferes later is a swine. Su Shurha, remember what he said? Don't accidentally be a swine later. Su Shurha shook his head slightly because Yang Ye's words were equivalent to blocking off any chances he had to retreat with his life. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath at all and was about to ascend the arena. Meanwhile, Nanjing suddenly obstructed his path and said, "I'll do it." Yang Yi glanced at Jun Hualuo, who stood in the arena, and said, "He's very strong." Nanjing replied, "Trust me." Yang Yi gazed at her for a long time, and then he nodded, "Be careful." He knew that Nanjing wanted him to maintain his strength, because it was very likely that this battle wouldn't be the end of it, and it was only just the beginning. Nanjing nodded lightly, and then she ascended the arena. She intends to fight Jun Hualuo on her own? Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene. Nanjing was only a half-saint, but Jun Hualuo was already a saint. Moreover, he was an expert on the martial rankings. She intends to surmount her realm of cultivation to challenge Jun Hualuo, who's an expert on the martial rankings. Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings. Is she all right in the head? Jun Hualuo is an expert on the martial rankings. She actually intends to surmount her realm of cultivation and fight him? Has she gone mad? I have no doubt that she's a genius, and all geniuses are confident. However, it's very easy for confidence to become conceit. Now, she's being conceited. If she can surmount her realm of cultivation and defeat senior brother Jun Hualuo, then I'll knock my head against a wall and kill myself here. There have been cases of geniuses surmounting their realms of battle to challenge experts on the martial rankings. But those were just rumors. I never expected to actually witness it today. Interesting. Han Yu and Wu Yuan exchanged glances on the guest platform, and a huge amount of interest could be seen in their eyes. Wu Yuan smiled. I'm growing more and more interested in that little girl. Han Yu nodded lightly. It's interesting indeed. Su Shurha gazed at Yang Yi and said, Are you sure that you intend to let her fight alone? Yang Yi nodded. I trust her. Su Shurha took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then he didn't speak another word. Meanwhile, Su Fan laughed coldly. What's it like to overestimate one's ability? I've finally witnessed it now. Yang Yi paid no attention to Su Fan, and he gazed at Nanjing instead. At this moment, Nanjing and Jun Hualuo had already appeared in the battlefield within that pocket of space. In the battlefield, Jun Hualuo was sizing up Nanjing, and then he shook his head. Your courage is commendable. Unfortunately, you overestimate your strength. I'll give all of you one final chance. Ask those two friends of yours to join the battle as well. To be honest, I'm not interested in fighting all of you at all. So, I don't want to waste my time with all of you. And Nanjing didn't say anything. She just suddenly stomped her right foot against the ground, and then she transformed into a ray of golden light that shot forward. Jun Hualuo's expression remained unchanged, and then a silver folding fan appeared in his grasp. Meanwhile, Sky Split had arrived in front of him. Jun Hualuo tapped his folding fan forward, and it struck against the tip of Nanjing's spear. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then Sky Split and the folding fan shook violently before Nanjing took a few dozen steps back. Meanwhile, Jun Hualuo didn't move at all. However, some almost imperceptible cracks had appeared on his folding fan. Shiwu Shun's expression instantly became extremely solemn when he witnessed this scene. He glanced at Yang Yi but noticed that Yang Yi was very calm, so he couldn't help but ask, Are you not worried? She asked me to trust her. Yang Yi continued, So, she'll definitely win. Shiwu Shun was stunned, and then he laid down on the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi gazed at him and said, Are you all right? Since Shiwu Shun executed that emperor rank technique just now, he seemed like he was terribly sick and couldn't even get up. Shiwu Shun shook his head slightly and said, I'm just quite exhausted. It'll be fine once I rest for a while. Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he turned around and shot his gaze towards the arena. In the battlefield, Jun Hualuo gazed at Nanjing and nodded slightly. Your spear isn't bad, and your strength isn't bad as well, but it's far from sufficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Hualuo took a step forward and instantly arrived before Nanjing. After that, he tapped his fan forward. In an instant, A few dozen rays of silver light shot out from the fan and instantly enveloped Nanjing. Nanjing moved her right leg back a little, and the tip of her left foot was pressed against the ground as she tightened her grip on Sky Split. A moment later, she suddenly shouted, "Moon Piercer!" And Nanjing immediately transformed into a ray of golden light that shot forward. Everywhere she passed, space trembled and rippled violently. As for the rays of silver light, they were obliterated in an instant, and her spear was like a dazzling ray of golden light as it stabbed at Jun Hualuo. It was impossible to dodge. Jun Hualuo's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tapped his left foot slightly against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot forward explosively. At the same time, he stabbed his folding fan towards the tip of a Nanjing spear. Bang! Space instantly shook violently from the collision. This time, both of them hadn't been pushed back at all. Space Slasher! Suddenly, a Nanjing's voice resounded again, and then she shot into the air before she grabbed Sky Split with both hands and swung it down. The expressions of all the spectators outside the arena changed when they saw this move, because even the space in her path had actually started to crack apart. There was a trace of seriousness in Jun Hualuo's eyes as well. His profound energy surged out as his right hand moved slightly, and the folding fan in his grasp was instantly unfolded. A beam of silver light shot into the sky, and it slammed against the tip of a Nanjing spear. Bang! In practically an instant, the beam of silver light shattered into pieces, and then a Nanjing shot down along with her spear and immediately arrived above Jun Hualuo. The latter's expression changed slightly and hurriedly raised his folding fan to block her attack. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the space throughout here shook once more. Meanwhile, Jun Hualuo's legs instantly bent down, but it didn't take long for him to roar furiously as a beam of silver energy shot out from within him and blasted a Nanjing away. At the same time, his figure moved over 50 m back. Sky Split! Suddenly, a Nanjing's voice resounded once more, and then she swiftly tossed Sky Split at Jun Hualuo. The spear tore through space, and the space before it was instantly torn apart. At this moment, all the spectators outside the arena had solemn expressions on their faces. The space there was terrifyingly strong, and even the joint attacks of a few dozen saints wouldn't be able to shatter it. But a Nanjing had actually been able to tear it apart by herself. At this moment, Su Fan's expression had turned slightly unsightly. A Nanjing spear was extremely swift, and it had practically instantly arrived before Jun Hualuo. The latter's pupils constricted as he instinctively raised his folding fan to block it. Bang! The folding fan had only just come into contact with Sky Split when it shattered apart and was completely obliterated. However, Jun Hualuo had been able to grab Sky Split at the same time. But the powerful force within it blasted him back, and he finally stopped himself after being pushed almost 3 kilometers back. Meanwhile, Sky Split had stabbed his chest, but it wasn't deep and had only gone a few centimeters deep. Good. Suddenly, Wu Yuan cried out with excitement from the guest platform. What a girl! Every single one of those moves were no weaker than a high-grade divine rank technique, and they are comparable to an emperor rank technique when used as one. The most shocking part is that she was actually able to execute those 3 moves with such ease, and they were without any flaws at all. Amazing! Han Yu nodded slightly as well. It's shocking indeed. Meanwhile, Su Fan suddenly glanced at them and said, "What are the two of you getting impatient for? Hasn't the battle not ended yet?" Wu Yuan smiled, "Brother Su. I had no other intentions. I was just sighing with emotion." Ha ha ha. Su Fan glanced at Wu Yuan, and then he shot his gaze back at the arena. At this moment, his face was quite gloomy, and Nanjing waved her right hand, and Sky Split immediately flew back into her grasp. She was just about to launch another attack when Jun Hualuo suddenly chuckled. "I never expected that I would have actually been injured by a half-saint. All right, you're worthy of me being serious." As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Hualuo stretched his right hand forward slightly and then suddenly twisted it. In an instant, a speck of silver light shot out from his fist. It was just the size of a grain when it first appeared, but it instantly expanded limitlessly, and it took less than a breath of time for the entire area to be covered in silver. Jun Hualuo's voice resounded. I once relied on this technique to ascend the martial rankings. You can feel honored to be able to die by this technique today. And Nanjing suddenly looked up at the sky instead, and she said, You probably really want to witness my true strength. Yang Yes' gaze descended onto her, and he knew that she was speaking to him. Meanwhile, she spoke again. The one St martial god told me that the martial god without a weapon is the true martial god. As soon as she finished speaking, and Nanjing released her grasp on Skysplit, and then she took a step forward, in the name of the martial god. Chapter 1088. In the name of the martial god, I summon the spirits of the world. Converge. And Nanjing's voice was still resounding when a shocking scene appeared. Countless strands of green energy suddenly appeared within the pocket of space, and they surged incessantly into a Nanjing. At the same time, a Nanjing's body started to grow larger. In less than 2 breaths of time, she was almost 30 m tall, and she seemed like a towering titan. The spirit of the world. Wu Yuan suddenly stood up while his figure shook, and his voice was trembling. She actually possesses the martial god physique. She actually can use that move. She actually can use that move. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Han Yu had stood up as well, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Besides them, Su Shurha and Su Fan were looking at Nanjing with disbelief as well. The martial god physique. It was ranked at the tuned position amongst all the unique physiques of the world. It had only appeared once in the entire history of the Radiant Dimension, and it belonged to the number 1 expert of the Radiant Dimension at that time, the founding ancestor of the martial sect. Yang Yi and Shiwu Shun were stunned, because they didn't know anything about the martial god physique. At this moment, Nanjing was already almost 60 m tall. She looked down at Jun Hualuo, who was stunned by this scene as well, and she didn't speak a single word before slamming her fist forward. Stop! Su Fan's expression changed drastically, and he waved his right hand with the intention of lending Jun Hualuo a hand. Meanwhile, Su Shurha suddenly obstructed his path. What? You intend to be a swine? Fuck off! Su Fan was furious, and he was about to act anyway when a rumbling explosion suddenly resounded from the arena. After that, the entire arena actually started to tremble. Everyone in the surroundings gazed at the arena. At this moment, Jun Hualuo had been instantly obliterated by a Nanjing's punch. At the same time, the pocket of space seemed as if it wasn't able to endure the might of a Nanjing's punch, and it started to shatter into pieces. In next to no time, the arena transformed into powder before their eyes, and a Nanjing had appeared within their fields of vision. At this moment, a Nanjing was still like a titan. You killed Hualuo? Su Fan's eyes almost split apart from rage, and he suddenly slapped his palm towards a Nanjing. A huge palm tore through space and slammed forcefully towards a Nanjing. Su Shurha and Yang Yes' faces fell, and they were about to act when a Nanjing suddenly said, "I'll do it." As soon as she spoke, the space before her actually started to crack apart, and then she clenched her right fist and slammed it forward. Bang! Su Fan's attack was instantly obliterated, and then a Nanjing's fist arrived before Su Fan. Su Fan's expression changed drastically as he overlapped his palms and slapped them forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and the spectators watched with astonishment as Su Fan's figure was blasted flying. In the end, he collided with the pavilion behind him, and it shook violently yet remained completely unharmed. Not only the others, even Yang Yi was stunned by this scene. A Nanjing is actually so strong. A Nanjing took a step forward and was about to attack again. However, she suddenly frowned, and then countless strands of green energy seeped out from within her and dispersed into the surroundings. As for a Nanjing herself, she quickly returned to normal, and she clearly seemed extremely weak. Her countenance was ghastly pale, and she couldn't even stand properly. So, Yang Yi hurriedly went over to her and took her in his arms. Yang Yi quickly withdrew a violet crystal and fed it to her before he spoke gently, "Are you all right?" And Nanjing shook her head slightly. "Am I strong?" Yang Yi grinned, very strong. If you transform before fighting me, then he'll definitely be blasted flying. He wasn't lying because he couldn't fight in Nanjing in that state, even if he utilized the brink laws. An imperceptible arc curled up on the corners of Nanjing's lips. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, that strength you possessed just now didn't seem to be physical strength, but it was even stronger than physical strength. Those were the energy of the world. It's a move that the one St martial god created, and it converged the energy hidden within the world for one's own use. For example, the energy of wind, water, wood, earth. In short, I can use any energy that exists within the world. Nanjing spoke softly. In that state, it's equivalent to using all the energy that can be used within this world. So that's what it was. Yang Yi nodded lightly and asked, can I do the same? She shook her head. I think only someone with my physique can accommodate all those types of energy. What a pity, Yang Yi thought to himself. Yang Yi was about to speak when Su Fan's ferocious voice suddenly resounded from afar. You actually killed Hualuo. Die. As soon as Su Fan's voice resounded, Yang Yi turned around and instantly saw a huge palm tear through space towards him. Su Shurha was about to act when an old man in linen robed suddenly appeared before him and in Nanjing. And then the old man slammed his fist at the huge energy palm. Bang! The palm shook violently and dispersed in midair. Wu Yuan? Su Shurha was slightly surprised, but it didn't take long for him to recall something, and his expression instantly became unsightly to the extreme. Wu Yuan. Su Fan spoke with a ferocious expression on his face. This is an internal affair of my White Deer Academy. It has nothing to do with your martial sect. It doesn't. Wu Yuan laughed coldly. That was true before this. But it's related to my martial sect from now on. Su Fan, I've already received an order from my sect master. If anyone dares to touch her from now on, then that person is an enemy of my martial sect. Wu Yuan's tone eased up slightly at this point and said, Su Fan, I have no intention to go against your law faction. So, please give me some face and don't make things difficult for her. Then are you telling me that Hualuo died for nothing? Su Fan spoke ferociously. Wu Yuan, this is White Deer Academy, nor your martial sect. Wu Yuan spoke indifferently. Since it's like that, then make your move. Su Fan clenched his fists tightly and was about to attack. Suddenly, Su Shurha said, Wu Yuan, this really is my White Deer Academy's business, and my scholarly faction will be responsible for her safety until the end. You don't have to get concerned for nothing. Yang Yi's group of 3 were stunned when they witnessed this scene. What exactly is going on? Meanwhile, Han Yu suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi and in Nanjing. Han Yi's gaze descended onto a Nanjing who was resting in Yang Yi's arms and said, Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Han Yu, an outer court elder of the Devil Path. Right, that isn't the main point. The main point is that I just received a message from my sect master. So long as you agree, he'll take you as his disciple right now. You just have to agree, and no one will dare to touch you from now on. Besides that, shut up. Meanwhile, Su Shurha and Wu Yuan shouted furiously at the same time. Su Shurha glanced at Wu Yuan and Han Yu. She's from my White Deer Academy. Su Shurha, even you are acting shamelessly now? Wu Yuan laughed coldly. She's clearly from Ocean of Clouds Academy. When did she become a member of White Deer Academy? Ocean of Cloud Academy belongs to my White Deer Academy's scholarly faction. Su Shurha spoke solemnly. She's naturally a student of my White Deer Academy. What nonsense! Wu Yuan suddenly shouted. Based on what you said, doesn't that mean everyone who practices in the martial Tao is a disciple of my martial sect? I'm not going to waste my breath on you. The experts of my martial sect are on the way, and it'll take 30 breaths of time at most for them to get here. At that time, we'll use strength to decide this. All right, I agree. Han Yu spoke coldly. In any case, the members of my Devil Path are on the way as well. All of you seem to have forgotten that this is White Deer Academy. Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then an old man who held a cane in his hand arrived here. Han Yu, Wu Yuan, and Su Shi's expressions changed drastically when they saw him. Yang Yi's expression had become extremely serious as well. The old man gave him the same feeling that Lu Qinyun had given him that day. Su Shirha was about to speak when the old man glanced at him. Little Su, there's no need to say anything. If you want to stop me, then it's best if you immediately awaken Feng Zhouzi. But I think that it's too late to awaken him now. Sushi's expression was extremely unsightly. The old man disregarded Han Yu and Wu Yuan, and his gaze descended onto a Nanjing. If you're willing to join my law faction, then am prepared to let bygones be bygones. A Nanjing replied, I would rather die standing than kneel to live. The old man gazed at her for a short while, and then he nodded, as expected of the possessor of the martial god physique. Your strength isn't bad, and your mentality is even better. Since that's the case, then die. The old man was about to attack when roaring laughter resounded abruptly in the air. Good. As expected of Hao Tian's disciple. Dying on your feet is better than lying on your knees. Ha ha ha. A green-robed old man appeared here at the same time that voice finished resounding. The face of the old man with the cane turned gloomy when he saw the green-robed old man. Actually, it should be described as becoming unsightly. Wu Yuan hurriedly went over to greet the old man and spoke respectfully. Martial ancestral uncle. Hao Tian suddenly shouted with fury. Tell me why you didn't notify me upon discovering the martial god physique. Moreover, you notified that kid, Ming Yuan, instead? Why? Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. Just you wait. Just you wait and see what I do to you. Hao Tian glared fiercely at Wu Yuan, and a bitter expression instantly crept up on the latter's face. Hao Tian paid no further attention to Wu Yuan, and he turned around to gaze at the old man with the cane instead. He sized up the old man and smiled. Oh my, Li Leaguai, long time no see. You've become a quasi-emperor now. All those years ago, you were just a saint when I attained the quasi-emperor realm. Such natural talent really isn't bad. So, want to have a spar? But let me tell you in advance that once I get into battle, I wouldn't be able to fully control the chaotic energy within me. It would be bad if I kill you by accident. The old man with a cane called Li Leaguai had an extremely gloomy expression on his face, and a short while passed before he spoke. Since it's someone senior Hao Tian has taken a liking to, then how could I possibly not give you some face? Go ahead and take her. You know how to yield when you need to. Not bad. No wonder those old fellows from the law factions let you be their representative. Hao Tian roared with laughter, and then he turned around to gaze at a Nanjing disciple. Let's go. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan walked over to Hao Tian's side, and then he pointed at Yang Yi, martial ancestral uncle. This kid isn't bad as well. The meaning behind his words was that he wanted Hao Tian to take Yang Yi as well. Sushi's expression changed drastically when he heard Wu Yuan, and he was about to speak. But Hao Tian suddenly waved his hand. He's trash before her. Yang Yi was speechless. And Nanjing suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. I go where he goes. Hao Tian was stunned, and then he gazed at Yang Yi and spoke seriously. Kid, your bone structure is amazing. So you're definitely an outstanding genius to train in martial arts. How about you go with me to the martial sect as well? They'll even find you a master who isn't weaker to me. Yang Yi felt speechless again. Chapter 1089. Yang Yi remained silent. Su Shirha instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi remain silent, and he said, Yang Yi, don't worry. So long as you're within White Deer Academy, then I'll guarantee all of your safety with my life. Don't listen to his nonsense. Hao Tian spoke bluntly. That kid is trash. He isn't a match for Li Leaguai at all. As for the other quasi-emperor from their scholarly faction, even he himself is in danger, so it's impossible for him to protect all of you. Not only can I guarantee this little girl's safety if she goes with me, her strength will rise immensely. Su Shirha was about to speak when Hao Tian suddenly glared angrily at him. Kid, do you want to fight me in single combat? Do you? Su Shirha was speechless. Hao Tian grunted coldly, and then he gazed at a Nanjing. Little girl, you possess the martial god physique, so you'll only be able to unearth your potential effectively at my martial sect. Moreover, my martial sect possesses countless resources. So long as you come to my martial sect, I guarantee that you'll be able to rise to at least the top 20 on the martial rankings within 3 years. Yang Yi frowned and spoke with dissatisfaction. Only the top 20? Kid. Hao Tian continued. Do you know how abnormal those fellows on the martial rankings are? Even though that fellow, Jun Hualuo, was on the martial rankings as well, but he was at the bottom. Do you know how abnormal those little fellows at the top are? Let me explain it like this. Even I would dare not say that I'll be able to defeat those monstrous geniuses in the top 10. Understand? Yang Yi was visibly shocked. He didn't know how terrifying those monstrous geniuses in the top 10 were, but he was very well aware how terrifying this old geezer was. It could be said that while the old man wasn't really at the Emperor realm, he was absolutely not inferior to Lu Qinyun, who was at the Emperor realm. Hao Tian continued, Kid. Her natural talent is absolutely extraordinary, and it'll be a waste of her potential to leave her at White Deer Academy. Moreover, her life might be in danger as well. I'm sure you've realized that the internal strife within White Deer Academy is already at such a state. So why make her get mixed up in all of that? Su Shurha intended to say something, but he just sighed in the end. He really wanted to keep in Nanjing. After all, it was the martial god physique. It had only appeared once in the history of the Radiant Dimension. However, he knew that unless the Law faction and Scholarly faction joined forces, it would be impossible to keep her. Moreover, based on the current circumstances, it was absolutely impossible. Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he lowered his head to look at Nanjing. What do you think? Nanjing answered without the slightest hesitation. I'll go with you. Yang Yi shook his head slightly. Jinger, I'm sure you've realized that there are too many experts in this world, and we're too weak. I want you to stay by my side, and I won't want to be separated from you. But you won't be of any help if you stay with me. Or I should say that staying with me will restrain your growth. Understand? He naturally wouldn't allow her to stay in White Deer Academy. The Scholarly faction was even on the verge of being unable to save itself, so how could it possibly protect Nanjing? Just like the incident from before, if this old geezer from the martial sect hadn't arrived, then the consequences would be unimaginable. Besides that, Nanjing's natural talent was absolutely superb, and it was even greater than his own. So long as she was given an opportunity and a platform to grow, then she would definitely ascend to greatness. While he didn't want her to leave and knew that she would definitely stay if he asked her to, he couldn't act so selfishly. And Nanjing didn't belong solely to him. She liked the martial Tao, so she would definitely want to go further on the path towards the martial Tao. Thus, he couldn't restrain her. And Nanjing gazed at him and said, We can leave together. Sushi's expression changed drastically when he heard Nanjing. And Nanjing's departure was an immeasurable loss to White Deer Academy, and if even Yang Yi left, then the Scholarly faction would suffer a horrible loss. Su Shurha was about to speak when Yang Yi shook his head. How could he be unable to discern that the old geezer from the martial sect only thought highly of Nanjing? If he were to go with them, they wouldn't attach importance to fostering him at all. Besides that, he couldn't leave White Deer Academy. It wasn't that he felt attachment to White Deer Academy, it was because Ocean of Clouds Academy needed the Scholarly faction's protection. There was no relationship between the martial sect and Ocean of Clouds Academy, nor were there any linked interests between them. So, it was impossible for it to fight the Law faction for Ocean of Clouds Academy. Su Shurha instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Yang Yi shake his head. Yang Yi smiled when he saw Nanjing remain silent. He'll support you regardless of what decision you make. And Nanjing suddenly raised her head and gazed at Hao Tian. How strong are you? Experts were picky about their disciples, and true monstrous geniuses were naturally picky about their masters as well. Hao Tian naturally understood that principle as well, so he pointed at Li Leaguai and said, We are both quasi-emperors, but hell definitely lose to me within 100 moves. He gazed at Li Leaguai, who had revealed an unsightly expression, and continued, If you think I'm wrong, then we can spar right now. Li Leaguai's face was extremely gloomy, and a short while passed before he spoke indifferently. Senior Hao Tian is someone who's about to leave this world. How could I be a match for Senior Hao Tian? Hao Tian roared with laughter. Kid, you're quite sensible. Otherwise, I'd definitely beat you up. He gazed at Nanjing at this point and said, Little girl, I won't beat around the bush with you. The reason I'm anxious to take you as my disciple is because I'll be leaving this world soon. My inheritance would come to an end if I don't leave it behind before leaving Radiant Dimension. I haven't had any disciples in the past because they weren't up to my standards or weren't suitable to receive my inheritance. But you aren't just outstanding, you're really suitable to receive my inheritance. And Nanjing said, I'll go with you. Hao Tian smiled, all right. And Nanjing added, but I have a condition. Hao Tian replied, go on. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, I want to stay behind and face the law faction with him. Hao Tian frowned slightly. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, there's no need for that. Let me deal with the rest. He didn't want Nanjing to miss such an opportunity because of him. And Nanjing said, I insist. Yang Yi didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Wu Yuan, who stood by Hao Tian's side, suddenly said, there are only 3 rounds in the competition, and you've already won 2 rounds. So, there's no need to continue competing. Who says it isn't necessary? Meanwhile, Li Leiguai suddenly spoke. The precondition to winning 2 out of 3 is that they are able to survive the 3rd round. If they die in the 3rd round, then it's naturally my law faction that won. Hao Tian spoke indifferently. Li Leiguai, it's just 3 juniors. Is it necessary to act like this? Li Leiguai gazed at Hao Tian and said, it's related to the reputation of my law faction, and it's related to my law faction's future as well. Of course, if Senior Hao Tian really intends to interfere, then he'll definitely be unable to stop Senior Hao Tian. However, my law faction isn't a force that just allows others to bully it. If worse comes to worse, we can all ask our ancestors to descend to this dimension and have some fun. Hao Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he revealed a hostile expression. Are you threatening me? Li Leiguai looked Hao Tian straight in the eyes and didn't shrink back at all. My White Deer Academy hasn't declined to the point of allowing outsiders to make decisions for it. The atmosphere here seemed like a battle would break out at any moment. Suddenly, Yang Yi spoke. Since you want to compete, then let's continue. If it was possible, he naturally wanted it to come to an end. However, the Law faction clearly didn't want to spare them. The reason Head agreed was because the Law faction was still abiding by the rules of the competition. But if that old geezer from the martial sect interfered, then it was very likely for the Law faction to stop abiding by the rules. Once that happened, Ocean of Clouds Academy would definitely suffer calamity. Not to mention anything else, just Su Fan alone was sufficient to crush Ocean of Clouds Academy and City. As for the martial sect, he didn't think they would fight the Law faction for Ocean of Clouds Academy. So, he had to rely on himself. Li Leiguai glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. Since you don't have a problem with it, then let's start? Wait. Hao Tian suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, Kid, they clearly intend to kill you. So are you sure? Yang Yi grinned, and then he gazed at Li Leiguai. Will there be a 4th round after the 3rd? Li Leiguai spoke indifferently. Don't worry, this is definitely the last round. Yang Yi nodded. What happens if we win? Li Leiguai replied. Win and you can live. What else do you want? Meanwhile, Su Shurha suddenly spoke. Yang Yi, don't worry. If anyone acts against Ocean of Clouds Academy from today onwards, then it's equivalent to attacking my scholarly faction. They lost in Nanjing, so he couldn't allow Yang Yi to leave as well. If he didn't promise Yang Yi anything, then it was very likely that Yang Yi would side with the martial sect and seek its protection. Yang Yi glanced at Su Shurha and said, Thank you. That was exactly what he wanted to hear. Li Leiguai laughed coldly. The precondition is that you survive. Just see if the scholarly faction will protect that Ocean of Clouds Academy of yours if you're dead. Enough of nonsense. Yang Yi looked Li Leiguai in the eyes and said, What's the 3rd round? Li Leiguai replied, Well, decide the victor in this round? Yang Yi replied, All right. Both in Nanjing and Shiwu Shan were injured, so it wasn't suitable for them to fight another battle. Determining the victor in this round was exactly what he wanted. Li Leiguai waved his right hand, and a stone platform appeared at the center of the square. It didn't take long for the stone platform to transform into an arena of similar size to the one from before. Li Leiguai said, Go on in. Yang Yi glanced at Li Leiguai. Don't tell me you're going to fight me in this round? You aren't qualified to fight me. As soon as Li Leaguai finished speaking, a figure instantly arrived in the arena. It was none other than Su Fan. Su Fan gazed coldly at Yang Yi. "Am your opponent? How shameless!" Xu Wushun, who was lying on the ground below, immediately got up. Hao Tian shook his head as well and said, "Now I know what shamelessness is truly like." Su Shi's face was extremely unsightly as well. "Su Fan, have you no shame? Do you have no shame?" Su Fan laughed coldly. "Can I be blamed for his low realm of cultivation? If you aren't satisfied, his Ocean of Clouds Academy can send another high-rank saint to fight this battle." Yang Yi remained silent. "What? You don't have one?" Su Fan laughed coldly. "Since you don't have one, then you can't blame me, right? If you want to blame someone, you should blame your Ocean of Clouds Academy for being useless." Yang Yi's left wrist moved slightly, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. After that, he condensed an intense sword and sheathed it. Once he was done, he gazed at Li Leaguai and said, "Let's begin." Li Leaguai glanced at Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. Yang Yi and Su Fan instantly entered a pocket of space. Su Fan laughed coldly upon entering the battlefield in the pocket of space. "Yang Yi, are you a dog? Why do you keep barking?" Yang Yi suddenly drew his sword at the same instant that he finished speaking. Chapter 1090. OM. A brilliant ray of sword energy flashed out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath while accompanied by a sword howl. Even the space in the pocket of space rippled before it, and it was shocking. It was 90 overlapped heaven rens. After his body had attained the divine fortitude realm, he could execute 90 overlapped heaven rens with absolute ease. Su Fan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the contempt within his easy had lessened quite a bit. Even though he couldn't stand the sight of Yang Yi, he didn't dare underestimate Yang Yi. Had witnessed Yang Yi's strength earlier, and he knew that it was entirely capable of posing a threat to him. It would be fine if he didn't underestimate Yang Yi, but if he did, then it was very likely for him to lose this battle that he was certain to win. 0 point. Su Fan pointed his finger forward as soon as he finished speaking, and then a huge black finger shot forward like a bolt of lightning and collided with Yang Yi's sword energy. Bang! Their collision was like the collision of two meteors, and it instantly caused a terrifying wave of energy to erupt from the point of collision. The wave of energy swept swiftly towards the surroundings, and even the space here rippled before it. Slash! Suddenly, Yang Yi's furious howl resounded, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. Everywhere the ray of light passed, even the wave of energy was sliced apart like a piece of paper. Su Fan's eyes had a ferocious expression in them as he watched the sword energy assault him. The profound energy within him surged out madly as he swiftly swung his right palm forward. 0 palm. A huge palm flashed forward, and it was like a blade that slashed down at Yang Yi. Bang! An explosion instantly erupted at the point of collision, and then countless waves of energy instantly enveloped both Yang Yi and Su Fan. Moreover, rays of light flickered while palms flew about from time to time within the waves of energy. Everyone outside the arena had solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. They thought that Yang Yi wouldn't be able to hold on for long when facing Su Fan, and they'd never imagined that he would actually be able to fight Su Fan without falling into a disadvantaged state. They knew that they'd severely underestimated Yang Yi's strength. Hao Tian nodded slightly. "That kid seems to be not bad." He turned around to gaze at Nanjing at this point, and he smiled, "But he's far from being able to compare to you." And Nanjing didn't speak, because she knew that it wouldn't take long for them to find out if Yang Yi was strong or not. Hao Tian chuckled, and then he gazed at Han Yu. "Why haven't those old fellows of your devil path arrived?" Han Yu glanced at Hao Tian and said, "Since Senior Hao Tian has taken a liking to her, then the seniors of my devil path naturally have to give Senior Hao Tian some face." "What nonsense!" Hao Tian cursed. "Kid, cut the crap. It's clearly because I was quick. Those old fellows know that it's pointless even if they come. You're giving me face? I won't admit I owe your devil path anything." The corners of Han Yi's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly and didn't say anything else. "Martial ancestral uncle, Meanwhile, Wu Yuan suddenly walked over to Hao Tian and said, "That fellow, Yang Yi, is really not bad. His natural talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary, and his body has been cultivated to an extremely terrifying level. If he joins our martial sect, then he—" Such nonsense. Hao Tian interrupted Wu Yuan and said, "His natural talent in the sword Dao is extraordinary? Is it greater than Yi Longxie from Apex City? His cultivation of the body is terrifying? Is it more terrifying than Zhan Tianya from the Builder sect? Not to mention them, he can't even compare to her. I'm not a benevolent person, and I won't just take anyone." Hao Tian immediately glared at Wu Yuan when he noticed that Wu Yuan intended to continue. "If you want to recruit him, then do it yourself. I don't want my reputation to be spoiled in the future." Wu Yuan laughed bitterly and thought to himself, Yang Ye's sword Dao isn't superior to Yi Longxie, and his body isn't superior to Zhan Tianya. However, Yi Langxi's body isn't as formidable as Yang Ye's, and Zhan Tianya's attainments in the sword Dao aren't as formidable as Yang Yi as well. But he didn't speak these words out loud, because Hao Tian's mind was filled with his excitement from a Nanjing's martial god physique, and he might suffer a beating if he tried to speak further. In the battlefield, sword energy and energy palms were flashing about, and the entire battlefield started to tremble. It was absolutely shocking. At this moment, Su Fan had a solemn expression on his face. He was growing more and more shocked as the battle continued, because he noticed that while Yang Yi was a half-saint, regardless of whether it was combat instinct or Yang Ye's own strength, it had far surpassed his expectations. Especially Yang Ye's body. It was so strong that even he was fearful and annoyed by it, because Yang Yi had completely disregarded his defenses in the battle with him, and every single move Yang Yi made was one where Yang Yi aimed to suffer a blow in order to land one as well. Su Fan was a high-rank saint, so his body was naturally strong as well, but it was absolutely not as strong as Yang Yi, and it wasn't strong enough to disregard Yang Ye's sword energy. So, a dignified high-rank saint like him was actually equally matched in battle against a half-saint. Are you going to continue making a fool of yourself? Suddenly, Li Leagui's voice resounded in the pocket of space. At this moment, Li Leagui's face was extremely gloomy. Had made Su Fan fight Yang Yi because he hoped that Su Fan could deal with Yang Yi quickly. So long as Yang Yi was dealt with, then the bad influence this competition had on the Law faction would be gone. After all, history was always written by the victor. But he hadn't expected that Su Fan wouldn't just be unable to kill Yang Yi swiftly. Su Fan was actually equally matched in battle with Yang Yi. Yang Yi was a half-saint while Su Fan was a high-rank saint. Moreover, Su Fan was even the strongest expert in the Law faction besides him. If news of this were to spread, then it would just be Su Fan who lost face. The entire Law faction would lose face as well, especially at a time like this. The morale of the Law faction's forces was waning. If the battle were to drag on, then it would be even more disadvantageous to the Law faction's plans. That was why Head sent a voice transmission into the battlefield to make Su Fan end it quickly. Su Fan's heart shook when he heard Li Leaguai, and he pondered deeply for an instant before slapping his palm forward repeatedly. At the same time that he pushed Yang Yi back, his figure flashed around 300 m back as well. After that, he clenched both his fists tightly. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged out from within it, and it was like a raging torrent that instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Yang Yi, I have to admit that you really are not bad. However, you're too young in the end. Now, let's end this with one move. Su Fan's voice resounded through the battlefield while the aura which surged out from within him was growing stronger and stronger. You're finally going to go all out? Yang Yi laughed coldly, and he placed the Herculean sword back into his spatial ring. After that, he started walking slowly towards Su Fan. Meanwhile, the spectators noticed that Yang Ye's figure had actually started to turn red. Bang! A pillar of blood shot up into the air from Yang Yi. In an instant, the entire battlefield was turned blood red while boundless slaughter intent filled it. Moreover, even the spectators outside the arena could sense the monstrous aura of blood within the pocket of space. An emperor-rank sword. Hao Tian frowned and said, an emperor-rank sword of slaughter. He seems like he's still able to maintain his consciousness. That fellow isn't that bad. Wu Yuan was visibly delighted because if Hao Tian forcefully took Yang Yi into the martial sect, then it would be a great thing for the martial sect. He was just about to speak when Hao Tian added, "But he's still really inferior when compared to my disciple." Wu Yuan was speechless. In the battlefield, Yang Yi held the blood-red sword in his hand, while two types of intent shot out from within him, and the imposing aura Su Fan emanated was instantly dispersed by them. Void rank sword intent and void rank slaughter intent. A wisp of surprise flashed through Hao Tian's eyes. His sword intent and slaughter intent are both tempered well, and it's especially so for his slaughter intent. Is that fellow from the evil faction? Li Leagui's face grew even gloomier when he saw those two intents that Yang Yi possessed. It wasn't difficult to comprehend two intents, but it was rare to temper them to such a condensed state. Even if he really wanted to kill that arrogant fellow, Yang Yi, he had to admit that Yang Yi really wasn't bad. Unfortunately, Yang Yi was his enemy, and an enemy naturally deserved death, especially when it was an enemy with extraordinary natural talent. If such an enemy wasn't killed as soon as possible, that enemy might become impossible to kill in the future. A wisp of ferocity surged into Su Fan's eyes when he saw Yang Yi transform into a blood-red figure, and his body floated up slowly. Once he arrived in midair, he raised his right hand slowly. In an instant, the space in an area of 3 kilometers around him actually started to warp. A moment of silence ensued before Su Fan suddenly slapped his right palm down in Yang Yi's direction, "Heaven Smasher." At the same time that his voice finished resounding, an energy palm flashed out from before him, and then the space in the entire battlefield instantly started to crack apart. Countless cracks covered the entire battlefield, and it was an absolutely shocking sight. An emperor rank technique. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sheathed the blood-red sword, and then he swiftly drew it right away. Oem! Along with a sword howl that resounded through the 9 heavens, a blood-red beam of sword energy that was enhanced by void rank sword intent and slaughter intent shot up into the air. It was 110 overlapped heaven rends. Space wasn't blasted apart by the blood-red beam of sword energy, but the space before it was torn apart. The reason it had such an effect was because of Yang Yi's control towards his intents. At this moment, regardless of whether it was his control over his strength or sword intent, they'd both far surpassed his past ability. So, the energy within his attack wouldn't leak out at all. That was exactly why his sword energy was even more terrifying. The spectators watched as the blood-red beam of sword energy collided against the huge palm. However, it merely stopped for an instant before it slashed the palm apart and slammed against Su Fan, who was stunned by the sight of his attack being destroyed with such ease. Bang! Su Fan's figure was blasted flying. Countless strands of blood surged out from him as he flew, and they transformed into torrents of blood that surged into the blood-red sword in Yang Yi's grasp. Su Fan had lost. Everyone here was stunned. "Stop!" Li Leaguai roared furiously when he saw Su Fan's blood flowing out incessantly, and he was about to attack. Meanwhile, a ray of blood-red sword energy tore through the air in the battlefield, and then it shot through Su Fan. Su Fan's body instantly sliced into 2, and countless strands of blood sprayed out from him and surged into the blood-red sword in Yang Yi's grasp. As for Su Fan, he was dead. "You're courting death." A ferocious expression instantly appeared on Li Leagui's face when he saw Yang Yi disregard him, and then his figure flashed and instantly appeared within the battlefield before shooting towards Yang Yi. Chapter 1091. Sushi's expression changed drastically when he witnessed this scene. Had never imagined that Li Leaguai would actually act so shamelessly. After all, Li Leaguai was a quasi-emperor. Sushi's figure charged towards the arena. But there was someone who was even faster than him, and it was a Nanjing. And Nanjing had moved at the exact same moment that Li Leaguai had appeared within the battlefield. After he killed Su Fan, Yang Yi was about to leave the battlefield. But his expression suddenly changed. Had never expected that someone would launch a surprise attack against him. So, he was caught off guard, and he had no choice but to turn around and swing his sword. Hiss! A ray of blood-red sword energy shot forward, but it didn't take long for it to be blasted into pieces by Li Leagui's attack. After that, Li Leagui slammed his palm forward. This attack was beyond swift, and Yang Yi couldn't dodge it at all. He was instantly struck by it. Bang! A mouthful of blood sprayed out from Yang Yi as his figure was blasted flying. Li Leagui was about to launch another attack, but a spear tore through the air while emanating golden light. A wisp of disdain curled up on the corners of Li Leagui's mouth, and he slapped his right palm towards it. The golden light was instantly dispersed while the spear was blasted back. Li Leagui's figure flashed explosively towards Yang Yi, who was still flying through the air. Suddenly, Hao Tian appeared in front of Li Leagui. Hao Tian chuckled and said, "Li Leagui, my hands are a little itchy, and I want to have a spar. Let's do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't give Li Leagui a chance to speak before slamming his fist forward. Bang! The entire pocket of space instantly collapsed before his fist. A short while later, Yang Yi and Nanjing appeared on the arena that had been blasted into powder. At this moment, Yang Yi had put Heaven's gravestone away, but there was an extremely obvious palm print on his chest. The palm print had caused Yang Yi's chest to sink down, and his chest was severely warped at this moment. Moreover, countless cracks had spread out like a spiderweb throughout his upper body. Hao Tian was standing in front of Yang Yi and Nanjing, and Li Leagui was standing in front of Hao Tian. At this moment, Li Leagui's face was extremely gloomy and slightly pale, and his right hand, which he kept behind his back, was trembling. Li Leagui spoke in a low voice, "Hao Tian, do you really intend to interfere in my law faction's business?" "Am interfering in your law faction's business?" Hao Tian was slightly stunned, and then he shook his head. "Li Leagui, I have no interest in interfering in your law faction's rubbish. Actually, my hands were just itchy, and I wanted to spar with someone. That's all." He paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, "But to be fair, Li Leagui, you said it would be a fair fight, yet you actually interfered. Moreover, you bullied a half-saint as a quasi-emperor. To be honest, if news of this were to spread, you, Li Leagui, will be famous. Not only will you be famous, your law faction and those ancestors of your law faction will probably be famous as well." Li Leagui gazed at Hao Tian for a long time. In the end, he said, "It was my law faction which invited your martial sect. Now, my law faction doesn't welcome members of the martial sect here. Senior Hao Tian, you can leave now." "So it's time to make me leave." Hao Tian chuckled. "I would have left even if you didn't say anything. It's truly boring to watch some people shamelessly bully the young and weak." At this point, he disregarded Li Leagui, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and Hao Tian turned around to look at Nanjing. "My good disciple, they don't welcome our presence, so we have to leave." And Nanjing gazed at the palm print on Yang Yi's chest for a long time. In the end, she took a deep breath, and then she turned around to gaze at Li Leagui. "One day, they'll definitely chop off your head with my own hands." Li Leagui's expression changed slightly. If an ordinary person had spoken these words, then he would have naturally treated it as nonsense. However, he had to take it seriously when it came from the owner of the martial god physique. There was killing intent in his eyes. Meanwhile, Hao Tian roared with laughter. "My disciple is joking. She's just joking. Li Leagui, just take it in one ear and let it out the other ear. You absolutely shouldn't take it seriously, all right? Of course, if you insist on taking it seriously, then he'll have no choice but to take it seriously as well." Li Leagui took a deep and long glance at Nanjing, and then he said, "Please take your leave." Hao Tian gazed at Nanjing, and Nanjing gazed at Yang Yi instead and said, "He'll work hard on becoming stronger." She walked over to Hao Tian's side once she finished speaking. Hao Tian glanced at Yang Yi and said, "You have a good disposition. I hope my disciple won't leave you far behind when we meet again." As soon as he finished speaking, Hao Tian waved his right hand, and then both Wu Yuan and Nanjing instantly vanished on the spot with him. Wu Yuan sent a voice transmission to Hao Tian over 100,000 kilometers away from White Deer Academy. "Martial ancestral uncle, since you've acknowledged him, then why didn't you take him to the martial sect with us? That fellow is absolutely a genius as well." "Are you an idiot?" Hao Tian cursed. "Do you really think White Deer Academy would just let us bully them like that? We're already offended the law faction by taking this little girl with us, and the scholarly faction is slightly displeased as well. But they didn't want to fight me to the end. Especially the scholarly faction. This little girl possesses the martial god physique, so they are aware that the martial sect is the best for her, and they know that we'll definitely not let the matter rest if they don't let us take her. So, they chose to compromise and make us owe them a favor. However, if I were to be greedy and even intend to take that kid with me, then do you think they would allow it? Wu Yuan was at a loss for words. Hao Tian continued, if we force White Deer Academy into a corner, we'll get none of them. Even though White Deer Academy is inferior to the past because it has split up internally, even those abnormally formidable powers like the Nether Pavilion and Evil faction would have given them face during their prime. Their reserves are still there, otherwise someone would have attacked and swallowed their resources by now. Wu Yuan laughed bitterly and bowed to Hao Tian. Thank you for the guidance. Actually, that kid really isn't bad. What a pity. White Deer Academy. Yang Yi stood up slowly after he consumed a violet crystal. Meanwhile, Li Leagui's gaze had descended onto him. Yang Yi gazed at Li Leagui as well, and there was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of his mouth. What? Are you going to tell me that there's a fourth round? If there really is one, then I really have no choice but to say that I admire you. Su Shurha stood in front of Yang Yi. At the same time, the experts of the scholarly sect had arrived in front of Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi's protection could be said to be their priority. Because Li Leagui was acting completely shamelessly, Yang Yi slowly clenched his right fist. That old fellow's shamelessness had surpassed his imagination, so Yang Yi had to maintain high levels of vigilance against Li Leagui. Li Leagui gazed at Yang Yi for a short while, and then he said, needless to say, you really aren't bad. Unfortunately, Su Fan and I failed to kill you repeatedly. Yang Yi chuckled and didn't say anything, because it was pointless to say anything now. However, he knew that the law faction would definitely not let the matter rest just like that. Meanwhile, Han Yu suddenly stood up on the guest platform, and he said, everyone, the competition has come to an end, so it's pointless for me to stay. Farewell. Just like the martial sect, he wasn't interested in the nonsense between the scholarly faction and law faction. Lin Yuan stood up as well. Seniorly, Junior will be bidding her farewells as well. Wait. Right when they were about to leave, Li Leagui suddenly spoke, everyone, please wait a moment. Han Yu turned around to gaze at Li Leagui, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. Li Leagui said, the reason my law faction invited all of you here today is because we want all of you to bear witness to something. So, please wait a moment. Han Yu pondered deeply for a short while, and then he nodded. Since that's the case, then he'll wait a while longer. He sat back down while he spoke, because he wanted to see exactly what the law faction was up to. When she saw Han Yu stay, Lin Yuan hesitated for a moment before deciding to stay as well. Li Leagui nodded to Han Yu and the others, and then he turned around to gaze at Su Shurha. Since the law faction and scholarly faction appeared in White Deer Academy, our White Deer Academy's status in the Central Divine Prefecture suffered a terrible decline. Why? Because we aren't united internally. That's something your scholarly faction understands, and my law faction knows it well as well. Sushi's face fell. What are you trying to say? Li Leagui replied, what I'm trying to say is that if our factions are to continue fighting, then White Deer Academy will be destroyed by us, sooner or later. At that time, White Deer Academy will probably be unable to maintain its foothold in the Central Divine Prefecture, and only death will await both our factions. Su Shurha spoke solemnly. My scholarly faction has been constantly exercising forbearance throughout these years. It was your law faction that kept reaching for more. Li Leagui waves his hand in dismissal. It's pointless to discuss who's right or wrong. All I want to say is that if we continue fighting, then it'll only end in the destruction of both our factions. Su Shurha brows knit tightly together. What exactly are you trying to say? Li Leagui took a deep breath, and then he glanced at everyone here. Since there's little common ground for understanding between us, why should we stay together and form a sick White Deer Academy? My law faction has unanimously decided to split up from your scholarly faction. In the future, we'll go our separate ways. As soon as Li Leagui finished speaking, A few dozen beams of light shot into the sky from afar, and then a few dozen figures appeared behind Li Leagwai. All of them were high-ranked saints. Li Leagwai looked Su Shurha straight in the eyes. We want to split up? Chapter 1092. They intend to split up? Clamorous noise resounded throughout the surroundings when they heard Li Leagwai. The reason White Deer Academy was still a diamond rank power was because while the law faction and scholarly faction were engaging in internal strife, they would still join forces against the enemies of their academy. That was exactly why White Deer Academy was still White Deer Academy, and it was still a diamond rank power. Regardless of whether it was the law faction or scholarly faction, both of them understood this principle. So, while they frequently had their disagreements, they wouldn't go too far. After all, the overall situation of the academy was the most important. In the past 1,000 over years, no matter how great the conflict between them was, White Deer Academy didn't get to the point of splitting up because of that principle. Yet now, the law faction had actually proposed to split up. Splitting up represented that the number 1 academy in the Central Divine Prefecture would become history. White Deer Academy. White Deer Academy shall cease to exist from now onwards. Han Yu shook his head slightly. Once they had split up, then White Deer Academy wouldn't be the same any longer, and it was even to the extent that the slightest mistake might cause it to drop to the ranks of platinum rank powers. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings, and then he walked towards the side. He sat down cross-legged on the ground and started recuperating. It was White Deer Academy's business, and he had no right to interfere, nor did he want to. Su Shurha gazed at Li Leagwai for a long time. In the end, he shook his head slightly. Actually, my scholarly faction knew that this day would come, but we never expected you to raise this issue today. Since you dared to mention splitting up, I presume those ancestors of your law faction have agreed or tacitly agreed to it. So, it's already decided. A wisp of complicated emotions flashed through Su Shi's eyes at this point, and he said, "My scholarly faction was incompetent. We were actually unable to stop the academy from splitting apart. We failed Dean Xiao. What's coming will come." Suddenly, a white-robed old man appeared here. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and he was horribly old. Moreover, his countenance was a sickly pale color, as if had been inflicted with some sort of strange illness. "Master Xiao." Su Shurha hurriedly moved over to greet the old man. "What are you doing here? How could I still stay back when we're going to split apart?" The white-robed old man waved his hand, and then his gaze descended onto Yang Yi, who was seated cross-legged on the ground. "You're Yang Yi?" Yang Yi nodded. "Senior. May I know who you are?" "Xiao Bieli, the dean of White Deer Academy in name." The white-robed old man grinned. "You're really not bad." Xiao Bieli turned around to gaze at Li Leagwai. "Since you want us to split up, then tell me how you intend to split everything." Li Leagwai spoke indifferently. "Your scholarly faction has to leave White Deer Dimension." "What a joke. Why should we?" Xiao Bieli hadn't even spoken when Su Shurha spoke furiously. "Why shouldn't it be your law faction that leaves White Deer Dimension? My scholarly faction has been constantly exercising forbearance throughout the years, but that was for the overall interests of the academy. Don't even think that my scholarly faction is afraid of your law faction." "Exactly. Why should our scholarly faction leave? On what basis do you make such a decision? I've been unable to stand the sight of your law faction for a long time. If worse comes to worse, we can just fight each other." The law faction is truly insidious. They actually intend to drive our scholarly faction out of White Deer Dimension. Without White Deer Dimension as our foundation, wouldn't our scholarly faction be even inferior to a platinum rank power? "I seek permission to fight the law faction to the death." "I seek permission." The voices of countless students from the scholarly faction resounded. White Deer Dimension was their home, so how could they agree to being driven out by the law faction? Xiao Bieli glanced indifferently at Li Leagwai and said, "I'm sure you've heard them." Li Leagwai chuckled. "Your scholarly faction doesn't want to leave, and neither does my law faction. If we fight here, then even if one of our sides wins, it'll be a Pyrrhic victory while White Deer Dimension will be destroyed as well. So, I have a suggestion. Why don't we compete with each other? The winner stays, and the loser leaves. All right? Xiao Bieli gazed at Li Leaguai for a long time before he said, "Do you have to do this?" Li Leaguai replied, "Dean Xiao, tell me, if we don't do this, then what can we do? It's disadvantageous for both your scholarly faction and my law faction if this continues, because irreconcilable enmity will arise between us sooner or later. At that time, it might lead to the destruction of both our factions. A peaceful split is beneficial to both our factions." Xiao Bieli fell silent for a long time, and then he sighed softly. "Fine. The enmity between us will erupt like a volcano one day if we force ourselves to stay together. Is the competition you speak of one between us old fellows, or those kids?" Li Leaguai spoke indifferently. "The Academy's future belongs to these little fellows. So, it's naturally up to them to determine the Academy's future." Xiao Bieli chuckled and said, "I naturally have no problem with that. But based on the way your law faction does things, my scholarly faction really doesn't dare to trust you. I don't want to get into another argument later on. What do you think?" Li Leaguai laughed coldly. "You're afraid that my law faction would act shamelessly, and my law faction is similarly afraid that your scholarly faction would act shamelessly. Since both sides don't trust each other, then why don't we do this? Everyone from both our factions will swear on their souls, and anyone who goes back on their word will face death. All right?" An oath of the soul. The expressions of everyone here changed when they heard Li Leaguai, especially the members of the scholarly faction. An oath of the soul was a very restrictive oath. While a person who broke such an oath may not die, it would definitely cause inner demons to grow within that person. That wouldn't be a problem at any other time. But when one had inner demons while charging into the Saint Realm, and especially when it was inner demons that had been created from breaking an oath of the soul, it would definitely lead to that person's death. As for those experts who were at the Saint Realm, they actually feared such oaths even more than those who weren't at the Saint Realm, because they were very well aware of how terrifying such inner demons were. They were like a nightmare that haunted one at all times. So, practically no one would rashly make an oath with their soul. Su Shurha walked over to Xiao Biela's side and spoke via voice transmission. "Master Xiao, there's something strange about this. We have to be careful." Xiao Bieli nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Li Leaguai. "Looks like your law faction is very confident. Well, determine the victor with one battle. The winner stays, and the loser leaves. Moreover, the loser is prohibited from using the name White Deer Academy." Li Leaguai spoke indifferently. "Dean Xiao, will you compete or not? Tell me your decision." "Do it. Well, compete with them. We have senior brother Feng. Why would we fear them?" "Exactly. Just senior brother Feng is sufficient to fight every single expert from the law faction. Dean Xiao, agree to the battle. It's time to teach those arrogant fellows a lesson." "Who's senior brother Feng?" Yang Yi asked. Feng Yun had suddenly appeared by his side. A wisp of fervor and admiration flashed through Feng Yun's eyes. "The strongest expert in the younger generation of my White Deer Academy. At the same time, he's ranked at the 21st position on the martial rankings. Moreover, that was his ranking a year ago. Perhaps he can be ranked in the top 20 now. The younger generation of the law faction are trash before him." 21 St. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know how monstrous the geniuses on the martial rankings were. However, Jun Huayuo's strength was really not bad. If a Nanjing hadn't utilized such an ultimate move, she would have probably been unable to do anything to Jun Hualuo. However, Jun Hualuo was only ranked at the 39th position, so he could imagine how terrifying someone ranked at the 21st position would be. But Yang Yi was puzzled because the law faction knew that the scholarly faction had such a formidable existence, so why would it propose such a competition? Even though Li Leaguai was shameless, he was no fool. He's scheming something. Yang Yi glanced at Li Leaguai and the others from the law faction. He was sure that they were definitely scheming something. Xiao Bieli and Su Shurha frowned as well. They were no fools. The law faction had suddenly proposed that they split up, and it proposed such a competition when it was clearly aware that the scholarly faction possessed such an extraordinary genius, so it was obvious that the law faction was scheming something. "Do you agree or not?" Li Leaguai continued. "If you refuse, then our factions will have no choice but to enter a full-scale war. A full-scale war. Xiao Bila's face fell, and a long time passed before he said, "Since your law faction wants to compete, then we shall. Well decide the victor with a single battle." A slight smile curled up on the corners of Li Leagui's mouth. "Since that's the case, then we can start swearing now. We'll do it first. I swear on my soul that if I don't adhere to the results of the competition once it ends, then I, Li Leagui, will definitely die and never enter the cycle of reincarnation." As soon as he finished, Li Leagui gazed at Xiao Bieli and the others. "It's your turn now." Xiao Bieli and Su Shurha pondered deeply for a short while, and then they started to make their oaths. Just like that, all the members of the Law faction and Scholarly faction started to swear on their souls. Shiwu Shen spoke solemnly. "The internal strife in White Deer Academy has begun. What should we do now?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while before he replied, "Let's just watch for now. We can't leave no matter what. If we do, then we'll be giving that old dog an excuse to act against us." Shiwu Shen nodded. "I want to see what the Law faction is up to as well." Around 15 minutes later, everyone had finished their oaths. Li Leagui said, "Should we begin now?" Xiao Bieli said, "You should be aware who my Scholarly faction will be sending to represent us. But you're still so confident. I presume that you're really confident in the person you're about to send to battle. Come, let me see what sort of genius has appeared in your Law faction now." Li Leagui's roaring laughter resounded. "Ha ha! Did you hear that? Since Dean Xiao wants to meet you, then why haven't you shown yourself?" As soon as Li Leagui finished speaking, a green ray of light shot down from the sky, and it didn't take long for a green-clothed man who held a green jade flute to arrive here. Feng Qingyi. Everyone from the Scholarly faction was stunned upon catching sight of that man. A moment later, their expressions became extremely unsightly. The green-clothed man closed his eyes and said, "Besides Dean Xiao, anyone from the Scholarly faction can join the battle. Send as many as you want." You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.